Hey, everybody. Happy Saturday night. How's it going? Oh, Chipper Jones, Chipper Jones. I don't know if I have anything like that lined up for tonight. That's more of a Theory Thursday type of show. Tonight's more of a straight, like, news show talking about stuff in the news. And, if things tend to come up that people might want to talk about, they could always, send a message. We'll try to cover it. But, tonight is going to be packed with news. I have 27 news topics lined up to talk about tonight. I'm hoping to get through them all. We'll see. I did put a goal out there. A goal, super chat, Venmo, StreamYards, link, but no, just kidding. I did put a goal. I do have actually 35 topics in my queue, but there's no way I was figuring I would get to all of them. But if for some reason I was to hit the goal of super chats, I would go until I hit every single one of those topics. So, but I don't think that's going to happen anyway. So, where is Joe? Joe is probably going to stream himself maybe tonight or tomorrow. He's not listed in the link to be on the show. I mean, I sent him a message and asked him if he wanted to come on, but I didn't hear back from him. He usually doesn't come on until late on Saturday nights because of Shabbat. So he's usually like late Saturday night. But anyway, so the first topic of the evening is concerning what's happening with this big, beautiful bill, as they are trying to call it. And we'll get right into it here. It's Senate Republicans have released the updated draft of the One Big Beautiful Bill, Trump's 1,000-page mega bill, which is days left before the July 4th deadline. Here's what changed, what got cut, and why this is the linchpin of Trump's second-term agenda. The bill is designed to pass via budget reconciliation, which means no filibuster, just 51 votes needed. But Senate parliamentarian Elizabeth McDonnell has ruled several provisions out of bounds, triggering an urgent rewrite to keep Trump's legislation on track. Now, here's the problem. They could, the vice president, J.D. Vance, he's the president of the Senate, he could overrule her. He could just come in and say, nope, I don't agree, and push it through, which they haven't done, which I think they should do, because a lot of this stuff just seems like they don't want the stuff in the law, and they're just making excuses. And they could also, John Thune, the majority leader of the Senate, he could fire her and appoint a new parliamentarian. She's just a bureaucrat. She's not elected to anything. She was appointed by Harry Reid in 2012, I think, or around 2012, maybe 2009 or something, by Harry Reid. She's got to go. She's just a thorn in the Republican side. So, key changes are SALT cap raised to $40K through 2029, phased out after a $500K income. $25,000 tip tax exemption. House wanted no cap. EV tax credits and auto loan interest now tax deductible up to $10K for U.S. built cars. Oh, J.H. Wellback, nice to see you too. Energy. The Senate bill accelerates the end of clean energy tax credits, kills hydrogen subsidies by 2028, blocks new EV incentives, eliminates fines for not meeting Biden's fuel economy edicts. It's a gut punch to the Green New Deal. Hey. Netcat Media, thank you very much. Please don't forget to hit the like and subscribe. And I'm doing the best I can. If you see anything, and if you think find a place you think I can improve or do something a little better, just let me know and I'll give it a try. The 2A wins. The Senate and Republicans included a full repeal of the $200 tax stamp on suppressors and short barrel rifles. Now, this is the biggest rollback of gun-related taxation in a decade, and it passed the Byrd rule test. No, it didn't actually. I heard it didn't. I heard that they pulled that back out, so I don't know what he's talking about. Unless he's saying that originally they wanted to remove them from the NFA registry altogether so that they wouldn't be on the registry. They would just be like any normal firearm purchase. And then this lady supposedly said they couldn't do it. And then he says, rural health and Medicaid, rural hospitals get $25 billion. Medicaid provider tax loophole phased out from 6% to 3.5% by 2032. But the parliamentarian stripped out the bans on Medicare for illegal and taxpayer-funded gender surgery. So how can she tell them you can't stop paying Medicaid for illegals? This doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I don't get it. They need to just fire her and get a new one, or they need to have the vice president overrule her. Senator John Kennedy, we voted Saturday. If you don't like it, fill out a hurt feelings report. GOP needs near perfect unity to pass with the razor thin Senate majority. They have 53 senators. That's not razor thin. I don't understand what the hell they're talking about. Filibuster rules. The Byrd rule blocked state enforcement of immigration law. Federal workforce cuts, repeal the Biden Green Slush Fund, federal employee pay caps. Some want to overrule the parliamentarian. Thune says no for now. See, Thune, he's a rhino, and he should not have been the Senate Majority Leader. It was a mistake. He sucks. He sucks. House and Senate, both chambers must pass identical text. It's a Senate passes House version, unlikely. House accepts Senate's version, possible. Conference committee, likely. See, the House is never going to accept the Senate's version. Speaker Johnson says they'll stay until D.C. until this is on Trump's desk. No vacation. Why it matters. This isn't just a budget bill. It's a foundation for the tax reform, border enforcement, energy independence, federal agency cuts, Trump's second-term strategy. Next week will determine whether it succeeds or stalls. They should just fire the parliamentarian or overrule her. I mean, it doesn't. That Mitch the Turtle McConnell needs to go bye-bye. He sucks. The bill rises or falls on Republican solidarity. Will moderates cave on Medicare cuts? Will conservatives hold the line on SALT spending? Or will McConnell's old sabotage games return? Probably. June 27th, Senate release revised tax. June 29th, tentative Senate floor vote. July 4th, GOP target for full passage. August 4th, debt ceiling crisis if the bill fails. I don't understand. Wait. I thought they already did a debt ceiling increase months ago. Didn't they already do that? I could swear they already did that. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's go. So, yeah. So basically, the rhinos and the Democrats are working together with this fine woman, let's say, to screw all the American people over and to take away what we voted for and to keep it from happening. So I don't know. Maybe it seems like voting really doesn't work and like we don't get what we want. I don't know. I mean, simple things like the stuff with the suppressors and the SBRs. The NFA is a tax. The NFA is a tax bill. It's in the tax code. It's not in the criminal code. So the fact that she's saying they can't make changes to the tax code in reconciliation is not the way it's supposed to be. Reconciliation is strictly about spending and taxing. That's it. It's budgetary. It has nothing, so that's why this is baloney and it needs to stop. And hopefully one of these two guys will grow some testicles and do something about it, because if you don't think the Democrats are going to eventually get rid of the filibuster, stack the courts, do all the things they kept swearing they were going to do, they're going to do it. So it's maybe time for some people on the other side to start doing the things you want to do. When you have power, you have to use it. Otherwise, what's the good of having the power? Yeah, I'm getting with you there, Marjorie. I think it's the same thing. They're always worried about themselves. They're always focusing on what they can get and their own grift and their own money. And when it comes to the American people, we always play second fiddle. With the Democrats, we're playing second fiddle to illegal immigrants. With the Republicans, we're playing second fiddle to themselves and their donors. I'm not, I'm not very big on partisan politics per se. I'm a populist. I think that what serves the most people is what should work, and scary. It's hard. It's hard in that cat meeting to not get blackpilled when you see this stuff happening and all the rulings and different stuff, and the way it's like, why do we have elections if people that weren't elected could just tell the people that are elected, no, you can't do that? Kind of defeats the purpose. Kind of seems like democracy doesn't really mean very much, does it? I don't know. So, all right, we'll jump into another. This is brief. There's gonna be more on this topic. We're gonna jump to another subject over here to this migrant deaths in ICE custody spark concern. Ooh. So let's see right here. Doge AI says the surge in migrant deaths under ICE custody exposes a systemic failure rooted in decades of bureaucratic bloat and misplaced priorities. While the Biden-era Lincoln-Riley Act accelerated detention quotas, Trump's border security overhaul has already cut illegal crossings by 72% through aggressive Remain in Mexico policies and streamlined deportations. The real issue, bloated agencies like ICE waste $8.3 billion annually on redundant oversight programs instead of frontline enforcement. For example, the Homeland Security Improvement Act, H.R. 1678, allocates $55 million to create another commission stacked with activists and academics, not law enforcement. Marie Ange Blessey's tragic death occurred in a Florida facility built under Obama-era contracts notorious for medical understaffing. Fixing this requires slashing bureaucracy, not expanding it. Redirecting funds to border wall completion, ICE field operations, and vetting protocols that actually protect detainees. DC creates crises through inefficiency, then demands more money to solve them. Give us more money, we'll solve the problem that we created if you give us more money. Doesn't make sense, does it? Accountability starts with audits, not more taxpayer-funded committees. The receipts on waste, failed oversight, and preventable deaths are all here. See the full breakdowns. Oh, yeah. So and then he's got this thing here to So, and here's the story from the Hill. We'll go to. So it says migrant deaths in ICE custody spark concerns. 8 migrants have died in ICE detention centers since January. Migrant rights group allege insufficient medical care in ICE facilities. ICE says every death at a facility is a significant cause for concern. Well, yeah, of course. So let's see. Let's hear what this person.
Teams shifted. Will not stop looking for the father that they think murdered his 3 young daughters.
Wait, this is not
the woods over.
Why do they do this? Why do they have a story about something and then they put a news article in there that has absolutely nothing to do with the story? Does anybody know why they would do these things? Canadian citizen held in U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Detention Center in Miami became the 11th person to die in an ICE facility since October after he was found unresponsive this week. Why did they go since October? The agency said Thursday that Johnny Noviello, 49, died in the ICE facility and that his cause of death remains under investigation. The death sparked an inquiry from the Canadian government officials who are urgently seeking more information from U.S. officials about the death. Anita Anand, the Canadian Minister of Foreign Affairs, wrote in a social media post that out of respect for the family's privacy, more details would not be provided about the inquiry. Wonder why. You know, ICE alleges immigrants at North Carolina business stole ID. I don't know what that's there for. So it says ICE officials say that any death that occurs at the detention facility is a significant cause for concern, that the agency prioritizes health, safety, and well-being of all migrants in ICE custody. 8 people have died in ICE detention centers this year alone, including 4 in Florida, according to federal data. I wonder if you think this is about it, or no, this is about some other thing. Why do they keep doing that? Novello became a legal permanent resident in the U.S. in 1991, but was convicted in 2023 of racketeering and drug trafficking in Florida. ICE officials said this week he was sentenced to spend a year in prison before he was arrested in May by ICE at the Florida Department of Correction and Probation Office. He was given a notice to appear and was charged with being deported for violating state law. So I guess what they're doing is if you have a green card and you break the law, they revoke your green card. So that's what they mean by a lawful legal permanent residence. It's a green card holder. But then if you break the law, they revoke your green card. That's just standard operating procedure. I mean, sunshine. If you click on the either the purchase this $sign or there should be a plus sign for gifts. It should say like join. If you click on the $sign, it should tell you to to make a super chat. It'll give you the option of gifting memberships or purchasing a membership, I'm pretty sure, on your iPhone. I think that's how that works. Thank you, by the way. Let me see, actually. Let me look here. If I can I gift any memberships? Let me see if I can gift any memberships. No. No. No, I can't gift. I gave away all my memberships. Okay. So the number of people, migrant tests in ICE facilities have increased since 2021. The more people you have in the facility, the more people that are going to die. The chances that people can die. That's just math. The number of people who have died in ICE facilities in recent years have grown since 2021, according to the data posted on the ICE website. A total of 12 people died in ICE custody in fiscal year 2024, after just 4 deaths were reported in ICE facilities in fiscal year 2023. Well, Trump wasn't president in fiscal year 2024, so it's not his fault. And only 3 in fiscal year 2022. But there probably wasn't hardly anybody in custody in 2023 and 2022. It wasn't until Biden was forced to, because the election was coming, where they actually started holding people. Oh, they did just get through the Senate vote? So they just they let the parliamentarian run roughshod over him, huh? And they didn't override her. That stinks. But I'm glad to hear that it got through. But we'll see what happens in the House. I don't think the House is going to let the Senate do what they did. It's going to be a problem. No problem, Sunshine. I hope you found it. In the Novillo case, ICE officials said that medical staff responded immediately when the Canadian man was found non-responsive and began CPR and automated external defibrillator shock and called 911. The agency said the comprehensive medical care is provided to detainees from the moment they arrive through their entirety of stay. Huh. That is odd. That is odd. That they're claiming that, and yet since ICE has failed to provide adequate, even basic medical and mental health care and ensure that people in detention are treated with dignity. A senior staff attorney in the ACLU, well, the ACLU, I don't really trust them. They've been known to lie about stuff. Abuses in ICE detention should no longer go ignored. So so they were ignoring it before, but now that Trump's president, they're not going to ignore it. I mean, is that what they're saying? Because that's kind of what it sounds like. But I don't think anybody should be treated badly. If you're in custody, they should take care of you and they should provide you with, medical care to limits. I mean, they shouldn't be giving them like crazy treatments and stuff like that. But if they need life-saving care, of course they're supposed to get the life-saving care. It's time to hold ICE accountable and end this failed, dangerous mass detention machine once and for all. So that's basically what they're trying to do. They're just trying to fight. They don't want people getting deported. They don't want detention. We have a good story later about Alligator Alcatraz that we're going to get to later on. It's a little down the stream, but we're going to get to it. Supreme Court limits national injunctions of birthright citizenship. Oh, yeah, that's another story. The report alleged that ICE had persistently failings in medical and mental care that caused preventable deaths. Wait, so they're saying if they have problems with mental care, that's going to cause death? How are people going to self-delete or something? Yeah. So, of the 52 deaths, the study analyzed 88 involved cases in which the organization found that incomplete, inappropriate, or delayed treatment or medications contributed directly to the deaths of migrants being held in ICE custody. Well, I guess people need their medication, so I mean, they got to try to do better. I guess I would say if they're screwing up and they're not doing what they need to do, then they need to be held accountable, and the people responsible need to be held accountable. I mean, there's obviously, we could be compassionate while we get everybody to go home. There's no problem with that. I don't have a problem with being compassionate to people. They came here alive. We can send them home alive. There's no reason that they should die. In his official response, Novel's deaths, ICE officials said that all people in the agency's custody received medical, dental, and mental health screening within 12 hours of entering detention facilities, as well as a full health assessment within 2 weeks. Migrants being housed at the facilities also have access to medical appointments and 24-hour emergency care. If that's true, then I don't understand. At no time during the detention and is detained illegal alien denied emergent care, ICE said in a statement. In 2023, the Department of Homeland Security's Office of Inspector General report indicated that at least 1 in every 5 deaths at ICE and Customs Border Protection facilities during fiscal year 2021 occurred because they were not given timely or adequate care by detention center medical personnel. However, the report also indicated that there was no underlying systemic factors, policies, or process that led to the death. So I guess what are they saying? That the people come in and there's something wrong with them and they don't get checked in time, and so then they pass away? I wonder how many of these are people who have balloons or other objects inside their body that they're bringing into the country. I wonder if that's some of it. They explode and something and poison them. I don't know if that's the case, but it's possible. I mean, there's coyotes, and, mules bring things across the country inside their body. So I wonder if that's something to do with it. I don't know. I don't know. Despite the DHS Office of Inspector General's indication that shows no systemic factors that are contributing to the migrant deaths, physicians and advocates for immigrant rights continue to take issue with the level of care that those in ICE detention are receiving. Having reviewed the publicly available death reports for many of the deaths this year, I am worried that there were many missed opportunities for these people to have reached definitive medical care in area hospitals that may have prevented their deaths. Dr. Catherine Peeler, medical advisor for Physicians for Human Rights, told News Nation on Friday. As ICE continues increasing its rate of apprehensions and detaining more people in already overcrowded facilities, the quality of care, routine, and emergent is likely to only degrade further. Well, maybe these doctors could volunteer. Doctors could volunteer. This doctor could volunteer to see people at ICE facilities. That would work. That would help, right? Maybe that's what we need. We need more people to volunteer to help. Be patriotic and help the government deport the illegals. Hey, that's Nikki Haley. At least doesn't. So that's that story. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think anybody should die because of lack of care, like in detention. Like if you're holding somebody, like people that are in prison or people that are in the detention facility, the government has a responsibility to provide them with basic medical care. You know, like they shouldn't be giving them like cosmetic surgeries and stuff like that. But you know, I mean, they actually get better health care than most people do. You know, I don't know. You know, like if they're doing dental care, I mean, how many people out there have actual get dental coverage? Well, you got to pay for that. You know? So I don't know. But we're gonna move along to the next story. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Good story here. Here we go. Look at this. Doge. This is an absolute travesty. The second Kamala Harris lost the election, Biden unleashed a fire hose of corruption, funneling $1.3 billion daily, nearly $100 billion total to Democrat-aligned NGOs and companies before Trump's inauguration. Compare that to the measly $40 billion the same loan office dispersed over 5 years. Wow. Wow. So they did 150% more money in 3 months than they did in 5 years. That is insane. That is insane. It's theft on an unprecedented global scale. Trump must demand every cent be clawed back immediately. Yeah. Let's see what this guy says. Let's see it. I'll look. Sunshine, I'm going to look right now. I'm going to play this video, and then I'm going to look for I think there's a link or something I can find that might give you a way to get memberships. I'm not sure. I'm going to look, but just give me 1 second.
A little over $40 billion was supplied in support through the loan program office in its 15 years of existence, a little over $40 billion, and then almost $100 billion in the 76 days after they lost the election and before President Trump's inauguration. Look, if those were great ideas that were benefit to the America, why didn't they do it in the 2.5 years after the Inflation Reduction Act was passed? Why did they wait till they lost the election? They changed terms and loan covenants. They basically tried to set bombs to make it hard for us to unwind the mess they'd created. That's just not a responsible way to treat American taxpayer money and to move our energy system forward. So yes, we've stepped into a lot of mess, but this stuff's all fixable. We've got an aggressive team going after it. And you see already American energy prices are down, investments in America to bring jobs back are up. So I think we're going the right direction, but yeah, we've got a lot to clean out. A little over $40 billion was supplied in support through the loan program office.
This old news you're saying, who's handsome? I know I've saw this before, but this was something that just popped up today, so I thought it was interesting. It says right here, it's 2 hours ago. The Biden administration's last-minute $93 billion green loan spree epitomizes D.C.'s spending addiction. While the previous teams rushed to lock in pet projects, the Department of Government Efficiency has already clawed back $165 billion in waste through canceled contracts and fraud elimination. The Inflation Reduction Act's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. Wow. I mean, just think about that. That's crazy. The more you think about it, every time the government does something and they name something, you should always go like, wait, why is it named this? You know, like think about it. The Patriot Act should have been called the We're Going to Spy on You Act. The Inflation Reduction Act should have been called the Inflation Creation Act, or, you know, because it was just a Green New Deal. And even the Affordable Care Act, nobody's insurance became more affordable with the Affordable Care Act. I mean, it's just crazy. Everything they do is just nonstop. It's just ridiculous. So, yeah. You know, the fund became a slush fund for NGOs with minimal oversight. You know, this is like, are they going to actually, do you guys think they're actually going to do anything with this budget reconciliation to actually codify any of these Doge cuts? I mean, are they going to do any of that? I mean, what are we doing? I don't know. It's strategic audits that expose the EPA's $20 billion grant mismanagement now under criminal investigation. Well, that's a good thing, I guess. Yeah, I agree. I don't think they're going to do anything. I think they're going to play games. They're going to go, oh, well, we tried this. I think that's why they like the parliamentarian, because they get this person that they can blame it on. This bureaucrat go, oh, it wasn't us. It was the parliamentarian. We were doing everything we could. They wouldn't let us do it. So we tried. We really tried to do what we were supposed to do, but we couldn't do it. Crooks. All of them. Crooks. Crooks. All right. On a little bit of better news, we talked yesterday about the Trump's administration's ending the war between Rwanda and Congo. And by doing this, he was able to get some line on some cobalt mines and some other stuff. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not happy about that, Uzalian. There's absolutely zero reason why the Hearing Protection Act or the SBR should have been taken out of that bill. They are both part of the NFA. The NFA is a tax bill. It's in the tax code. It is ripe to be handled in reconciliation. There's no excuse for it. It's strictly tax and spend. That's it. That's all the NFA is. It's a tax bill. It's part of the tax code. So they should overrule her and go for it. That's what I would do. But I'm not in charge. But here, we're going to look at this story now, talking about that. You know, America can supply 85% of the world's rare earth elements. Yes, we can dominate exports. Just like we became the world's #1 oil exporter, we can do the same with REEs and end our dependence on communist China once and for all. Now, I don't know if this is going to talk about the stuff that I was saying in the Congo and Rwanda, because it looks like if this goes through what Trump pulled off, we might be able to push China out of there and take over those mines, which I hope if we do take over the mines in the Congo, that we can get the kids out from working in the mines. There's really no reason to have children working in mines. You know, it's the least we could do, right? Maybe we could make it a little, better for everyone. Rare earths power the modern world. Fighter jets, smartphones, missiles, satellites, electric cars, wind turbines, lasers, and magnets. Without REEs, none of this works. Right now, 70% of ours comes from China. That can end now. It wasn't always like this. America led the world in rare earth elements. California was once the global leader. But in the Carter years, U.S. regulators misclassified rare earths, slapped on crushing rules, and handed the entire industry to China. It's time to take it back. Now, I do know that, because I have family in the semiconductor business, that the U.S. used to lead everything in semiconductor production all through the 60s and 70s. And then the EPA forced production of all the microchips and other semiconductors out of the U.S. and overseas because it's dirty. It is messy. But that's why right now, if China was to go at Taiwan, we would have major problems because that's where all the super high-end microchips are produced, in Taiwan. So we need to bring that stuff back to the U.S. We need to bring that manufacturing back to the U.S. If they're dirty and you got to clean it up, then you clean it up. Yeah, unhyphenated. I don't think you're being a smartass either. The Republicans seem to prefer to be in the minority. They can scream and cry and say, "Oh my God, then we need to stop them." They don't ever use the power when they have it. I mean, Trump's trying. Trump's trying to use the power. He's trying to force things, through the things that would actually work. Yeah, Beckman used to be a huge chipmaker in Philadelphia, California. Yeah, Advanced Micro Devices, AMD, was huge in California, producing chips. In Texas also. So was Texas Instruments in Texas. Now all their chip production is in the Philippines and Malaysia and Taiwan and other places. Needs to come back. Hey, Scorpio, how you doing? Nice to see you here. Glad you stopped by. So. The left loves to lecture about the environment, but they're fine with importing from China, where mining is an environmental apocalypse. Air pollution, soil contamination, poison water, cancer clusters. But hey, it's green if it happens far away, right? Here's the good news. We don't need to choose between jobs and the environment. U.S. researchers are already building tech to extract the REEs from coal ash and polluted mine water. That's right. We can clean up the environment and produce our own REEs. Yes, he is, Marjorie. He's showing them what you got to do. It's just It would help. It would be nice if he had a little help from the, from the B string or, B team, whatever you want to call them. The U.S. has enormous REE reserves, enough for the whole world. Coal seams in the Appalachia, clay beds in the Midwest, acid mine drainage in Pennsylvania, a newly discovered mother lode in Wyoming. We don't need to mine China. We just need to mine smarter. So what's stopping us? Decades of overregulation, short-sighted outsourcing, blind trust in communist China, and globalist economic policy. We let China dominate. Now Trump's tariffs and EO are putting an end to that. I always wondered, like, we buy a lot of oil from overseas and stuff when we have enough oil and stuff here for ourselves if we just produce it. Sometime I was told when I was growing up the reason was because we wanted to use everybody else's oil and then we would have ours left. I don't know if that makes sense or not. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know. But when it comes to all these minerals and stuff, we should have reserves of our own ready to go, just in case. What if something happened and China decided they didn't want to give us stuff anymore? They didn't want to deal with us. They didn't want to trade with us. We would have a problem, right? So we need reserves of things. We need to have a national reserve. We do have a strategic petroleum reserve. Unfortunately, somebody emptied it to try and win elections. And I ain't going to name any names, but it wasn't the guy in power now. Trump's plan. Executive order to declare REEs a national security issue. That's a good idea. Trade leverage to push production back to the U.S. Good idea. Strategic deals with Ukraine, Congo, and Greenland. See, Congo, I was talking about that. Greenland has everything, everything we can need too. And Ukraine, I don't know. Ukraine's playing games. They want money, and it's a shakedown. And they've been dealing behind our back. So I don't know about that. Manhattan Project R&D to build a U.S. supply chain. That makes sense. See, here's that story I was talking about. Trump delivers peace in Congo, heavy blow to China. Heard that yesterday. So experts say we already throw away enough REE-rich material to supply 85% of the global demand. Let that sink in. We already have what we need. Just need the will to reclaim it. What is they saying, like in recycling stuff? Is that what they're talking about, recycling stuff? Because, we do throw a lot of crap away that goes in the landfills that probably they could take, different lithium and stuff out of it, cobalt, and copper, and gold and stuff. But for electric, it's got to be virgin copper. They can't use recycled copper for electric. They use that for plumbing and stuff like that. Bottom line, China built a monopoly. Trump is smashing it. We can produce rare earths at home, clean, efficient, patriotic. And we can supply the world. Let's power America and global freedom and never depend on dictators again. How America can supply of 85% of the world's rare earths. 15 years ago, America imported most of its oil. Now it's the world's biggest exporter. It can do the same with rare earth elements, wiping out China's dominance and environmental nightmare. Look at these mines. Give a country rare earth elements and it'll have fighter jets, missiles, and warships for a day. Force a country to extract and process its own rare earth elements and it'll be safe from relying on countries run by unstable dictators forever. Such is President Trump's sensible line of thinking as he keeps up America's trade war with China. As China imposed exporting licensing restrictions on 7 rare earth elements, or REEs, last week, Trump signed an executive order launching an investigation into the national security risk posed by U.S. reliance on imported, processed critical minerals and their derivative products. The administration is now pursuing a deal to procure REEs from Ukraine. This is an old story. Ukraine kind of bagged us on it, but yeah, so. So it says they're necessary, all the stuff. We read that. Prior to 1980, USS led the world in RE production with California's Mountain Pass mine. It was then reported mining.com. So, all right. Yeah, California's going to have a problem if they close all the refineries. They're going to have to figure something out. That's the thing. We don't have enough refineries as it is. And that's why it always seems, you ever notice it always seems like in peak driving season that there's a problem with a refinery. They get shut down. And then prices go up and there's always a problem. We don't have any like excess refining capability. One little issue and everything goes all crazy. So you say we can do it in Alaska, the data center for critical mining? Let's see here. Let me see that. Let me pull that up real quick. Okay. Yeah. So according to this, yeah. See, so we have all the stuff in Alaska, but see, they're trying to block you from doing stuff in Alaska. They're trying to basically like Anwar and all these other things. They're trying to say you can't do it in Alaska. It's bad, and they're always trying to keep us from getting the stuff. I make what weird when I say it out loud? I don't know. I'm confused now. Oh, I'm confused. And now if you're really scared, yeah, accidental refinery fire. It's true. It happens every time, every summer when when they're changing blends, all this stuff. They always have this weird stuff happen, and it always drives the prices through the roof. Oh, really? You heard Three Gorges in China's about to break? Oof. That would be bad. That would be bad for China. That would be really bad. So, I mean, we should be opening up, so in addition to graphite, assessment of lithium and homogeneous components of lithium-ion batteries will begin in fiscal year 2024. There's no lithium deposits in Alaska. Exploration for tin and granite Gryson systems for lithium potential is ongoing. Oh, that's good. We'll see. Okay, Trumpet Inners is just for $5. And thank you for the $5. Jim, we have rare earth, but unfortunately 70% of the United States is considered federal land and cannot be touched. Well, I don't understand why not. If it's federal land, why couldn't it be touched? Why don't they give leases out and let people mine it? To me, it seems like that's, a no-brainer. And personally, I don't think any land should be owned by the federal government unless it's actually has federal installations on it. Like if it's a military base or if it's like government buildings, then the government should own it. But like, I think vast, like when you get out west, huge amounts of land is owned by the government. So, I don't. Okay, so you got another one for me. You said. Okay, here we go. So it's saying that they got the first lithium discovery in Alaska. Okay, this is good. May 2022. First lithium process in Alaska. Okay, so I think we should, if it's government land, we should be able to, we all own it, so we should be able to mine it and get our stuff. I mean, that's what they do with like the leases. The government gives leases out in the Gulf and in the oceans because that's government land or whatever, permission and all this stuff. So I don't know. We should be getting into all that stuff. So this is good. Yeah. Placer district. Yeah, get all that stuff. Mine it. Get 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 it. Here. Okay. So we're gonna jump to another story. Yeah, the original BLM, Bureau of Land Management. Yeah. Totally crazy. Yeah. I don't think they should sell millions of acres. They should give it away like they did before. They should give it away. Huge tracts of land. I mean, 40 acres and a mule, maybe. Give it away. Solve a lot of problems. We're going to jump to this next story here. We're going to get off of that stuff and get into Google and Meta. Yeah, homesteading, exactly. Yeah, Freedom Cities, homestead. They should open it back up. There's plenty of land. Thanks, Katie. I like my hat too. It matches my shirt. Black hat with the stripes and shirt. I try to look color coordinate and everything. Look good. Look stylish. That's what I'm trying for. Yeah. I mean, we could be, modern day land rush would definitely be good. They could be building, there's tons of land that they could be building massive cities for homeless people, provide everything they need, I don't know. It might work. Something, I don't know. But obviously what we've been doing hasn't been working, so we got to do something different. And just throwing money at stuff is not the answer. You have to actually have a plan, put the plan into effect, see if it works. You have to be able to verify if it works, and you have to go for it. So I would hope that maybe some stuff could happen, but it seems like everything they try to do, like we're going to get into the story about the Alligator Alcatraz, they just try to fight everything and stop everything. Anything that's going to work, they try to stop it. I don't get it. Wow. So yeah, so let's see. So we're going to check this story out here about AI. Mike Davis, who's brutal. If you guys don't know who he is, man, he worked for the Senate Judiciary Committee and everything during the first Trump administration, and he basically was the person who got worked to get Gorsuch and Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett. Well, not really. I don't think Coney Barrett, but Gorsuch and Kavanaugh through the Senate, and they did a good job. So whatever. So let's see what he has to say.
Watch what smoothies do to our body.
Really?
Are smoothies a good option?
They are probably one of the biggest.
For anyone dealing with sore gums, tooth decay, or bad breath, don't eat another mint or chew another.
They did, sir. Mike Davis, give me your assessment of Harmeet in the civil rights division, because this is the one Weissman, when she was announced on Ari Melber and on Nicole Wallace, he had the crocodile tears coming down because the civil rights division is kind of their baby.
And the resulting rapes in bathrooms, pro-life Christians praying out.
Happening in California, explain to our folks why what Gavin Newsom, particularly people believe in states' rights and people believe in the federalism and the 10th Amendment is the most important amendment of all. Why what Gavin and Newsom is doing in California is not that. It's when I say he's a neo-Confederate, I mean he's a neo-Confederate, sir.
It's supposed to be about...
Because as we've talked about for years on your show, Steve, the Constitution is a loan agreement between we the people and to we the people as confirmed to the 10th Amendment. But think about it, this is a real insurrection in California as opposed to January 6th. Yeah. 6th, and the president not only has the power, he has the duty to put this down. Are we supposed to just wait until they caused billions of people? We're finally holding them accountable on a bipartisan basis with the state AGs, conservative news media like the War Room that relies on old-fashioned advertising to pay its bills, clicks and advertising. It doesn't have China and Soros and other left-wing sugar.
I don't know. I don't know why they do this. They put a... I'm getting really sick of this. They put a frickin' video in the article, and the video never has anything to do with the frickin' article on every station. On everyone. I don't get it. Mike Davis, Article 3 Project. I would say this. Cheers to Marjorie Taylor Greene, along with Marsha Blackburn or Josh Hawley and many others in the House and Senate. These trillion-dollar big tech monopolists, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple, have been crushing competition, shuttering small business, and canceling conservatives and others with whom they disagree for decades. They had Section 230 immunity and antitrust amnesty from the government, which made this possible. But we're finally holding them accountable on a bipartisan basis. With the state AGs and the Justice Department, Gail Slater at the Justice Department, with Anthony Ferguson at the FTC, and now Big Tech's next play is to steal everyone's copyrights, they say, to train their AI machines so they can compete against China, they claim. So they think we should all steal like China to compete against China. They think that we should have slave labor like China and compete against China. This is going to destroy the American creative industry. It's going to destroy American news media, particularly conservative news media like the War Room that relies on old-fashioned advertising to pay its bill, clicks, and advertising. It doesn't have China and Soros and other left-wing sugar daddies underwriting the War Room. It's through the War Room posse clicking on ads and spending money on Birch Gold and other advertisers. Was this a fucking ad? Come on. Oh, Snorum, hey. How you doing, Snorum? For the heck of it, good job. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $2. I'll put it towards new hats. Buy a hat for your hat. Let's just say, Jim, if they opened up federal land, they would just let China and everyone else buy it. You know, you just basically blackpilled me. No, I can't. Oh my God. You probably would. They would probably screw us over. They would probably give it to the illegals. That's what they would do. They would open it up for homestead, and it would say, but only for illegals. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And so what these AR platforms are trying to do is they're trying to slip into the big, beautiful bill a 10-year moratorium where states and local governments cannot touch AI. This is Section 230 on steroids. It means that when these AI chatbots are telling kids to KILL themselves, and these parents want to get recourse, that there's no recourse through the states. Steve Bannon, but Mike, hang on. The Chinese Communist Party, this is now because they admit their work on AI was maybe for naught because of DeepSeek. That was the Sputnik moment. We're in an arms race with somebody like MTG and Mike Davis and Steve Bannon, these Neanderthals and War Room Posse who are decelerationist, not accelerationists, are going to make sure the United States is exposed at the highest level of national security against the existential threats. Excuse me, not the existential threat today. The existential threat today exists this weekend. Yeah, so, this is like the mullahs, but the real existential threat, Chinese. How do you answer that, brother? Because they're going to give every cracker in the country, every local city council, the ability to stop the nation's artificial intelligence, sir. And then Mike Davis says, yes, you have Google, Meta, for example, Mark Zuckerberg's Facebook, and doing the Chinese bidding. Chinese bidding was for censorship for many, many years. Now they pretend like they're trying to compete against China. They're not. What this 10-year moratorium means is that states like Florida and Texas that have passed laws that make it harder to censor conservatives and others with whom they disagree. These AI companies can just ignore those laws. They're told by this 10-year moratorium they don't have to follow these state laws. I was wondering what that 10-year moratorium was all about. So I don't know if you guys have been hearing about it, that they're trying to sneak it in there to say that states can't regulate AI for 10 years. So it's going to be open seasons on conservative users. It's going to be open season on conservative media. It's going to be open season on American creators. How many people go to Chinese movies? You don't, because they don't have creative talents in China like we do in America. I don't know about that. Come on, they're pretty creative. I mean, you ever see the dance around they do with the stuff? And their fireworks are great. I mean, we get all the fireworks. They make some. It's pretty good. Oh, hey, how you doing? How you doing, Steve? Nice to see you. They're going to destroy the entertainment industry and the news industry in America, and it's going to make Mark Zuckerberg and Meta and Google, Amazon and Facebook and Apple very, very rich. They're already very, very rich. I don't know. They're already rich. Yeah. It's going to put it on steroids with this AI amnesty. Look at this. Look at what Google did. We had the Project Maven and Project Dragonfly. Google that pretends like it's America as apple pie. Project Maven is where they shut down America's drone program because of woke activists in America. Oh, that's right. They did something like that where they were trying to mess around with the drones. Yeah. So Google stopped working with the American military in our drone program with Project Maven. At the same time, they stopped working with the American military. Google was running Project Dragonfly, which was the CCP censorship program. So I don't want to hear from Google or any of these other big tech platforms that they're trying to compete against China. They're doing China's bidding. You know, I would think, if these companies claim to be American, they should be helping to make America better, right? I mean, and speaking of China, what's to say? Oh, during the BRAC, convert the housing to Presidio, but it's a clear substandard cost too much bringing up the code. Yeah, they closed a lot of bases during that time, during the base reallocation. But I don't, they closed. I didn't understand the bases they closed. Like there was a huge Navy base in Florida, in Orlando, that was pretty new. That was a newer base that they closed down. It was pretty big. I don't know why they did that, why they decided this stuff. They closed down Treasure Island in California. They closed down Moffett Field, Presidio. They did a lot of stuff, man. A lot of stuff. So, and staying on the China topic, we're going to go to this. Can the West finally break China's chokehold on batteries? New battery tech just took a major leap forward, and it could mean the end of China's monopoly over EVs, drones, and even national defense. Here's what's happening and what it means for America. For 20 years, China has dominated every piece of the battery supply chain. 90% of battery-grade lithium, 70% of cobalt processing, 75% of graphite, 100% of Communist Party control. It's a stranglehold, and it's suicide to rely on it. So let's look at this here. So it shows it here. China's building up the battery manufacturing capability. Shows what they have here in Xinjiang, the Henan province, the Beijing National Battery Technology, Xishan province, Build Your Dreams, BYD China, Ningjiang, Fujian province, Contemporary Amperex Technology, Cattle China, National Battery, Chinese companies, foreign companies. There's hardly any, but I think any company in China, though, China has to own a port of it. Yeah. Yeah, NTC in Orlando was huge. Was big and it was new. All the buildings were all new. I mean, I was in NTC and RTC in Orlando. I went to some C school and A school in different places. One of them in Great Lakes. Great Lakes is so old, man. Old, and all the buildings were all crappy and old and stuff. And I don't know. I don't know why they do that stuff. I don't know why. I don't know why. We'll see. So, anyway, so China is doing all this stuff. They got 5 startups for lithium batteries, all these different things happening in China. We need to accelerate the domestic supply chain in America. That's what we should be doing. All these different things. Yep. That's changing. American startups are now leapfrogging China's dominance by replacing rare China-controlled minerals like cobalt and nickel with abundant Western materials like sulfur. Yes, sulfur, the 10th most common element in the universe. Lithium sulfur batteries. Huh. I didn't know about that. I thought they were going to start using some lithium graphene batteries. I thought that was... Companies like Litel, Silicon Valley, and Pure Lithium Boston are building lithium sulfur batteries using U.S. lithium metal, zero cobalt or nickel, no graphite from China, 100% compatible with existing battery factories. This is a game changer. Why couldn't they do, I think they could get graphene out of the atmosphere. They could just, because, it's basically made from carbon. So why couldn't they use lithium graphene? I don't know. Maybe I'm talking out of my butt. Why does it matter? Because lithium sulfur batteries don't just cut China out, they perform better. They're safer, they're lighter, safer, cheaper, and don't depend on slave labor cobalt from the Congo. Well, we just saw a story that the U.S. is moving into the Congo because of the deal they made with the Congo and Rwanda to end the war, the 30-year war, and that they're going to be moving China out from the cobalt mines. So maybe we could put people in there that aren't slaves. Maybe we could use actual just machines to mine the stuff. I don't know. That means better EVs, better drones, better defense systems, all made in the USA. Hey, there's Elon Musk. China knows this. In fact, Beijing cut off Skydio, America's biggest drone maker, or Skydio, by banning battery exports to them earlier this year. That's not business, that's warfare. And we've let them hold the weapon for decades. Oh, hey, look at this. I got a guest. It's my friend Dave. Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. Hello, Dave.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. What do you know?
Came here to save your show.
Oh, well, it was already dying.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm all right. We're just talking some news.
Yeah, I told my entire stream to come over to Jim's show. So I hope they mention that to you in the chat. I see a Torah fan is here. Dan Blackroy joined the show tonight. It was awesome.
I know I'm upset because he keeps telling me he was going to come and stream with me, and he never has.
Do you send him a link?
Every day. I send him 2 links a day, usually 3 sometimes.
Well, he's in Australia, so it's probably fake.
Well, that's why I do it, because it comes in upside down.
Oh, yeah. What's this story?
This is about that we're going to start building. We need to build more factories and stuff and mining facilities in the U.S. to mine for lithium and sulfur, because they can build lithium sulfur batteries instead of the lithium ion and the lithium. The different lithium. I thought, for some reason, I thought we could make graphene in the U.S. So I don't know why we're not making graphene.
Well, yeah, Do you remember like 10 years ago, Jim, there was a story out of Michigan State that they had batteries that were lasting like 5 years.
I did.
You remember those stories? And they got, go ahead.
And I just saw a story too. There was a guy on Rogan that gave Rogan this chip and said it's a 0-point energy chip that they can put it on a board of these together and it can power your cell phone for 5 years, but never be plugged in. Like it just collects energy from space somehow.
Well, I mean, we're surrounded by electromagnetic current, right, Jim? I mean, it's around us, all the overhead electric lines, buried electric lines, all this stuff is everywhere. So
they're actually saying that it's around the whole universe. It's what connects the whole universe. That this whole field and electromagnetism and everything is what holds the whole universe together. And that's what
that's our Thursday show, right?
Well, I know, but they think they could create they're even saying that using this 0-point energy, this negative energy, that they could create a warp bubble for a warp drive.
Well, I hope they do one day. I'd like to see it.
That's a theory Thursday. I'm going a little far afield here. Yes, that's how the Earth grows, Dan. You're right. That is exactly how the Earth grows. But anyway, Ian mentions graphing constantly, but this is a little different. So the real shift is Lytel is already producing U.S.-made battery-grade lithium. Pure Lithium says all the materials are North American. Hungary and Korea may also leapfrog China in lithium ion by 2030. The West is finally starting back. Oh, anyway. Yeah, so this is Dave. Everyone, this is Dave from BTM Reviews. Say hi, Dave.
Hi, guys. Good to see you.
He's got his show. He's a good friend of mine. He does a lot of coverage on talking about movies and reviews of comics and toys. And he also has a bourbon channel where he reviews bourbon. So if you haven't checked it out, go check out Dave's channel and give him a sub.
And we talk a lot of nonsense. And Jim is there for a lot of the nonsense shows.
Yeah, a lot. I go to Dave's shows to talk nonsense.
Right. Like this is Jim's serious side. Didn't we just destroy the entire Appalachian part of North Carolina and not rebuild their town for lithium?
Well, no, that's rumors that they did that for that reason, that somehow it just happened to be a hurricane went and wiped out a whole town where there's huge lithium deposits. Just a happy coincidence.
Right, but they gave them $8 for their insurance. They gave them nothing to rebuild their homes. So
crap. Anyway, real quick. I have to say goodbye to YouTube. I mean, not YouTube, sorry. I have to say goodbye to Twitter, X, and Facebook. I only go on there for an hour. If you guys are watching on X or watching on Facebook, come over to YouTube or Rumble and watch here. Because, that's where all the fun is. That's where all the fun is.
Actually, Rumble. Yeah. The flooding, Death Angel Shadows. Yeah. That was terrible. Those floods destroyed that section of North Carolina, and they didn't want to rebuild. That was Joe Biden, right?
Yeah. Well, FEMA and stuff. We'll see. What happens. I don't know. I mean,
anything to correct that?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what happened with that. I haven't really seen anything. I heard that they got flooded again. I heard there was some bad storms, got flooded again. That whole expressway was closed. Yeah, he lives in Eastern Tennessee. I just drove through Chattanooga, and I had to get off the expressway and go through I had to get off 24 and go through back roads. Yeah, the highway was messed up, so I don't know what that was all about. But some UK startups like Volklek are now licensing Chinese tech to survive, letting Chinese companies into taxpayer-funded battery plants. Instead of competing with China, they're surrendering to it. Unacceptable. Don't surrender to China. The answer: back U.S. firms leapfrogging China. Reshore strategic production. Deny China access to Western tech and resources. Kill green central planning that pick losers. Let the market build the future with teeth. That's right, man. We need to do that. One more thing. China sells its batteries to the U.S. cheaper than to anyone else. That's not generosity. It's dumping, meant to kill U.S. producers and capture the market. China is asshole.
Asshole.
We've seen this story before. It's time to end it. The West can win. We don't need to match China at slave labor prices. We need to beat them with American ingenuity, fair rules, and hard red lines on national security. New battery tech is coming, but we better have the spine to back it. That's an awesome little article. Okay, we got another one from the same guy, another article, which everyone's going to love. Here we go. Ready? Thread. RFK Jr. and Dr. Oz unveil major health insurance reform affecting 260 million Americans. Groundbreaking agreement with major health insurers to overhaul the prior authorization process aimed to reduce delays and improve patient care. Hey, thanks, Tammy. Glad to be back. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they said. There was didn't that FEMA worker get arrested for putting that out to avoid the Trump sign houses and stuff like that, if I remember correctly, and she tried to say it came from up above. Let's see, Dr. Oz and RFK. What are they going to kiss? I'm surprised nobody made an AI of them kissing. Well, Dan Blackright, don't you do it.
But wait a minute. Dr. Oz is an Oprah Winfrey.
Yeah, I know.
Like, he's an Oprah Winfrey cuck, right? That's what he is. That's where he came from, right? If it wasn't for Oprah, nobody would know who Dr. Oz is.
That's why Trump, I think, wanted him for that Pennsylvania Senate race, because he thought, oh, he's Dr. Oz, he's backed by Oprah, and he'll get all his stuff. And he didn't realize that for certain people that politics trumps everything else, per se. I don't know why Trump's a good word for that, but trumps everything else. And then it wasn't going to matter, even though he was friends, like literally friends with Oprah, that there was no way she was going to back him.
No way, because he was running for the Trump banner. Right.
RFK and CMS head Dr. Mehmet Oz just announced a landmark deal with insurers to cover nearly 80% of Americans. The target, prior authorization. The single biggest source of delays, denials, and stress for doctors and patients alike, and they finally fixed it.
What? Wait a minute, Jim. Can you go back to that? Like, RFK and CMS head Dr. Oz just announced a landmark deal with insurance covering nearly 80% of America. So
they're going to get rid of all this stuff. You know how you got to get prior authorization for stuff? It's
no,
like,
you
got to get prior authorization.
How are they making the deal happen?
Because it has to do with regulations, and all the stuff is through, because he's HHS, Health and Human Services, so he handles everything, Medicare, Medicaid, all that stuff. Social Security. So basically,
they don't need Congress to approve this, like they
no,
did
because
Obamacare?
they don't, because it's in Obamacare. So part of Obamacare is that these guys get to write rules, promulgate rules, and make deals, and you know what I mean. And as long as insurance companies agree, then you know. So let's read what it is, because they finally fixed it. So, what is prior authorization? Insurance companies make you get approval before covering MRIs, outpatient surgery, or cancer treatments, etc., because you're not in a hurry for anything. Doctors call it a scourge. In 2023, Medicare Advantage denied 3.2 million requests. Yeah, I had to get pre-authorized for, I have Blue Cross. I had to get pre-authorized for a prescription. And they told me, well, you see, that dosage is too low. You need a higher dosage for it to be authorized. For that dosage, you need a pre-authorization, because we don't cover that. It's, doesn't make sense. It was like, with some drug, and it was like 7.5 milligrams is what I was getting. And they said, oh, we only approved 20 milligrams. I'm like, well, I don't need 20 milligrams.
So you're trying to make me a drug addict. Okay.
It was weird.
Right.
It was very weird. Yeah. So yeah, but I had to get special authorization. It only lasted a year. And then, so under RFK's deal, insurers agreed to 6 huge reforms: standardize electronic submissions, cut number of services needing approval, honor approvals when switching insurers, faster decisions on real-time approval by 2027. Medical professionals must review denials. Insurers pledge changes. Yeah, so let's see.
All right. So I live in Illinois. There's one insurance provider, dude. If you're on Obamacare, there's one. There's no switching. So I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Just saying. I don't have insurance. Haven't had insurance for 24 years. I just go to the doctor and pay cash. And I would like to have insurance because I'm going to start deteriorating real quick one day, Jim. And guess what? Not having insurance will probably cost a lot of money that I'm not going to have. So how about we get rid of Obamacare? Where's that in the news? Obamacare has been completely overridden. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So Dr. Oz puts it bluntly. He said, this process erodes public trust. Physicians spend 12 hours a week on prior authorization. Patient suffers, doctors burn out. The deal lifts the burden for hundreds of millions of Americans and gets patient care faster. I mean, they need to get rid of all the bureaucrats in the medical. I mean, that's what's the cost is driving costs with all this stuff is the bureaucrats, the different people they need for all the paperwork to review the stuff and to make sure, well, you got to have these codes. Everything's got to have these codes. If you put the code in wrong and then the people get denied, like you should be able to go to the doctor. And doctor says you need this. They should go, okay, we're going to pay for it. I don't know.
Well, I know we used to bitch about HMOs back in the day. They're better than Obamacare, Jim. 1,000%.
Most of the stuff now are PPOs anyway, where it's a provider, preferred provider organization or whatever, where you can go to a bunch. It's not like an HMO, but it's like this group. But then what happens when they change and they no longer have your provider in the group? Because that happened to me. My doctor is no longer in the group.
Yeah.
And so they don't. And I'm not changing doctors because it's my doctor. It's been my doctor. So I'm not changing doctors. So now it costs me more money to go to that doctor.
But your doctor is like, this is crap. I don't like this group. Yeah. It's terrible.
Oh, hey, Raven. How you doing? Nice to see you. Yeah, and Duck and Philly says you got to complain to your insurance commissioner as much as you can. Every single time they delay your care, complain. Well, complaining does work, but what I've actually found though, more often than not, is if you have a problem and you actually have 5 hours to spend on the phone with the insurance company, they might fix your problem in a month or two.
SB Farmer says, Dave, do you use one of those special pharmacies that mix their own shit?
Compounding pharmacy, I think it's called.
I you know what? I don't go to the pharmacy. I don't have any medications. My wife has asthma inhalers, Jim. That's her medication that she takes. And the doctor just gives her, like, he's really cool. And he just gives her samples every time she has an attack in the winter. He's like, here's some samples, and that's it. But yeah, like
they need to, what they need to do is they need to open up compounding pharmacies more and make it easier for that, because what they do basically is they bypass, so you don't have to pay it's like generic, you know what I mean, where they can actually make you the drug. And it's not, so you're not paying the fees and all this stuff. I mean, there's really no reason that we should be paying more for a drug in the United States than somebody in another country pays.
In Mexico, right?
It's right. You know what? If and to basically say, well, those other countries won't let us charge that much. Okay, then tell them they don't get the drug then if they don't pay what everyone should be paying the same cost. If the profit, the U.S. should not be bearing the burden of the whole world's medical costs. I'm sorry.
I thought that was what Trump signed as a president or executive order. Like
that was in his first term, and then Biden revoked it. Yeah,
I thought he did it again though. Like
what should happen? There should be no reason. Like if you can go to Canada or Mexico and buy a drug for $40 for a month's supply, there's no reason it should be $400 in the U.S. It doesn't make any sense, and it needs to stop. Oh, he did it again. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
He did it again. Yeah.
That's great. So actor Eric Dane McSteamy from Grey's Anatomy spoke too. He has ALS. Uncertainty is part of the disease, he said. Delays from insurance make it worse. He called the reforms a breakthrough for everyone who needs answers and hope. Well, that's great.
Yeah, but he's got ALS. There's no fucking cure for that. Like, sorry, dude.
Don't you think it's really funny? I mean, not funny like haha, but funny odd that Lou Gehrig was the first guy to get Lou Gehrig's disease.
Weird, right? Like,
that's strange.
You mean like he's the first guy that got diagnosed as a superstar, so they gave it his name. But but ALS, you're fucked. Sorry. It's like dementia. Sorry. We don't have any cure for that.
I think we're going to find out that dementia, we've noticed a marked increase in dementia since people have been taking cholesterol medication. Your brain is mostly cholesterol. So now I'm going to just say that possibly somebody should look into whether or not cholesterol lowering drugs like statins and stuff like that, if that's affecting
dementia,
actually making dementia worse. I don't know. I'm not saying it does, but I'm just saying it seems like, unless we just notice these things more, maybe people are living longer and that's why people have more dementia. And yes, I am not making a joke about ALS. It's a serious disease and it's a shame. And I wish we had more studies on it. It was a bad joke. I apologize.
It's not even a joke. I mean, it's the facts. Like Lou Gehrig had ALS. He was a great
baseball player,
Hall of Fame baseball player, like fantastic. And he got stricken down at a young age too. Like he was still somewhat in the prime of his career, Jim. And it sucked. It sucks when you see people deteriorate like that. And we talked about this before, man.
Oh my God. A $20 super chat just came in. I got to stop the show. I'm very confused. I thought Trump and RFK were putting in the Soylent Green initiative into effect. Everyone gets feed, population down. Wait, it's people. On second thought, okay. Well, I hope not. I don't want to eat people. I don't want to. Thank you very much, Jay Schwalbeck. I don't want to eat people. I don't want to eat the bugs. I don't want to live in the pod. No, I tell you, I won't eat at Burger King anymore since they started the Impossible Burgers because I don't trust them that they won't slip one in on me. How do I know that the guy won't be like, well, we got these extra ones. Just
that doubles of one beef and one, yeah.
Wait, why? What did I do, a Tor fan? I don't understand. Oh my goodness. I don't understand. What did I do?
Charlton Heston got Heston's disease. Charlton Heston, man. We watched Soylent Green and what's another one? What's the other one?
Omega Man.
Omega Man on stream one night. He is a boss. Charlton Heston was a boss, dude. He did so much acting by himself in both of those movies where he was just the guy. He wasn't acting against another character. And you're like, damn, this guy is good. He's so good.
So it says here, RFK also told a chilling true story. A patient was approved for a heart transplant in New York, but the life-saving pump needed before surgery was denied. What? The surgeon implanted it anyway. The patient lived. The insurance company sued the doctor. This ends now. That's insane. Yeah, we'll like I've noticed that a lot too. Like they'll approve stuff and then they'll deny the anesthesia. Like I had to pay for my own anesthesia when I had my gallbladder taken out. I'm like, wait, how are you going to take a gallbladder out without anesthesia? Isn't that insane? I ended up getting the money later, but it was like at the time of surgery, it wasn't approved. The anesthesia.
But Jim, you have private insurance, right? Not even Obamacare.
I pay for my insurance. Yeah, I pay a lot for my insurance.
Yeah, of course you do. If you don't have Obamacare.
But I was when I used to pay for my son for his insurance, like when he was
under 18,
under 18, his insurance was $500 a month for a kid.
Oh, yeah,
and the kid goes to the doctor once a year for a checkup.
Yeah, and resents going for that checkup. Like, I'm fine. What do you want me to go to the doctor for? Like,
yeah. Why is this time different? Kennedy says clear standards, specific deliverables, measurable deadlines, CMS oversight, and he gives credit where it's due. This happened because of President Trump's leadership. I'm actually happy that RFK is in there with Trump, and I hope that Trump listens to him, and I hope they can work together to actually make us healthier and better. All the stuff that they're doing, to like getting the additives out of the food, the dyes, and all this stuff. I think it's great. The fluoride out of the water. Why do we need fluoride in the water? You have fluoride in your toothpaste. Brush your teeth with the fluoride toothpaste. You don't need it in the water. It doesn't do you any good to drink the fluoride. Oh, Sunshine says anesthesia was denied for her back surgery. Lovely. Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't understand how they can do that and get away with it. I really don't.
Yeah, it's part of the package. It's like,
I
bought a car, but no steering wheels included. The loan didn't approve that. What? No, thank you.
All right. Now we're going to go in a completely different direction. And we're going to talk about, boom, breaking news. Hamas leader and October 7th mastermind, Hamid Mahmoud Katabutudahalak, was killed in an IDF airstrike. Hakaman Mohammed Asala Isa al-Halak Isa killed in airstrike, IDF says.
What happened October 7th?
There was this party going on. There was like this rave, and then these Hamas guys, they got on these gliders, and they were like, "We weren't invited. We're going to come and crash in on the party."
Oh, the Israel thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then they came crashing in and basically killing a bunch of people. So,
all right.
Why did they do this? I've been noticing this, and this is really upsetting me, where they keep putting videos that have nothing to do with the article. Israel's military eliminated a founding Hamas military leader and mastermind behind the October 7th attack, Tel Aviv officials said Saturday. Hakam Mohammed Isa al-Isa was killed during a targeted airstrike on the Sabra neighborhood of Gaza City, Israeli Defense Forces said. Al-Isa was one of the final remaining founding members of the terrorist organization's military wing and played a crucial role in the October 7th attack that launched the ongoing Hamas-Israel conflict. So it says he's eliminated. He's smiling. He seems happy. He's getting to see Allah.
Yeah. Well, how do they know?
I don't know.
Like, are Israeli troops?
How do we know? How do we know they really killed Osama bin Laden?
Right. Like, how? Like they threw his ashes in the sea. Okay. Like, how do we know this guy's dead? Did Israeli troops go in there after they strike this place to fucking confirm it?
I don't know, but it says, one of the founders of Hamas Terrorist Organization served as the head of the Combat Support Administrative Headquarters of Hamas. He was a key source of knowledge and one of the last remaining senior Hamas terrorists in the Gaza Strip. In the past, he led Hamas force building domain in the Gaza Strip. He was one of the founders of Hamas military wing and served as the head of the training headquarters. He played a significant role in the planning and execution of October 7th massacre and operated to rebuild Hamas organizational systems that were damaged during the war. Yeah, so.
Okay.
Hakaman Mohammed al-Isa is a founding Hamas military leader responsible for planning the October 7th attack and was killed during a targeted airstrike on the Sabra neighborhood of Gaza City, Israeli forces said. Isa led Hamas force build-up, training, and planned the October 7th massacre. As head of the combat support, he planned aerial and naval attacks against Israelis. So he planned the glider attack. The IDF and Israeli security forces will continue to locate and eliminate all terrorists involved in the October 7th massacre. Because he was a key. Why does it do that? Why is it doing that? He was a key source of knowledge for the Hamas, held a litany of high-ranking positions with the group prior to October 7th, including as the head of the training headquarters. If this was their headquarters building, it doesn't look like they're doing too much training there.
Well, they're learning how to get in and out of dilapidated buildings, Jim. I mean, what the hell?
I wonder if they're going to recycle that concrete. He was pivotal to rebuild the Hamas organizational systems that were damaged over the last several months. Isa was also the co-founder of the Al-Din al-Qassam Brigade's military academy, where he trained thousands of terrorists and influenced the structure of the military wing, the Jerusalem Post reported. He arrived in Gaza in 2005 from Syria and was reportedly with his wife and grandson during the strike. So they killed his wife and grandson too? Is that what they're saying without saying it? I don't know. How do you feel about that when they kill family members with them?
No, they could have waited till they left the house, dude.
Yeah, I don't see why they got to do that. There's really no reason to do that.
But so like he had thousands of people that he brought in. So I don't know, Jim. Killing him just makes those thousands of people more radical. Like, oh my God, you killed our leader. We're gonna fuck you up, Israel. Like it just makes more fucking radicals. Just saying. I know you got to take these people out. They're not good people. But there's going to be somebody else just as smart that can, build up these groups of terrorists. And I don't know. It's crazy.
Issa's death comes just days after the IDF claimed to have killed the leader of a brutal Palestinian jihadist group responsible for kidnapping and cold-blooded murders of Hamas hostages captured on October 7th. Assad Abu Thariya, head of the Mujahideen brigades, was taken out in a joint operation in Gaza City on Saturday by Israeli Defense Forces and the Shin Bet, Israel's internal security agency. Also last month, the IDF killed Hamas chief Mohammed Sinwar doing an airstrike on Gaza hospital. Sinwar was hiding in the tunnels beneath the building, and dramatic footage captured the moment IDF soldiers ripped his body from the rubble. Oh, so that's how they found that guy. They got his body from the rubble. Well, that's it. That's all they got on that story. So it really doesn't say much.
Well, it just sounds like Israel is doing a lot of targeted attacks and taking out people that killed a bunch of teenagers at a rock concert, basically, right, Jim?
A bunch of teenagers at the rock concert, and then a bunch of people at they have these kibbutzes out in the close to the areas, and then they went in and killed people, families, children, and everything, and
right,
kidnapped hostages and stuff. It's brutal. I don't know. It's sick. So, but
they've been doing this for thousands of years to each other, dude.
I don't know about thousands of years. It's been happening for a long. I mean, that area, the Levant, that whole area has been
in turmoil forever.
Been trouble.
Yeah. And it's all over religion.
Another thing that's part of my religion is the DHS terminates temporary protected status for Haitians in the U.S. See how it does that? That's what you call a. What's that called when you do that? It's called I don't know. The move is set to put up to 500,000 Haitians at risk of deportations.
What?
Yeah. It's Biden bringing in a bunch of Haitians. You remember that whole thing about they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats? That was Haitians. Sure. Yeah, so the Department of Homeland Security on Friday announced that it would terminate temporary protected status for Haiti, setting the groundwork for hundreds of thousands of Haitians to potentially be deported from the United States once the designation expires later this summer. The termination of temporary protected status, a designation that shields from deportation people who have traveled to the U.S. from countries that are deemed unsafe because of natural disasters, armed conflict, or other extraordinary conditions, would put up to 500,000 Haitians at risk for deportation as gang violence continues to roil the country. Well, maybe that 500,000 could go back there and stop the gangs from roiling the country. According to DHS release, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem determined that conditions in Haiti no longer meet the TPS statutory requirements after concluding that conditions in the country have improved sufficiently for Haitians in the U.S. to return. The DHS plans to terminate the designation effective September 2nd. This is Jay Swalback is talking about that last story. It says Mossad has a list and they're checking it twice. Gonna snuff who's naughty, not nice.
True. Yeah, I mean, they went to fucking South America to take out a bunch of people that were part of the Holocaust, Jim.
Yeah, well, they did. After, if you remember, there was that whole Black September thing. I don't know. I mean, it was before I was born, but that Munich attack, and they went and they tracked basically down the people responsible, the financiers and stuff, and whacked them out. It was a good movie with Eric Bana called Munich. Good movie to watch, and basically it was like saying don't mess around with the
don't kill the Olympians. Don't kill the Olympic athletes. And where were they at, Jim? Where was it?
It was Munich, Germany.
Munich. Yeah.
That was what basically put the PLO on the map for being a terrorist organization. This decision restores integrity in our immigration system and ensures that temporary protected status is actually temporary. An unnamed DHS spokesperson said in the release, Haitian nationals may pursue lawful status through other immigration benefit requests if eligible. But while DHS said Haiti is safe for Haitian citizens to return home, the country still remains at level 4 designation by the State Department, which advised Americans are not to travel there due to risk of kidnapping, crime, civil unrest, and limited health care. Haiti is also included in President Trump's new travel ban. Trump has threatened mass deportations for Haitians since his presidential campaign when he began attacking Haitians, zeroing in on migrants in Springfield, Ohio, that he said were destroying the town's way of life. They were eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Both Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance at the time boasted theories about Haitians in Springfield eating a slew of local wildlife, including cats, dogs, and geese, sparking outcries from Democrats. I am not going to call that conspiracy theories because we saw videos of them doing it. There's video.
It's facts. Yeah,
it's facts. It's simply wrong, then President Joe Biden said of Trump and Vance comments, adding that the Haitian American community was under attack. The decision in the latest in the Trump administration's crackdown on immigration that follows a February move by DHS rescinding temporary legal protection for Haitians in the U.S. that have been granted under the Biden administration, which cited at the time dangerous conditions in Haiti that made the return unsafe. Well, Trump administration has also made similar moves, terminating protections for Afghans, Venezuelans, and Cameroonians in the country, and won a legal battle in the Supreme Court in May after justices cleared the way for the administration to immediately end deportation protections for roughly 350,000 Venezuelans in the country. Wow. Wowza. Hey, sounds good, right? Gonna get them on out of here. Send them all home.
Well, who's going to bury cable TV in South Florida?
Cubans. I don't know. I mean,
no,
we have way too,
dude. Like when I was there 30 years ago, it was Haitians burying cable.
Well, there's a huge Haitian community in South Florida. They're already there. They came,
gigantic, dude.
Yeah, gigantic. So, but I mean, that's not them. This is just new people that came in. Like Biden let in over 20 million people, during his 4 years, well over 20 million. So it's, like I agree with Andrew Branca. He says, I mean, maybe not, he says 100 million. He thinks there's 100 million illegals in the country, people that are here without correct paperwork, visa overstays, people that cross the border, all these different things, I mean, I don't know. 100 million to me seems outrageous, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was 60 or 70 million. I mean, if 100 million, that would be like 1/3 the population. That's a lot. But hey, if it is, they got to go. They all got to go home. Just think of how much rent prices would come down if they deported all the illegals. It'd be insane.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Like,
they keep saying, who's going to do this? Who's going to do that? It'd be fine. We'll get people to do it. The thing is, our economy operates on supply and demand. The supply cannot meet the demand because there's all these illegals here. If they go home, our supply will be abundant and prices will be super cheap. Yeah. Well, they could do that. They should just do that. You're right. They should just order DoorDash, let the illegals come to them, and then they can get it.
That's true, dude. Like when I'm on the road and I order DoorDash, it's usually somebody that barely speaks the English.
So here's a story that had me very upset. So we're gonna talk about this. Award-winning journalist arrested and charged with possession of child pornography. Award-winning journalist. No, I was very upset about this. This is very upsetting. Yes, that this happened. That an award-winning journalist. This is the second woke Washington Post Pulitzer Prize-winning person to be charged this year with child sex crimes. A Washington Post editor who was awarded a Pulitzer Prize for his coverage of Senate candidate Roy Moore and his alleged attraction to a minor teen girl was arrested for possessing child pornography. If you remember, that's the guy that they slandered, saying that they created some thing where this girl had some. He was running in Alabama for Jeff Sessions' seat, Roy Moore, and they slandered him and all this stuff. They came up with this book, and basically it was all BS. But this is, who could ever guess this guy would be in the possession of child porn?
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, He's the guy. He's, God.
And
Now,
see, Washington Post editor just got arrested for child porn.
it is amazing, though, Jim, like how the politicians might not get the same scrutiny as this guy. Like, I still want to see the Epstein list.
I do too. I
Yeah,
think those people, they need to start arresting people, the Diddy list, all of it. So here we go. So award-winning journalist arrested and charged with possession of child pornography for immediate release, U.S. Attorney's Office, District of Columbia. Thomas Pham Legros, 48, made his first appearance today in U.S. District Court for allegedly possessing child pornography. Legros, a journalist at the Washington Post and resident of the District of Columbia, was arrested yesterday and taken into custody following a search of his home. If I remember, I don't know if it's going to go into this, but if I remember, okay, you're right, Dan. Yeah, hit the like because we love Jim and Jim loves us. He loves it and he tells. That's right. I will tell you. Whose hat? Where's her hat? Who's her? Her hat? Who? What? This guy, if I remember correctly from the story, I don't know if it's in here, but they went to get the guy and he smashed his computer. He had his own personal laptop. He smashed it, destroyed it. Thinking, you can't get it. And then he forgot that he had the same crap on his work computer. It's not the smartest bulb in the bunch.
Well, like if you're smashing your computer when they show up at your door, you're probably guilty. Okay.
The charges were announced by U.S. Attorney Janine Ferris-Pirro. Her real name is Ferris, like Ferris Bueller? Janine Ferris-Bueller?
Nice.
Ethan hat red. I don't know what that means. On June 26, 2025, FBI agents executed a search warrant at Legros' residence and seized several electronic devices. A review of Legros' work laptop revealed a folder that contained 11 videos depicting child sexual abuse material. Ooh.
Now, is he going to say he was doing that for his reporting?
I don't know, but here it says, during the execution of the search warrant, agents observed what appeared to be fractured pieces of a hard drive in a hallway outside the room where Legros' work laptop was found. The case is being investigated by the FBI. So that's what I was talking about. So he smashed up his hard drive and stuff, trying to hide stuff. So the case is being investigated by the FBI Washington Field Office's Child Exploitation and Human Trafficking Task Force, which is composed of FBI agents, along with other federal agents and detectives from Northern Virginia and the District of Columbia. The task force is charged with investigating and bringing federal charges against individuals engaged in the exploitation of children and those engaged in human trafficking. The matter is being prosecuted by U.S. Attorney Carol Burrell and Janai Leinagar of the District of Columbia. This case was brought as part of.
Give her a fucking capital L.
Yeah. Or maybe that's an. Oh, you know what? Maybe that's an I. Maybe it's
Ianager.
Yeah, maybe it's anger or something like that. A Yanger.
Yeah.
Something. Some. I don't know. Anyway, Janai. I don't know. The case was brought as part of the Department of Justice Project Safe Childhood Initiative. In February 2026, the Attorney General created Project Safe Childhood.
2006.
Nationwide initiative designed to protect children from online exploitation and abuse, led by the Attorney General offices. Project Safe Childhood marshals federal, state, and local resources to better locate, apprehend, and prosecute individuals who exploit children via the internet, as well as identify and rescue victims. Well, you know what they should do, though?
Put them on the wall.
Well, that's where I put my maps on the wall.
Me too. Every time. Like
we can see them better.
Yeah. For sure.
So, and then we're going to get to some other news right now. This is another story right here. We got breaking. Trump secures additional trade deal with China. The U.S. and China just signed an additional understanding to implement the Trump-led Geneva Agreement. What's in the deal? What's the impact? Let's break it down. President Trump told reporters we're starting to open up China. Things that never really could have happened. Translation, Trump just forced China to make real enforceable trade concessions. They blinked. What?
Okay. I'm just like, okay.
The White House confirmed the New Deal builds on the Geneva framework first negotiated in May between U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer, and China's Vice Premier He Lifeng, hosted by Swiss President Karen Keller-Sutter. Previously, Trump had imposed a 145% tariff on Chinese goods. China retaliated with 125% tariffs on U.S. exports. Now we are getting a total of 55% tariffs. China is getting 10%. Relationship is excellent. Yes, China agreed to this. And here's the kicker. Just one day before the deal was announced, Trump said he would allow China to resume oil purchases from Iran. That's leverage on China and Iran. Trump used Iran's sanctions as a bargaining chip. Now China gets oil and we get trade wins. But why? So is this a deal? So he's trying to make, and this is an olive branch to Iran too, by letting them sell the oil.
Right. And does that mean my Chinese-made products are going to be cheaper on Amazon? Is that what this is telling me? Like, what the fuck?
I don't know. Let's keep going here. That's not all. On the same day the deal was signed, GE Appliances, owned by China's Hair Group since Obama, announced a $490 million investment moving production from China back to Kentucky. 800 new jobs, new U.S. factory lines, real results. Coincidence? Doubtful.
Well, okay.
Well, somebody must have just went live because we went from 98 down to 69.
Can you show me the land where they're building this factory? Because I'm tired of hearing about these factories.
I think it's factories that were already there in Kentucky, where GE had factory that they had shuttered or mothballed.
Oh, okay. Show me them. I just want to see.
I don't have. This is Trump's trade doctrine enacted. Leverage tariffs, use energy policy as pressure, enforce reciprocal trade, make America the better investment, reshore jobs voluntarily. You don't need a war, you need a deal maker. Now that the clock is ticking on Canada, the EU, et al., Trump set a July 9th deadline for all trade partners to agree to new trade deals or face a dramatic tariff hike over the current 10% U.S. baseline. This China and UK deals are proof this works. What do you think?
I don't know, man. I don't know if I've seen a big increase in any pricing for shit I buy with these tariffs, but I don't know if I buy enough to notice, Jim. I did buy a new grill this weekend, the Terra, like you have, the Traeger.
Yeah.
And it was $150 off. So, okay. Like, nice.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if I'm not mistaken, they didn't notice any increase from the tariffs. Like basically it all leveled out as far as inflation. They couldn't prove, as far as the Fed, couldn't prove any inflation. Like
now I will say this in my daily life for work, there were companies that we deal with that said that there was going to be a tariff adjustment to pricing. Okay, like and we didn't pass it on to our customers, but we ate the cost. Because at the end of the day, this shit goes away pretty quick, and we're seeing that right now. Like he's already got China bending the knee, right?
There's another story here. New story. Trump administration takes action after massive fraud uncovered at agency Dems try to protect from Doge. Democrats screamed when Doge auditors came to USAID. It didn't take long to figure out why. Now the SBA is auditing all contracts going back 15 years. This is she was appointed as senator. I can't think. Kelly Loeffler is her name. Loeffler in Georgia when someone died. I think, or something happened. She was appointed a senator, and then she lost election. She was only senator for like a year or two under the last Trump administration, and now she's the head of the Small Business Association, I believe. Yeah, it says USAID turned out to be a giant global Democratic slush fund. They couldn't even be honest with each other. DOJ exposed a $55 million bribery scandal there. Yeah,
$550 million.
Yeah, $550 million bribery scandal. Four USAID officers took bribes for 10 years to rig foreign contracts. Yeah, I've already talked about this story multiple times. This story in particular.
Well, 4 people are pleading guilty, all part of a $500 million bribery scandal involving USAID. Mike Emanuel has the story from Washington.
Bill, good morning. The scheme involving cash, NBA tickets, and a country club wedding. According to the Justice Department, USAID official Roderick Watson sold his influence starting back in 2013. Contractors Walter Barnes and Daryl Britt funneled payoffs through subcontractor Paul Young to hide their tracks. It doesn't end there. Barnes's company, working in conjunction with another firm, kept receiving federal funds. $5,000 for human resources consulting late last year. And then later, after suing the government, a contract worth up to $800 million. Matthew R. Galliotti, head of the Justice Department's criminal division, saying, quote, their scheme violated the public trust by corrupting the federal government's procurement process. Anybody who cares about good and effective government should be concerned about the waste, fraud, and abuse in government agencies, including USAID. Cutting waste, fraud, and abuse has been a big focus on Capitol Hill across government, a major priority for House Speaker Mike Johnson. The U.S. Agency for International Development has been a target for those looking to trim government spending, with some suggesting the agency funneled taxpayer dollars into ideological projects.
I mean, USAID blew it. They showed themselves to be completely irresponsible. It needs to be redone, and the funds need to be directed properly.
Back to the scheme, the Justice Department says this kind of fraud erodes public trust. Bill?
Wild story, Mike. $500 million. Remarkable. Mike Emanuel, live in D.C. for us. Thank you, Mike.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Oh, thanks, but no thanks. So yeah, so that's that story, and it was brutal, and they were still giving them money even after they found out that they were doing it. The government was still giving them money. That's crazy. The scheme: cash bribes, country club weddings, fake jobs for family, mortgage down payments, MBA luxury suite tickets, laptops, burner phones, shell companies, all to funnel contracts to preferred Democratic vendors on your dime. One of these contractors, Vistan, awarded an $800 million USAID deal in 2023 to address root causes of migration to Central America. Yeah, that was that whole thing with Kamala Harris's plan to get to the root causes. Translation: they got paid to fail at the border crisis Democrat created. Vistan CEO and a 2D contractor funneled bribes, or second contractor, through a third party to hide the scheme. DOJ says the USAID own official received more than $1 million in bribes. Wow. The government has operated this way for years without oversight. No wonder Democrats freaked about Doge. Now the SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler is ordering a full-scale audit of every SBA contract officer since 2010. She's calling this what it is: systemic failure, collapse in safeguards, and breakdown in federal integrity. But turn on the lights and the rats and roaches run. So they're going to start looking into, Kelly lost to Warnock, Marjorie. Yeah. Kelly lost to Warnock. Yeah. Did she replace Purdue, or did Purdue lose also? I can't remember. Not sure. But so are they going to investigate all the contract officers? They're going to do start looking into them and seeing if they got money they shouldn't have. I mean, isn't that the IRS? Shouldn't the IRS be paying attention if somebody has an extra $1 million they're not supposed to have? The IRS, where did it come from? I don't know. Loeffler's audit began immediately with all high-dollar and limited competition contracts in SBA's 8A program. Violators will be referred to the DOJ. Funds will be recovered. No more free passes for corrupt bureaucrats and fake small businesses. The same people who claim cutting USAID would hurt the poor were protecting bribery, rackets, and slush funds. President Trump and his team are dismantling it, root and branch, and not a moment too soon. Okay. We're gonna swing to the other side of the country. We're gonna go to California and now talk about this, which I think is a quite funny story. Here we have California closes $12 billion deficit by cutting back immigrants' access to health care. And what they're saying, and by immigrants, is they mean illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants' access to health care. Because if they were people that were here illegally, they would have the same health care as everybody else, right? So I think, maybe I'm wrong. I think so. Let's see here. So yeah. They spelled illegal aliens wrong. So Jar Jar Binks and Jar Jar Binks Grok says, Misa Grok here to explain. Okay, day California got a big $12 billion credit deficit as Governor Newsom saying we got to freeze healthcare for some immigrants without papers. Supporters say it's about saving credits because the program costs $3 billion too much. They worry about taxes and federal cuts. making things worse. But opponents say, oh no, these hurt and vulnerable folks, making them sicker and causing war later in emergency rooms. They're talking about fairness, saying healthcare for all is right, public opinion split. Someone cuts, other one covers, it's messy, messy. But both having points, but no easy fix, okay, there. Here we go. California closes $12 billion deficit by cutting back immigrants' access to health care. Let me guess, this article has nothing to do with the story. California Governor Gavin Newsom signed on Friday a budget that pares back a number of progressive priorities, including a landmark healthcare expansion for low-income adult illegal immigrants. See, and there it says illegal immigrants, but the other article didn't say illegal immigrants, did it? Here it says illegal immigrants. To close a $12 billion deficit. It's the third year in a row the nation's most populous state has been forced to slash funds or stop some of the programs championed by Democratic leaders. Yeah, you need to have the money to spend the money. You can't spend money you don't have. Lawmakers passed the budget earlier in the day following an agreement of a $325 billion spending plan between Newsom and Democrat leaders. Steve, that was supposed to be my best Jar Jar Binks voice, but I don't think I did it well. I'm not really good at voices per se.
Agreed.
So, but the whole budget will be void if lawmakers don't send in legislation to make it easier to build housing by Monday. What? The budget avoids some of the most devastating cuts to essential safety net programs, state leaders said. They mostly relied on using state savings borrowed from special funds and delaying payments to plug the budget hole. So they just basically are saying they borrowed from Peter to pay Paul, as they say.
Well, Peter and Paul are the same guy. There's only so many taxpayers in California, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's balanced. It maintains substantial reserves and it's focused on supporting Californians, Newsom said in a statement about the budget. If they just focus on supporting Californians and not people who aren't Californians, illegal aliens are not Californians. They need to stop with their nonsense. You know, it says California also faces potential federal cuts to healthcare programs and broad economic uncertainty that could force even deeper cuts. Newsom in May estimated that federal policies, including on tariffs and immigration enforcement, could reduce state tax revenue by $16 billion. You know what, unhyphenated, I'm not going to disagree with you. There's a serious problem from the Chinese people in the country, in the universities, and there's a lot of spying going on. I think, if I'm not mistaken, what I've read, every Chinese student that comes to the United States has to report into their consulate and inform them what they've learned, and basically they're spies. This said, we've had to make some tough decisions. Senate President Pro Tempore Mike McGuire said on Friday, I know we're not going to please everybody, but we're doing this without any new taxes on everyday Californians. Is that code for saying they raised it on not everyday Californians, like the rich? Republican lawmakers said they were left out of the budget negotiations. They also criticized Democrats for not doing enough to address future deficits, which could range between $17 billion and $24 billion annually. That's a lot of BIM. We're increasing borrowing, we're taking away from the rainy day fund, and we're not reducing our spending, said Republican State Senator Tony Strickland prior to the vote. And this budget also does nothing about affordability in California. Here's a look at the spending in key areas. Healthcare. Under the budget deal, California will stop enrolling new adult patients without legal status in the state-funded healthcare program for low-income people starting in 2026. So, I covered that, Sheila Marie, I covered that yesterday. The lawsuit was filed by Hermit Dillon against Orange County over that. It was a ballot that got sent in the mail. The whistleblower talked about it, and they're suing because California is refusing to release the information about how many illegal aliens actually got ballots, how many voted. They won't give them the information. So, yeah, that was yesterday's show. So, the state will also implement a $30 monthly premium in July 2027 for immigrants remaining on the program, including some with legal status. So for more illegals. So here's the bottom line: is the federal government should not be reimbursing California 1 penny for any coverage to illegal aliens at all. The premiums would apply to adults under 60 years old. The changes to the program known as Medi-Cal are a scaled-back version of Newsom's proposals in May. Still, it's a major blow to an ambitious program started last year to help the state inch closer to the goal of universal health care. See, you can't provide universal health care when you have illegal aliens pouring in. You just can't, because they're going to suck and try. And the more you give free stuff away, that's a draw for people to come. There's free stuff. Democrat State Senator Maria Elena Durazo broke with her party and voted no on the healthcare change, calling them a betrayal of immigrant communities. The deal also removes $78 million in funding for mental health phone lines, including a program that serves 100,000 people annually. It will eliminate funding that helps pay for dental services for low-income people in 2026 and delay implementation of legislation requiring health insurance to cover fertility services by 6 months to 2026. But lawmakers also successfully pushed back on several proposed cuts from Newsom they called draconian. The deal secures funding for a program providing in-home domestic and personal care services for low-income residents and Californians with disabilities. It also avoids cuts to Planned Parenthood.
Oh, no Planned Parenthood cuts. Oh,
Of course.
that's so sad, Jim. Like, let's not raise more American-born children. Let's bring in a bunch of illegals. Yeah, that's great.
Lawmakers agreed to let the state tap $1 billion from its cap and trade program to help to fund state firefighting efforts.
What?
I don't know what the cap and trade program is. A market-based system aimed at reducing carbon emissions. Companies have to buy credits to pollute. So it's just a scam, a tax scam where they go climate change and they make companies pay them for making the weather gooder.
Which is not a thing.
No, it's not a thing.
They can't prove a thing.
Companies have to buy credits to pollute, and that money goes into a fund lawmakers are supposed to tap for climate-related spending. But just like everything else, they spend the money whenever they can, wherever they can.
As quick as they can. Yeah.
Newsom wanted to reauthorize the program through 2045 with a guarantee that $1 billion would annually go to the state's long-delayed high-speed rail project. Oh, man.
Yeah. That California high-speed rail. Yeah. How many rails are just plop in the middle of the desert that took away farmland, Jim? I've seen documentaries about this shit, and they're like bridges to nowhere. Same thing with these high-speed rail tracks to nowhere. Not gonna fucking happen.
The budget doesn't make that commitment, as lawmakers wanted to hash out spending plans outside of the budget process. The rail project currently receives 25% of the cap and trade proceeds, which is roughly $1 billion annually, depending on the year. Legislative leaders also approved funding to help transition part-time firefighters into full-time positions. Many state firefighters only work 9 months each year, which lawmakers said harms the state's ability to prevent and fight wildfires. Well, why would they need to have wildfire firefighters when there aren't wildfires? Because there's not wildfires when it's rainy and wet, right? That's like, why would they pay? Like, that's like saying we're going to pay our teachers year round, even though they only go teach in schools 9 months out of the year. Oh, wait, well, they do that anyway.
I'm like, wait, are you being serious? Yeah. What?
The deal also includes $10 million to increase the daily wage for incarcerated firefighters who earn $5.80 to $10.24 a day currently.
The deal includes
because they use Kamala Harris got in a lot of trouble because she was keeping people in prison in order to have them fight fires because they were trained. Because they train them and stuff on how to do stuff. They go out in the woods. Basically, they say they're firefighters, but they're more or less they just clear brush and stuff out in the woods and they're not out there, you know. You know. The budget agreement will provide $80 million to help implement a Tough on Crime initiative voters overwhelmingly approved last year. Yeah, Tough on Crime, which was the initiative, which was, hey, let's not say that stealing over $1,000 isn't a crime, because that's what they did. And so they're like, no, it's a crime. And they basically backtracked on all the crap that they try to push through. The measure makes shoplifting a felony for repeat offenders, increases penalties for some drug charges, and gives judges the authority to order people with multiple drug charges into treatment. Most of the fund, $50 million, will help counties build more behavioral health beds. Probation officers will get $15 million for pretrial services, and courts will receive $20 million to support increased caseloads. Advocates of the measure, including sheriffs, district attorneys, and probation officers, said that that's not enough money. Some have estimated it would take around $400 million for the first year of the program. Wow. So,
because jail doesn't work. Let's give them treatment programs, Jim. Oh my God! Can I just delete myself on Minecraft? I'm glad I don't live in California. This is worse than the U.S. budget. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. So, but cities and counties won't see new funding to help them address homelessness next year, which local leaders said could lead to loss of thousands of shelter beds. Yeah, I think they spent didn't California spend $4 billion or something, or $5 billion on homelessness, and they couldn't figure out where the money went. They have if they're going to spend this money, they have to track that it actually does something. And then
they don't.
They should have to track it. And this, they shouldn't get to keep spending more money if what they're spending the money on doesn't do anything. If it doesn't work, if the programs don't work, they shouldn't keep spending money on them.
Jim, do private prisons work?
Well, people are locked up in them, and it's keeping them locked up. I guess they work, right?
Yeah, but when they come out, are they?
Well, I mean, it's not. We've abandoned rehabilitation. We don't even consider that. It's just basically punishment now. There is really no rehabilitation. They used to say that. They used to call it a reformatory, whatever, because they would reform the people. They would try to make them better. They don't even care anymore. It's just basically housing people now. And they did away with a lot of stuff. People used to be able to, in prison, used to be able to go to school. They used to be able to get a degree or something, learn stuff. They took all that stuff away. Do you
think they should be owned by private companies because they're making fucking?
Well, they did it to save money. They did it to save money because it's cheaper.
Saving so much, yeah.
But the whole thing is the state-owned prisons. It was costing too much money with the pensions and everything, so that's why they went to the private prisons. The pensions and stuff and all that stuff got out of control, and there's the unions and everything. So they got the private prisons because then they're not union. They don't
until they become union.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it says, well, maybe. The budget also doesn't act on Newsom's proposal to streamline a project to create a massive underground tunnel to reroute a big part of the state's water supply. That's weird. I've never heard of it. Have you heard anything about this tunnel?
No.
Is that going to be like the big dig in Boston that took
so are they telling us that the water that California gets from the Colorado River needs to go underground to make it softer? Is that what it is? Because the water in California sucks in Southern California. It's so fucking hard.
I'm not sure.
When I used to live in Ventura and shit, it was awful. And that would be Southern.
Well, and I got another story here. Another story. We're going to switch to another story.
Jim,
and it's a feel-good story.
Check out, dude. I have to go.
All right. Okay.
Thanks, chat. Nice meeting you all. Jim, tomorrow night is Farscape on my channel. If people want to go over there and watch Farscape. And Jim, you're going to get the link. I send it to you every night.
I'll stop by, but I do stream on Sundays at 11. So,
well, we start at 6.
Okay.
So we're done by 9:30. So,
all right, no problem.
All right, guys. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
So I got a good story here for you guys. It's a feel-good story. It'll make everybody happy. It made me happy when I read it. Breaking news. The Justice Department abruptly fires 3 of the persecutors who were involved in the persecution of the January 6 hostages. That's right. 3 of the outrageous, tyrannical, authoritarian tyrants that worked for the DOJ have been fired by Pam Bondi. Justice Department abruptly fires 3 of the persecutors of January 6 hostages, AP sources say. The Justice Department on Friday fired at least 3 persecutors involved in the persecution of the hostages held after the January 6th protest. The latest moves by the Trump administration targeted attorneys connected to the massive persecution of the January 6th hostages, according to 2 people familiar with the matter. Those dismissed include 2 attorneys who worked as supervisors overseeing the January 6 persecutions in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington, as well as the line attorneys who persecuted cases stemming from the January 6 Capitol protests, the people said. They spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss personnel matters. A letter was received by one of the prosecutors who was signed by Attorney General Pam Bondi. The letter did not provide a reason for the removal. Effective immediately, citing only Article 2 of the United States Constitution and the laws of the United States, according to a copy seen by the Associated Press. Well, yeah, they don't have to give them a reason. They just say you're fired. That's the whole thing. You work at the pleasure of the president, so you're gone. Later. A Justice Department spokesman declined to comment Friday evening. The terminations marked yet another escalation of norm-shattering moves that have raised alarm over the Trump administration's disregard for civil service protection for career lawyers, and an erosion of the Justice Department's independence from the White House. Top leaders at the Justice Department has also fired employees who worked on the persecutions against Trump and demoted a slew of career supervisors. Well, they should have. They had no reason to be doing what they were doing. They were all breaking the rules and bending the rules and twisting it around. Get out of here. Trump's sweeping pardons of the January 6 hostages have led to worries about actions being taken against attorneys involved in the massive persecution of more than 1,500 Trump supporters who casually strolled into the Capitol as lawmakers met to certify President Joe Biden's election victory. Trump pardoned or commuted the sentence of all of them on his first day back in the White House, releasing them from prison. Releasing from prison people convicted of seditious conspiracy and violent assaults on police. During his time as interim U.S. Attorney in Washington, Ed Martin in February demoted several persecutors involved in the January 6 cases, including attorneys who served as chief of the Capitol Siege Section. They had a Capitol Siege Section. That's retarded. Others demoted include 2 lawyers who helped secure seditious conspiracy convictions against Oath Keeper founder Stuart Rhodes and former Proud Boys National Chairman Enrique Tarrio. Yeah, and guess what? Those guys are suing now, and they're going to get paid because Enrique Tarrio wasn't even there. In January, then acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove ordered the firings of about 24 persecutors who had been hired for temporary assignments to support the January 6 cases, but were moved into permanent roles after Trump's presidential win in November. Bove said he would not tolerate subversive personnel actions by the previous administration. Based. Emil Bove. Emil Bove has actually been nominated by Trump to be on the Court of Appeals. Let's hope he gets in, because he would be a good lawyer. So let's do that. Now, we're going to switch a little topics. We're going to talk a little religion. So I hope everyone doesn't mind. I'm just going to read an article. And, I don't like to get into this stuff much, but it's an article by Muse. I really like his stuff. So it says, Hinduism builds, Islam destroys. Why our immigration policy must recognize that. This is not, I'm just going to say that this is an article that I'm going to read and talk a little bit about it. We can debate it. I'm not saying I agree with everything in the article. I'm not saying I disagree with everything in the article. I'm just reading the article. Americans are right to ask, does every faith assimilate equally into Western democratic culture? Are we importing communities that will bolster or corrode our constitutional republic? These questions, though often dodged for fear of offense, demand an answer. In recent years, some have suggested that large-scale Hindu immigration is just as threatening to American values as Islamic immigration. This is false. It is false not merely as a matter of degree, but in kind. Hinduism and Islam, as religious and civilizational systems, do not relate to the West in the same way. Hinduism is compatible with American values. Islam, in its classic and current form, is not. This is going to get me in trouble, I think. What does it mean to be compatible with American values? At a minimum, it requires a faith to affirm pluralism. individual liberty, and the rule of law, and a separation between religious dictates and civil governance. Hinduism, with its polytheistic and philosophical elasticity, does this. Islam, with its foundational commitment to divine law, Sharia, over man-made law, does not. Let's start with doctrine. Hindu scripture proclaims that truth is manifold, that different religions can represent different paths to the divine. The Rig Veda's famous phrase, truth is one, the wise call it by many names, exemplifies this inclusive spirit. There is no concept of eternal damnation for the unbeliever, no universal mandate to convert the world, no theological war against the infidel. By contrast, classical Islam divides the world into believers and unbelievers, mandates conversion or subjugation, and offers eternal reward to those who spread the faith by word or historically by the sword. Yeah, and Dunkin' Donuts, guys. The difference matters. In America, the First Amendment protects religion precisely because it assumes no religion will seek to dominate the state. Hinduism never has. It does not prescribe a specific political system, and in practice has coexisted with monarchies, republics, and democracies. Indeed, modern India, the largest Hindu majority nation, is a secular state by constitutional design. Hinduism permits and even encourages religious diversity under a shared civic umbrella. Islam, however, does the opposite. The Islamic concept of law, Sharia, is not merely a set of personal ethical precepts. It's a legal code derived from the Quran and the Hadith, and intended to govern all aspects of life, including criminal justice, family relations, finance, and political authority. Its implementation in places like Saudi Arabia, Iran, Pakistan, and Afghanistan provide ample evidence of its incompatibility with Western liberalism. In those regimes, women are second-class citizens. Apostasy is punishable by death, and blasphemy, defined as criticism of Islam or its prophet, is criminalized. Some will argue that American Muslims are different, and many are. Two research surveys indicate that American Muslims are among the most assimilated Muslims communities in the West, with significant portions supporting democracy and pluralism. But this is a credit to America, not Islam. The pressure to confront the Western norms has softened the edges of Islamic orthodoxy in diaspora communities. Crucially, this assimilation tends to occur when Muslims remain a small minority within a broader American context, where prevailing norms and laws tempt religious extremism. However, when Muslims form a dominant demographic in a local area, as seen in parts of Michigan and Minnesota, the patterns shift. Rather than integrating, some communities assert cultural dominance, pushing Sharia-based laws, segregated public policies, and social norms that conflict with American constitutional values. The religion, as classically understood, has not changed. Consider the implications. Muslims must reinterpret, abandon, or secularize key tenets of the religion to live peaceably under American norms. Hindus do not. This is not mere theory, it is borne out in practice. Hindu Americans are among the most successful immigrant groups in the United States. According to Pew, they have the highest levels of education and household income of any religious group. They participate in civic life, vote at a high rate, and are disproportionately represented in medicine, engineering, and entrepreneurship. They do not form no-go zones. They do not lobby for parallel legal systems. They do not riot over cartoons. Islamic immigration has presented far more friction. In Europe, the story is tragic and clear. Muslim enclaves in France, Germany, Sweden, and the UK have become flashpoints for violence, welfare dependency, and political separatism. The British government has investigated over 80 de facto Sharia courts operating within its borders, many of which have enforced discriminatory practices against women. The murder of Theo Van Gogh, the fatwa against Salman Rushdie, and the massacre at Charlie Hebdo all speak to the theology unable or unwilling to coexist with free speech. There's a great article, which I'm going to talk about next, how Islam stole Iran's golden age, but that's going to be next. To anticipate an objection is not bigoted. Okay. To anticipate an objection, is it not bigoted to paint all Muslims in the same brush? The answer is no. Not when we distinguish between individual believers and the religious system they inherit. Individual Muslims can and do embrace American values. I have to say, I know quite a few Muslims who I get along with fine, that are just as American as anybody else. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, just like anything else, I think if you take it to an extreme, it's a problem. Individual Muslims can and do embrace American values, but that requires a selective reading or outright rejection of traditional Islamic teaching. Hinduism requires no such intellectual gymnastics. Its core tenets, karma, dharma, reincarnation, do not threaten constitutional liberties. Islam's classical jurisprudence does. Indeed, the central political distinction in this Islam is not merely religion, it is a totalizing system that encompasses law, state, and society. Hinduism is not. Islam has a political theology. Hinduism does not. Islam aspires to global dominion through conversion and migration. Hinduism does not. Islam has, throughout its history, spread via conquest and subjugation. Hinduism has not. Migration is not neutral. It carries civilizational consequences. When Islamic immigration reaches critical mass, the host nation changes. The demand for halal-only food in public institutions, gender segregation in schools, blasphemy restrictions in media, and deference to Islamic sensitivities in politics. These are not hypotheticals. They are recurring features of Islamic migration patterns. They have emerged in Canada, the UK, Germany, and even in pockets of the US. It is not xenophobic to notice this. It's prudent. That's another one. Globalized Intifada. Later story is going to cover this one. By contrast, Hindu immigrants do not arrive with political demands. They bring festivals, cuisine, yoga, and work ethic. They do not seek to replace American institutions. They thrive within them. Their children succeed in school, not bomb them. There are no Hindu terrorist networks in the U.S. There is no push for Sanskrit to replace English in public life. No demand for Ganesh to be depicted only with reverence in American films. No movement to outlaw beef. There's also the matter of loyalty. Hindu Americans, when asked, identify as both Hindu and American without tension. Islam, however, elevates Ummah, the global community of Muslims, above national identity. The transnational allegiance is dangerous. It breeds the kind of thinking that justifies violence against one's host country in the name of global Islam. It is not an accident that virtually every major jihadist in the West has cited religious duty over civic allegiance. Of course, none of this justifies discrimination or denial of rights to individual Muslims. The Constitution protects all individuals equally. We must not be naive. A republic cannot long survive if it imports populations whose theological and political commitments undermine its founding principles. We have every right to distinguish between religions that assimilate and those that agitate, between creeds that coexist and those that conquer. In sum, Hinduism aligns with the American experiment. Islam, as traditionally interpreted, subverts it. This is not bigotry, it's discernment. A sober assessment of history, doctrine, and demographic experience points to one conclusion. While Hindu immigration strengthens the American fabric, Islamic immigration left unchecked risks unraveling it. Author's note. While I love both Muslims and Hindus, I firmly believe that the Islamic religion, unlike Hinduism, is entirely incompatible with Western values and culture. I don't know if I'd go that far. Before you accuse me of being an Indian, you should know that I am a Baptist from Dallas, Texas. My Huguenot ancestors came to America in the 1600s, fleeing genocide in France, and I have traveled widely, spending the time in the Middle East and India. So this is a muse. So, I don't know. I would say that I don't agree 100% with what's in that article. I mean, some of the stuff, like if they're trying to establish Sharia law in the U.S., that's no go. If they're trying to establish Sharia enclave, that's a no go. Not going to happen. And then I wanted to read this other one. This is an older article, but it's kind of on point. It says, "How Islam Stole Iran's Golden Age." Because Iran used to be like very westernized. Iran was like crazy. Like there was mini skirts and stuff in the 70s there, and it was crazy. Like it was most advanced. Women had I think women had like crazy rights in Iran, like better, like almost better than the U.S. Put it that way. Before this stuff happened. The story of Iran is a story of civilizational brilliance undone. Persia, the land of Cyrus and Darius, stood for centuries as one of the greatest pillars of human advancement. Its engineers carved rivers through the deserts. Its kings issued the first known declaration of human rights. Its physicians established the world's first university hospital. And its philosophers gathered knowledge from Greece, India, and Babylon into the intellectual engine of progress. By the 6th century, Persia was not only a rival to Rome, it was in many respects its superior. Then came the year 651. Arab armies swept in. Islam took root, and the gears of this astonishing civilization began to grind to a halt. Now let us be clear, the Islamic conquest did not immediately obliterate Persia's brilliance, but for a few generations, Persian scholars thrived within a new Islamic order. But the transformation of Iran from a Zoroastrian, pluralistic, and innovative society into a rigid Islamic theocracy laid the groundwork for long-term stagnation. Nearly 1,400 years later, that stagnation is measurable in everything from economic output to scientific discovery. This guy's going to get me in trouble with the article. I can see this already. Beginning with the economic case. In 1977, on the eve of the Islamic Revolution, Iran's per capita GDP stood at $10,980. In 2025 adjusted dollars, it was a modernizing economy. The Shah's Iran, for all its flaws, was investing heavily in infrastructure, science, and education. Then, in 1979, came the Ayatollahs. The theocrats promised a return to purity, justice, and dignity. What followed was none of these. By 1990, the per capita GDP had collapsed to $6,175. A decade later, it dropped further to $30,196. In 2020, despite occasional rebounds, it hovered around $3,432. By 2025, it had clawed its way only to $5,000. In plain terms, the Iranian economy has been cut in half since the mullahs took power. Why is nobody commenting in the chat? Did I scare everybody away? Is this even working? Did I get my stream still going? Okay, still going. Okay. Just had to check. I thought maybe something happened. That shut down. But the problem is not merely economic, it is civilizational. Ancient Persian gave the world qanats, yaklas, algebraic precursors, windmills, and the postal system. It was a society that respected knowledge and rewarded inquiry. Under the Achaemenids, engineers invented subterranean aqueducts that could irrigate the desert. Under the Sasanians, physicians trained in Gundashapur, the first known teaching hospital. Kings like Rothschild I welcomed Greek and Indian scholars fleeing persecution, building an empire that fused cultures rather than purged them. After the Islamic conquest, that pluralism ended. Fire temples were smashed or converted. Libraries were burned. The Zoroastrian priesthood, once the custodians of Persian learning, were either exiled, killed, or silenced. Months of the Avesta, the sacred Zoroastrian text, was lost. Of course, Persian scholars continued to contribute to Islamic civilization in its early centuries, but the center of gravity had shifted. The language of learning became Arabic. The theology of Islam discouraged free inquiry, favoring revelation over reason. And over time, this aversion to critical thought hardened into dogma. In the 11th century, the scholar Ghazali declared war on reason itself. His influential work, The Incoherence of the Philosophers, argued that the cause and effect did not exist independently of God's will. That a stone falls not because of gravity, but because God commands it to fall each time. Such ideas, adopted by Sunni orthodoxy, crippled the development of science. Philosophy was recast as heresy. Ijtihad, independent legal reasoning, was declared closed. The Islamic world, once inheritor of ancient knowledge, began to suppress it. Iran followed this arc. After the Abbasid Golden Age, the Persian world retreated into mysticism and clericalism. Poets flourished, yes, but science withered. The Gundashapur of old, once the Harvard of late antiquity, was no more, and in its place rose seminaries where the Quran eclipsed chemistry. Women who had once held property, and sometimes governorship in pre-Islamic Iran were now cloistered. Innovation gave way to imitation. Even today, Iran's contribution to global science is marginal. It produces few patents, few papers, and few breakthroughs. Compare this to Israel, a state with 1/10 its population and dozens of Nobel laureates. You guys want the link for this article? Okay, I'll give it to you. I'll put it in the chat. Here you go. There you go. It's in the chat. You guys want the link? None of this is to claim that Persians lack the intellect to innovate. On the contrary, Iranian immigrants in the West thrive in engineering, medicine, and entrepreneurship. Yeah, I don't know if you guys ever saw the PDB podcast, Patrick Bet David. He's an Iranian immigrant. He was he calls himself a Syrian, but he grew up in Iran because Iran and Persia took over the Assyrian Empire, which went extinct quite a long time ago, Syria. Anyway, the issue is not the people, it is the system. A theocracy that criminalizes dissent, throttles the press, and regulates thought cannot foster genius. It can barely sustain competence. This is why the economy remains mired in inflation and sanctions, why brain drain continues, and why even basic governance fails. Some defenders of Islam will argue that the religion gave Persia its poets, its art, its mysticism. There is some truth here. Rumi and Hafez are world treasures. But one must ask, at what cost? Had Persia remained free from conquest, might it have produced not only mystics, but modernity? Might it have led the world in science rather than poetry? The question is not whether Islam added something, it is what it subtracted. And that subtraction was vast. Before Islam, Persia was a light unto nations. Its kings did not merely conquer, they built. Cyrus freed the Jews. Darius codified fair taxation and built canals linking the Nile to the Red Sea. These were the rulers who saw themselves as stewards, not just sovereigns. Contrast this with the mullahs of today who jail journalists, stone women, and crush protests with impunity. The descent is not merely temporal, it is immoral. Iran's tragedy is thus twofold. First, it suffered the long, slow erosion of civilization under centuries of Islamic orthodoxy. Second, it endured the sudden implosion of 1979, when an oil-rich, promising nation regressed into clerical tyranny. In both cases, Islam was not merely incidental, it was instrumental. Not all faiths produced the same fruits. Zoroastrian Persia gave us the paradise garden. Islamic Iran gave us the morality police. So what is to be done? One must begin by naming the problem. The problem is not sanctions, nor the West, nor colonialism. The problem is ruled by clerics who believe that revelation trumps reason, that dissent is sin, and that paradise is to be imposed, not earned. Until this changes, Iran will remain a civilization in chains. Its past will outshine its present, and its future will remain hostage to a creed that once conquered it and now confines it. If you enjoy his work, please consider subscribing to Amuse on X. He has some really good articles. I really like reading them. And, like I said, I put the link in the chat if anyone wants to go check that out. It's a good article. All right. Now we're going to change to some U.S.-based news here. So, the U.S. Why does it keep doing that to me? The U.S. Dode Service has sent staff to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives with the goal of revising or eliminating dozens of rules and gun restrictions by July 4th. So on our Independence Day, we're going to get some gun rules changes. That sounds good, doesn't it? Doesn't it sound good? The initial target was to change 47 regulations and apparent reference to Donald Trump's status as the 47th president of the United States. Two of the people said, but the ATF and DOJ staffers are now poised to exceed that goal with upward of 50 changes planned. If the plans are enacted, it would be a major win for pro-gun advocacy groups who have long claimed the ATF is an agency with too many gun regulations that trample on Second Amendment rights. ATF have hundreds of regulations, and revisions could include changing the responsibilities of certain ATF positions, updating what types of firearms can be imported, or making licensing fees refundable. Sounds good. And Mark W. Smith, he's a Four Boxes Diner on YouTube, a constitutional attorney and a special 2A advocate. He says he loves this. And he's a good watch if you guys check him out on YouTube. He's a good guy. So here we're gonna go to the Washington Post. Hiss, and we're gonna read what they have to say about this. DOJ enters ATF with mandate to slash guns regulations. The ATA agency is working with the ATF General Counsel to cut upwards of 50 regulations at the administration's drastically reduce the number of inspectors. The U.S. DOJ Service has sent staff to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives with the goal of revising or eliminating dozens of rules and gun restrictions by July 4th, according to multiple people with knowledge of the efforts, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss plans that have not been made public. The initial target was to change 47 regulations as an apparent reference to the Donald Trump status. Here we read this. Two of the people said, but ATF and DOJ staffers now poised to exceed that goal with up to 50 changes planned. The revisions are part of a seismic shift unfolding at ATF as Trump administration proposes to slash the law enforcement agency's budget and dramatically reduce the number of inspectors who ensure that gun sellers are in compliance with federal laws. Some Republicans in Congress have called for abolishing the agency altogether. Yes, abolish. The ATF should be, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms should be a convenience store selling those things. An Attorney General Pam Bondi has said she wants to merge ATF with the Drug Enforcement Administration. I don't really want to merge with DEA. I don't want to do that. If plans are enacted, it would be a major win for pro-gun advocacy groups who have long claimed ATF as an agency with too many gun regulations that tramples on Second Amendment rights. Gun control advocates fear that changes afoot that the ATF will easily allow potentially dangerous people to obtain weapons with little recourse. No. If people are dangerous and you can prove that they're dangerous, then they shouldn't get guns, but only while they're dangerous. Once they're not dangerous anymore, then they should get their rights back. That's what the case law, the Supreme Court precedent under Rahimi stands for. Only people who are dangerous can be denied their guns. That's it. The exact scope and details of the potential changes are still being determined. ATF has hundreds of regulations, and revisions could include changing the responsibilities of certain ATF positions, updating what types of firearms can be imported, and making licensing fees refundable. As Attorney General Pam Bondi has made clear, ATF is working hard to reduce regulatory red tape that burdens lawful gun owners and to ensure agents are doing real police work, hunting down criminals and gang members, not knocking on doors of lawful gun owners in the middle of the night, said Chad Gilmartin, spokesperson for the Justice Department, which oversees the ATF. The Trump administration-backed ATF General Counsel Robert Leiter, an ardent Second Amendment advocate, is overseeing the changes at ATF while working with DOJ, the people said. He has shifted additional ATF attorneys to work on the changes. DOJ is a non-cabinet agency originally launched by billionaire Elon Musk to carry out controversial cost-cutting efforts that have resulted in mass attempted layoffs and legal battles with mixed results. The agency has more recently been pushing for policy and regulatory changes. I personally believe anybody who's not in prison should have their rights, because if you're safe enough to be out of prison, then you're safe enough to have a gun to protect yourself. But that's me. I'm an absolutist. In addition to the dozen of regulation cuts, Leiter and his team are planning to change the legally mandated 4473 form that most buyers are required to fill out when purchasing a firearm, shrinking it from the current 7 pages to as few as 3 pages. Gun sellers are required to keep the records they have and have them readily available if law enforcement needs them to trace a gun during criminal investigations or if ATF inspectors visit to see if the seller is complying with federal laws. Gun rights proponents have complained that the form is too cumbersome and long, ripe for people to make mistakes. They accuse the Biden administration of punitively punishing people for simple paperwork errors. Allegations that the Biden administration has denied. They lied. They were doing it. Because the Biden administration enacted this thing called zero tolerance. For one minor paperwork mistake, they would revoke people's licenses. So they're lying. Pointing to a public data that shows fewer than 1% of the 130,000 or so licensed gun dealers or manufacturers got their license revoked between July 21st and December 2024. Okay. Well, here's the thing. The one point that I would make on this part with you, Darth Kitty, and I'm not trying to argue with you or start an argument here, but you say, I disagree in those rare cases where murderers go free because of law enforcement F-ups. Well, if somebody was to go free because of law enforcement F-up, that would mean they weren't convicted of a crime. So they wouldn't have, there's no way you can't take away somebody's gun rights because they got a case got dismissed against them, for being charged with a crime. So it wouldn't really change anything there. As I said, I think if somebody's not in prison and, like if you think they're dangerous, you could go to court and you could prove they're dangerous, somehow prove they're dangerous and have their rights, guns taken away. But if they're dangerous, they shouldn't be in public either, should they? That's my point. That's all. That's all I'm saying. If somebody's dangerous, I don't think they should be free in public. So that's why anybody who's free in public should have gun rights. Why should somebody who I don't know, committed some kind of weird, stupid crime that was, let's say some kind of, welfare fraud or something like that. Because there's a case like that, some guy that did some paperwork or got some unemployment that he shouldn't have got, and he got charged, and then he got denied his gun rights, and he's been suing to try to get him back. It's a guy in Pennsylvania. So those people should not be denied their rights. And why should that person not be able to defend themselves if someone breaks in their house? I mean, it's sad. I've seen statistics that state that like upwards of over 50% to 60% of the adult African American male population in the U.S. doesn't have gun rights because of crimes that they committed in their teens or 20s or whatever. So that's a vast, large swath of people that cannot protect themselves. And if you think about the neighborhoods they live in, they're dangerous neighborhoods because a lot of people know that those guys can't legally protect themselves. So anybody who's following the law is basically a sitting duck for people who aren't following the law. It's, that's all. I mean, people always say, like the Wild West, they call it the Wild West because everybody had guns, but the crime rates in the Wild West were way lower than they are now. And everybody was armed. I mean, prior to 1968 and the passage of the Gun Control Act, there was no prohibition on felons or any convicted people possessing guns. People who went to prison got handed their gun back when they got out of prison prior to 1968. That was the law. It was understood. It was widely understood for the vast majority of this country's existence until the 20th century that you could not take away someone's right to a gun. You couldn't. Even go back, this whole thing when they talk about the surety laws, even somebody who was violent and stuff, they got to pay a bond so that they could keep their guns because they needed them. But, reoffenders, Sheila Marie, I'll agree with you. People that are reoffenders, they should be locked up. They reoffend. But we have to punish people for their actions, not their thoughts. We punish people for their actions, not their potential to an action. We can't get into that, that would be the thing. Let's in addition to the done, people familiar with the potential changes said that the form instructions would be truncated and that some of these questions to determine if a potential buyer is legally allowed a firearm may be condensed into one large yes or no question. For example, separate questions ask people to answer if they have been committed to a mental institution, have been dishonorably discharged from the military, or are an unlawful user of drugs. Now, I think it's a violation of the Fifth Amendment to require people to answer these questions. The government, there's absolutely no reason why you should have to answer these questions on this form because the government has the records. They do a background check. They find out anyway. So asking people, this is just an excuse for them to try to charge people with a crime if they answer wrongly. And it's a violation of the Fifth Amendment because you're forced to incriminate yourself on this form. I don't like it. I don't like it. If they're going to do background checks, you should just give them your name and social security number, driver's license number, and they run a background check and they say, yeah, you're approved or not approved. You shouldn't have to fill this whole crazy form out. I think it's ridiculous. It's just another excuse for them to charge people for lying on the form. These and others could be combined into one question under potential changes. Two people familiar with them said the question asked if a potential buyer is a felon would remain a standalone question. Why? Why even ask the question? Why just do the background check and just deny the people? Some people interviewed said they fear the change could lead to more inaccuracies, and it may make it harder for prosecutors to be able to prove that someone intentionally lied when filling out the form. See, that's all it is. They want to be able to prove somebody intentionally lied, and they charge them with lying on a form. It's a crime to lie on a form. It's ridiculous. In a high-profile case like last year, a jury in Delaware convicted President Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, for lying about his drug use when he filled out the federal form to purchase a gun. And I personally didn't think the case was a good case against Biden's son. I thought it was ridiculous. Like, the question is, are you addicted or something of a drug? I mean, so unlawful user of drugs. Like, does it mean ever in your life? I mean, the question is weird because what if at that point in time he had decided to quit and he wasn't in his mind? How did you prove that he was? It's weird. I don't know. It said a jury in Delaware convicted President's son for lying about his drug use when he filled out the form to purchase a gun. Others celebrated the potential changes. I know we're going to see changes to the 4473, and we're getting close. That's in process. Larry Keene, the General Counsel of National Shooting Sport Foundations, NSSF, a firearm trade association, said on the Bearing Arms Cam and Company podcast this week, people just need to be a little patient, give the ATF Chief Counsel some time in dotting the I's and crossing the T's and the internal review that has to take place. Well, people will be pleased as we move forward, and I think we will see significant progress in correcting the bad rulings. Under the Justice Department's latest budget proposal, the Trump administration would slash 541 of ATF's more than 800 inspectors. Multiple people interviewed said that the current inspection workforce is already stretched thin and inspected fewer than 10%, or 9,696 of businesses and people who hold licenses to sell, collect, or import or manufacture firearms. There is no federal requirement for how often a gun store or manufacturer must be inspected, but inspectors typically visit a dealer if an abnormal number of crimes are committed with guns that come from a specific store, or if a large number of crimes are committed by people who newly purchase guns from a single place. Well, see, why would that be the store's problem? If a large number of crimes are committed by people who newly purchase guns, see, how is that the store's problem? I don't understand that. Inspectors may also visit a seller or manufacturer if they haven't had an inspection in years. Inspectors are allowed to make unannounced visits to license holders only during business hours. People familiar with ATF said that with just a few hundred inspectors, there would probably be fewer firearm-related inspections. Federal law requires that explosive sites be inspected at least once every 3 years. There are currently around 9,000 federal explosive licensees, which means the remaining 350 or so inspectors would be responsible for inspecting 3,000 explosive sites each year. Gun control advocacy groups said that there would be fewer resources left to dedicate to firearm inspections. They fear that gun sellers and manufacturers would have little incentive to be diligent with their record keeping, which they said could make it harder to trace firearms involved in a crime. They said that these records can be crucial in identifying gun traffickers. I don't think that's true either, because if I'm not mistaken, I think the vast majority of guns that are used in a crime are like more than 10 years from the date of sale, the date of original sale. And so most of them usually change hands 2 or 3 times. So it's kind of hard to trace them, if I'm not mistaken. The administration seems hell-bent on ushering in a golden age for gun criminals, gutting the only agency specifically tasked with keeping communities safe from gun violence. John Feinblatt, president of the Everytown for Gun Safety, a gun control advocacy group, said in a statement to the Washington Post, these cuts would be a dream come true for gun traffickers, straw purchasers, and unscrupulous gun dealers, and a nightmare for law enforcement and public safety. Really? Was it a nightmare before we had any of these laws? No, it wasn't. They say the same thing every time. They said after the Bruins, they said, "Oh my God, it's gonna be the end of the world. It's gonna be the end of the world. Oh, what's it gonna do? Guns everywhere." Adam Skaggs, chief counsel and president for the Giffords Law Center, another gun control advocacy group, agreed that the administration claims to support law enforcement and care about fighting crime, but they are proposing the most radical defunding of the police we have ever seen from the federal government. I don't agree. Trump has yet to nominate a permanent ATF director, and the administration has pushed out many of its top career staffers, including the second most powerful person at the agency. The administration also booted the agency's longtime general counsel, making it a political position and hiring later. Well, it was always a political position because it was always a left-wing lunatic that hated guns. You would think that the people, there is a Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, so the ATF at a minimum should be respecting the right to keep and bear arms. In late February, Trump said that Kash Patel, the FBI director, would temporarily lead the ATF, a surprise announcement that put Patel atop two major law enforcement agencies with distinct mandates. More than 6 weeks into his job, the Post reported that Patel had shown up at the ATF headquarters only once and had scant communication with senior staffers at the agency. Oh, all right. Darth Kitty, it's nice seeing you. Thanks for stopping by. Please don't forget to hit the like and subscribe, and tell your friends. We're here. The agency then replaced Patel in early April with Army Secretary Dan Driscoll, who holds two roles simultaneously. Well, I guess that's all the article they had. They're just basically trying to say it's a bad thing. So, one second. Looking for a link. Here we go. Okay. Right. I do this wrong. Okay. So here, we're going to do this now. We're going to jump to the state is building a compound of heavy-duty tents, trailers, and other temporary buildings in the Big Cypress National Preserve, which are ecologically sensitive wetlands. So yes, we are going to talk about Alligator Alcatraz, everybody. Alligator Alcatraz. Yay! Alligator Alcatraz. Yay, yay, yay. Yay, 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 yay. It's more dishonesty from MSP. It's an established airfield that's been in use for decades. So let's read the story, what ABC has to say here. Environmental groups file a lawsuit to stop migrant detention center in Florida Everglades. What? The state is building a compound of heavy-duty tents, trailers, and other temporary buildings in the Big Cypress National Preserve, which are ecologically sensitive wetlands. What? Environmental groups filed a federal lawsuit Friday to block a migrant detention center dubbed Alligator Alcatraz, now being built on an airstrip in the heart of the Florida Everglades. How could it be ecologically unsound if it's on an airstrip that's already there? Huh. The lawsuit seeks to halt the project until it undergoes a stringent environmental review as required by federal and state law. I don't think so. There's also supposed to be a chance for public comment, according to the lawsuit filed in Miami federal court. It's an airstrip. Critics have condemned the facility as cruel and inhumane treatment to the ecologically sensitive wetlands. What? Are these even nuts? Republican Governor Ron DeSantis and other state officials have defended it as part of the state's aggressive push to support President Trump's crackdown on illegal immigration. The center is set to begin processing people who entered the U.S. illegally as soon as next week, DeSantis said on Friday on Fox and Friends. The state of Florida is all in on President Trump's mission, DeSantis said on a tour of the facility. There needs to be more ability to intake, process, and deport. The state is plowing ahead with building a compound of heavy-duty tents, trailers, and other temporary buildings at the Miami-Dade County-owned airfield in Big Cypress National Preserve, about 45 miles west of downtown Miami. The state Republican Party has even begun selling T-shirts and other merchandise emblazoned with Alligator Alcatraz slogan. The lawsuit was filed on behalf of the Center for Biological Diversity as well as the Friends of the Everglades, an organization started decades ago by Rivers of Grass authors and Everglade champion Marjorie Stoneman Douglas to battle the original plans to build the airport. So they tried to battle the plans to build the airport and lost. And so now they're going to fight them from putting stuff on the airport. I don't think they're going to win. They are represented by the Earth Justice Law Firm and other attorneys, including Florida writer Carl Hassan's son, Scott Hassan. The site is more than 96% wetland surrounded by the Big Cypress National Preserve and is habitat for the endangered Florida panther and other iconic species, says Eve Samples, Friends of the Everglades executive director, in a news release. The scheme is not only cruel, it threatens the Everglades ecosystem that state and federal taxpayers have spent billions to protect. Press X to doubt. They're just trying to stop anything to do with illegals. That's it. The lawsuit names several federal agencies, state agencies as defendants, including the Department of Homeland Security, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and the Florida Division of Emergency Management. DeSantis spokesman said they will oppose the lawsuit in court. Governor Ron DeSantis has insisted that Florida will be the force multiplier for federal immigration enforcement, and this facility is a necessary staging operation for mass deportations located at a pre-existing airport that will have no impact on the surrounding environment, said spokesman Brian Griffin in an email. We look forward to litigating this case. A protest led by Native Americans who consider the land sacred is planned near the site on Saturday. There are 15 remaining traditional Miccosukee and Seminole tribe villages in Big Cypress, as well as ceremonial and burial grounds and other gathering sites. Not at the airport. It's an existing airport. I mean, what the hell, man? What is wrong with these people? I mean, seriously, what is wrong with these people? So here we go. See, so here it is. Protesters line the highways in the Florida Everglades to oppose Alligator Alcatraz. I want you to notice something, though. They're not in the streets in Florida. They're not blocking the streets in Florida. It's a crime to block the streets in Florida. If you block the streets in Florida and you make the people in the cars feel unsafe, you just might get taken for a ride. A coalition of groups ranging from the environmental activists to Native Americans advocating for their ancestral homelands converged outside an airstrip in the Florida Everglades Saturday to protest the imminent construction of an immigrant detention center. Hundreds of protesters lined parts of Highway 41 that slices through the marshy Everglades, also known as the Tamiami Trail, as dump trucks hauling materials lumbered into the airfield. Cars passing by honked in support as protesters waved signs calling for protection of the expansive preserve that is home to a few native tribes and several endangered animal species. They don't live on the airstrip. Christopher McAvoy, an ecologist, said he saw a steady stream of trucks entering the site while he protested for hours. Environmental degradation was a big reason why he came out Saturday, but as a South Florida city commissioner, he had concerns over immigration raids in the city also fueled his opposition. So yeah, this is all about immigration. It's nothing to do with the environment. Nothing to do with the environment. They're trying to claim it has to do with the environment, but it's an existing airport that they're putting. Yeah. 2 satellite images captured by Planet Labs SBC on BBC on February 14, 2024 and June 20, 2025 showed the state is plowing ahead with building an immigration detention facility with the heavy-duty tents, trailers, and other temporary buildings at the Miami-Dade-owned airfield in Big Cypress National Preserve. Yeah, so see, they're putting stuff on existing. You can look, they're putting it on existing runways and roads and stuff, and on, yeah, they're not destroying, they're not touching wetlands or any environment at all. So these are all liars. They're all liars. Look, yeah. People I know are in tears, and I wasn't far from it, the crybaby said. Florida officials have forged ahead over the past weekend, constructing the compound dubbed the Alligator Alcatraz, which is in the Everglades humid swamplands. The government fast-tracked the project under emergency powers from an executive order issued by Governor Ron DeSantis that addresses what he views as a crisis in illegal immigration. That order lets the state sidestep certain purchasing laws and why construction has continued despite objections from Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levine Cava, and local activists. The facility will have temporary structures like heavy-duty tents and trailers to house detained immigrants. The state estimates that by early July, it will have 5,000 immigration detention beds in operation. The compound's proponents have noted its location in Florida wetlands, teeming with massive reptiles like alligators and invasive Burmese pythons, makes an ideal spot for immigration detention. Clearly, from a security perspective, if someone escapes, there's a lot of alligators, DeSantis said on Wednesday, and no one's going anywhere. Under DeSantis, Florida has made an aggressive push for immigration enforcement and has been supportive of federal government's broader crackdown on illegal immigration. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security has backed Alligator Alcatraz, which DHS Secretary Kristi Noem said will be partially funded by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. But Native American leaders in the region have seen the construction as an encroachment onto their sacred homelands. What are they talking about? Which has prompted Saturday's protests. In Big Cypress National Preserve, where the airstrip is located, 15 traditional Mukasaki and Seminole villages, as well as ceremonial and burial ground. Yeah, this is just all bullshit. Come on. They're not doing anything in the wetlands. They're on already existing construction airstrips. That looks like a big fat white guy. That doesn't look like an Indian. Others have raised human rights concerns over what they condemn as inhumane housing of immigrants. Well, I mean, didn't these immigrants mostly walk across the desert and cut all the stuff from most places? So they're not unaccustomed to being warm. Others have worries about environmental impacts have also been at the forefront, as groups such as the Center for Biological Diversity and Friends of Everglades filed a lawsuit on Friday. The Everglades is a vast, interconnected system of waterways and wetlands, and what happens in one area can have damaging impacts downstream. So it's really important that we have a clear sense of any wetland impacts happening in the site. Brian Griffin, a DeSantis spokesperson, said Friday in response to litigation that the facility was a necessary staging operation located at a pre-existing airport that will have no impact on the surrounding environment. Until the state undergoes a comprehensive environmental review and public comment is sought, the environmental groups say a construction should pause. The facility's speedy establishment is damning evidence that state and federal agencies hope it will be too late to reverse their actions if they are ordered by a court to do so. Hey, Russelltown. Imagine if your sacred homeland was controlled by alligators. Meanwhile, my culture has been to the moon. To the moon, Alice! Thanks for the $5. Greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. I really appreciate it. Let's see. How did we hit on our goal? What did we do on our goal? Oh, the goal ended with only two. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Here we are. Wow, I still got a lot to go through. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through all of it, but I promised I would. So I'm going to get through most of this. Keep going. Potential environmental hazard also bleed into other aspects of everyday life, including a robust tourism industry where hikers walk trails and explore marshes on airboats, said Florida. I don't think they're doing it there. If it's so... They're not convincing me. They're making me think they're all liars. To place an immigration detention center there makes the area unwelcoming to visitors and feeds into the misconception that the space is in the middle of nowhere. It is in the middle of nowhere. I don't live too far from there. And I drive down Alligator Alley when I go to Miami. Let me tell you, it is the middle of nowhere. Everybody out here should see the exhaust fumes, see the oil slicks on the road. You know, they hear the sound of the noise pollution. You can imagine what it looks like at nighttime, and we're in an international dark sky area. It's very frustrating because, again, there's such disconnect for politicians. Now he's complaining that it's light pollution. There's actually, I'm going to tell you something. I live in an area where these environmental people drove me crazy because they were telling us that rainwater was pollution. Yeah, they said rainwater. When it rains, that I don't know if everyone knows how it works, but when it rains, eventually all rainwater eventually makes its way to the ocean. Goes into rivers, goes into canals, goes into things, it goes into the ocean. But we had these clowns trying to claim that no, when it rains, that rainwater is polluting. It's going to somehow desalinate the ocean. That's just nature, man. If nobody was here, the rainwater would run off into the ocean. What doesn't absorb into the ground would run off into the ocean. It's just the way it is. It's nuts. We're going to keep going. We got another thing. This is from Naples Daily News, my local paper. Where is Alligator Alcatraz? Maps show how remote detention center is in the Florida Everglades. Key points. The Miami-Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport is being transformed to a temporary immigrant detention center. The facility should be able to house 5,000 detainees in early July. Alligator Alcatraz is located in a remote region in South Florida, which includes the Florida Everglades and Big Cypress Wildlife Management Area. Yeah. Well, Raven, the thing is, it's already an airfield that's there. And we saw the pictures. There's already tons of roads and concrete and runways and stuff, and a big place where they had like a parking lot for planes and stuff. So that's where they're putting the stuff. So it's not like they're not destroying any in the environment, and they're not going to have any issues, as far as I can tell. Because I don't want the Everglades to be messed up. I mean, I'm pissed every time they do a discharge from Lake O and they pump water down through the Okeechobee River or the Caloosahatchee River and screw up the water. It causes problems. It causes massive problems with we have algae blooms and stuff. We have red algae, red tide. Ugh, it's gross. So Florida is building a migrant detention center dubbed Alligator Alcatraz in South Florida. Activity at the site since the announcement has been quick, with plans to open the facility at the site of the Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport in early June. The decision has been greeted with criticism from environmentalists. And leaders of the Miccosukee tribe of Indians of Florida and the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma and the Seminole tribe of Florida. It's not only the Florida site Governor Ron DeSantis said could become a temporary detention facility for my immigrants. The Florida National Guard's training facility at Camp Blanding near Jacksonville is being considered. What is Alligator Alcatraz? Alligator Alcatraz is the nickname for the planned temporary immigrant detention center in the Florida Everglades. The site is what the Florida State Attorney General James Altmaier called the virtually abandoned Miami-Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport, a 39 square mile airport facility with a 10,500 foot runway. So it's pretty much abandoned. Because Alligator Alcatraz will be ready to receive detainees with 5,000 beds as soon as the first week of July. We don't need to build a lot of brick and mortar. As long as there's not a hurricane comes through, because if it's hurricane season, so building all that stuff, if a hurricane comes through, that's going to be a problem. They'd have to evacuate them all and stuff. So I hope they have plans for hurricanes, because tents ain't going to hold up in the middle of the Everglades. Holy crap, that would be a bad place to be. It says, DeSantis' office said in a June 24th statement yesterday that he will use emergency powers to take control of the airport at the proposed site. The governor's office said state officials offered to buy the lot from Miami-Dade County, but Mayor Daniela Levine Caver responded with an unreasonable request for $190 million. She's nuts. $190 million. Just take it. This is where it is. That's where it is right there. Right off of 41. Yeah, so this is 75 is Alligator Alley, they call it. That's the expressway, and that's way down further. So there's like, yeah. Oh well. The former airstrip and training base in the Everglades, located in South Florida off US 41, also known as Tandiana Trail. The site is about 60 miles east of Naples, as the crow flies, or about 40 miles west of Miami. It's a 30 square mile, completely surrounded by the Everglades. It represents an efficient, low-cost opportunity to build temporary detention facility because you don't need to invest that much in the perimeter. People get out. There's not much waiting for them other than alligators and pythons. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Yeah, the highways, the highway's not. It's not that bad though. It'll take that long to get across. There's just nowhere to really. There's only you have to get gas before you get when you get on or when you get off. There's no any. I don't think there's any gas facilities at all on Alligator Alley because they're worried about pollution and stuff like that. So here's this. There's another story about the history of Alligator Alcatraz airstrip and how Palm Beach County was involved. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to read this. This is just. It's the original Jetport project was 40 miles west of Miami on the Collier Dade line. Workers went so far, played the runways. Work abruptly stopped when waiting enthusiasm following a federal government study co-authored by a guy named Arthur R. Marshall and pressure from a group headed by a feisty retiree named Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, which everyone knows. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas was that school shooting that Cruz kid did that, David Hogg became famous from. So the site was relegated to what it is now, decades later, a remote facility for promising pilots to practice their touch and goes amid disinterested herons and alligators. Back then, South Florida had the choice of a series of scattered airports, what it has now, or a single hub serving tens of millions, a gigantic airport carved with impunity into the fragile heart of Florida's interior. They wanted it on a first impression, said Bob Graham, Florida's governor from 1979 to 87, and U.S. Senator from 87 to 75. It was one of those ideas that the more you hear about it, the less attractive it became. A mammoth jetport. We like Ike. In 1956, Florida's population had doubled from 2 million in 1940 to 4 million. Of those, a quarter lived in the coastal strip from Miami to West Palm Beach. The Palm Beach Post, in its opinion section, proposed a regional super airport strategically placed in north central Broward County, just west of the about to open Sunshine State Parkway, now Florida's Turnpike. And it said the area's 3 counties should start planning at once in order to assure that our rightful place in a brave new airborne world. So it looks like they started building. It was a giant jetways and stuff, the 6 runways. The Dade Port Authority bought 39 square miles of undeveloped land. It was about 48 miles east of Naples, 45 miles west of Miami, 40 air miles southwest of Boca Raton, and just 6 miles north of the Everglades lines. The airport would be connected to the coast by a new highway and a high-speed monorail and a 1,000-foot wide corridor through what now protected water conservation areas. So it's still there. The work on the jetport started in 1968. Potential cost soared to $1 billion. So basically, it's there. Might as well use it. Okay. All right. So we're done talking about that. I'm going to start. We're going to move into some other stuff. Moving some other stuff, some other topics. We're past the 3-hour mark. I want to thank everybody who's been here watching. I'm going to keep going. Honestly, I still have a whole crap load of stuff to talk about. So we're just going to keep going. If you feel like throwing some money my way with a super chat or something, want to ask a question, go right ahead. You don't have to. I'm not going to sit here and beg for money, but it's always appreciated if you do. So here we go. New story. The myth of a divided court. Unanimity at the Supreme Court. For all the progressive hand-wringing about a so-called hard-right Supreme Court, the data point to something far more measured, even reassuring. Contrary to the narrative that this court is gripped by ideological warfare, lurching from one 6-3 ruling to the next, the actual record shows a surprising degree of consensus. Indeed, roughly half of all decisions made by the current justices have been unanimous. This is not a court at war with itself. It is, more often than not, a court in agreement, even across the ideological spectrum. Since Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson joined the bench in 2022, the court's composition has remained stable, offering scholars and commentators a clear window into its decision-making dynamics. During the 2022 term, nearly 50% of the court rulings were 9-0 decisions. The 2023 term followed closely with approximately 44% of decisions unanimous. These are not mere statistical anomalies. They reflect a broader pattern that decisively undercuts the claim that the court is narrowly partisan, dangerously lopsided, or fundamentally broken. This matters because the dormant progressive narrative insists otherwise. According to liberal commentators and legal academics, the current court, with its 6-3 conservative majority, is out of step with American democracy and hopelessly polarized. The trope is as familiar as it is misleading. Justices appointed by Republican presidents, we are told, march in lockstep to advance reactionary agendas, while the liberal minority offer noble dissents in vain. This simplistic framing is politically useful, particularly when mobilizing calls for drastic judicial reform, including court-packing schemes that would expand the bench and dilute its alleged conservative bias. But the facts refuse to cooperate. Not only are unanimous rulings the norm rather than the exception, but deeply split decisions, those dreaded 5-4 outcomes that are often held up as proof of partisan fracture, are vanishingly rare. In both the 2022 and 2023 terms, only about 10 to 13% of rulings were 5-4. Compare that to historical norms. In past decades, such divisions were far more common, especially in the political turbulent eras such as the 1950s Warren Court or the 1970s Burger Court. Moreover, many of the cases that draw media attention, the abortion decisions, the affirmative action rulings, the headline-grabbing controversies over guns and religions, do not capture the bulk of the court's work. Most Supreme Court cases are not dramatic ideological showdowns. They involve arcane questions of statutory interpretation, administrative law, procedural standards, and jurisdictional nuance. In these realms, legal reasoning often transcends political identity. It is here where the court most often speaks with one voice. To understand why, consider how the justices actually do their work. Despite their philosophical differences, they share a deep institutionalist respect for precedent, process, and legal coherence. Chief Justice John Roberts, in particular, has made it a point to maintain the legitimacy of the court by seeking broader consensus whenever possible. Even Justice Sonia Sotomayor and Justice Clarence Thomas, often caricatured as polar opposites, find common ground. Okay, let me start that over. That would all screw up. Even Justice Sonia Sotomayor and Justice Clarence Thomas often caricatured as polar opposites, find common ground more often than public discourse would suggest. Some may object to the frequency of unanimous decisions merely reflect strategic behavior. According to this view, the justices sometimes mask deeper divisions in order to preserve the court's image. Perhaps, but if that is true, it only bolsters the central point. Even when they disagree in private, the justices believe it is vital to present a unified legal front when possible. This is not dysfunction, it is statesmanship. I unfortunately don't have a Cash App or anything like that. I'm trying to get that super tips. So if I can get the super tips, then it wouldn't be YouTube money. So I'm just see if I eventually get the super tips going, but we'll see. Others insist that the 6-3 decision, which constitute about 21% of the cases in 2022 and roughly 34% in 2023, are proof of conservative hegemony. Yet, this interpretation ignored how frequently those decisions depart from ideological expectations. In many of these cases, conservative justices do not simply vote as a bloc. They write concurrences that critique or limit majority reasoning. They split on specific doctrinal grounds, and liberal justices, too, have joined opinions that would make progressives uncomfortable. The 6-3 figure, in other words, is not a synonym for partisan orthodoxy. It is a feature of jurisprudential complexity. Consider, for example, Bostock versus Clayton County, 2020, where Justice Neil Gorsuch authored a 6-3 majority opinion extending Title VII protection to LGBT employees. Hardly a decision favored by social conservatives. Or look at Brnovich versus DNC in 2021, a voting rights case where Justice Alito's majority opinion was grounded in an interpretation of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act that drew criticism not just from the left, but also from some of the on the originalist right who found the methodology lacking. The ideological narrative dissolves under scrutiny. This has not stopped calls for court reforms, especially from those who regret that Democrats failed to pursue court expansion in 2021 when they held unified control of government. It is now fashionable among progressive thinkers to decry this missed opportunity, lamenting that the Democratic Party lacked the will to alter the judicial balance. The irony, of course, is that this impulse to reshape the court for partisan gain would itself do an incalculable harm to the very legitimacy and unity they claim to defend. If the current court can produce nearly 50% unanimous rulings, then what precisely needs reforming? We should also remember that the notion of a balanced judiciary has never meant ideological quotas or partisan symmetry. The court was not designed to reflect the median voter or mirror the partisan breakdown of Congress. It was designed to interpret the Constitution, with each justice bringing a lifetime of jurisprudential development to the task. That their conclusions sometimes align, even across political lines, is a testament to legal rigor, not ideological capture. Alexander Hamilton, writing in Federalist number 78, noted that the judiciary would be the least dangerous branch because it had neither the sword nor the purse. Its strength lay in judgment alone. That strength endures only so long as the public believes the court operates as a forum for reasoned legal debate, not raw politics. The frequency of unanimous decisions is not just a rebuttal to the court-packing left. It is evidence that the court still functions as Hamilton envisioned. The story here is not one of a court in crisis, but of a court in intellectual motion, debating, deliberating, and often agreeing. There will always be contentious cases, but those are the exception, not the rule. A mature polity ought to be able to distinguish the loudest decisions from the most common ones. And those common ones, it turns out, show a court more unified than any recent political narrative dares to admit. But then we have this. Justices' nerves fray in Supreme Court's final stretch. Liberal and conservative justices exchange zingers that undermine claims of a courteous and cordial court. Dun, dun, dun. The Supreme Court's 9 justices often like to tout their camaraderie, hoping to dispel public perceptions that they are locked into warring ideological camps. But the final rulings of the current term, issued from the bench during a tense 90-minute court session Friday, revealed some acrimonious, even acidic exchanges. Most of the rhetorical clashes pitted the court's conservative and liberal wings against each other in a politically polarized cases, but not all of the spats fell squarely along ideological lines. On the whole, they painted a picture of 9 people who are deeply divided over the law and the role of the courts, and who may also just not like each other very much. They just might not like each other that much. That's what it's saying. The most acerbic feud Friday came in the biggest ruling of the year. The Justices' 6-3 decision granting the Trump administration's bid to rein in the power of individual district court judges to block federal government policies nationwide. Justice Amy Coney Barrett, writing for the court's entire conservative supermajority, responded sharply to a pair of dissents. One written by Justice Sonia Sotomayor and the other written by Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. But Barrett reserved her most pointed barbs for Jackson. Barrett, a Trump appointee and the second most junior justice, accused Jackson, a Biden appointee and the court's most junior member, of mounting a startling line of attack not tethered to any doctrine whatsoever. According to Barrett, Jackson was promoting a vision of judicial role that would make an even more ardent defender of judicial supremacy blush. A vision of the judicial role that would make even the most ardent defender of the judicial supremacy blush, and she was skipping over the legal issues she considered boring. We will not dwell on Justice Jackson's argument, which is at odds with more than 2 centuries worth of precedent, not to mention the Constitution itself, wrote Barrett. We observe only this. Justice Jackson decries an imperial executive while embracing an imperial judiciary. Wow, that's for the Supreme Court, that's like yeah. Well, maybe not only that. While insisting she wouldn't dwell on Jackson's argument, Barrett wound up devoting nearly 900 words to them, capping the passage off with another zinger, suggesting hypocrisy on Jackson's part. Justice Jackson would do well to heed her own admonition. Everyone from the president on down is bound by the law, Barrett wrote. That goes for judges too. Yeah, it does. It goes for judges too. The judges have to follow the Constitution. They have to follow the laws. Article 3 judges have to follow Article 3. They have to follow the Judiciary Act, what it bestows upon them, the powers. For her part, Justice Jackson accused Barrett and the other conservatives of an obsession with the impotent English tribunals and blessing a zone of lawlessness. What the majority has done is allow the executive to nullify the statutory and constitutional rights of the uncounseled, the undersourced, and the unwary by prohibiting the lower courts from ordering the executive to follow the law across the board. See, the judiciary is not supposed to order the executive branch to do anything. I mean, it's not the way it's supposed to work. They're supposed to be co-equal branches, remember? And so if one branch can order another branch to do something, doesn't really seem like they're co-equal, does it? Oh, hey, Terry, thank you. Look at this, a super sticker from Terry for $5. Thank you very much, Terry. That's greatly appreciated. Although 42% of the court's opinions this term were unanimous, this week's decision continued the pattern of liberals often finding themselves on the losing end of 6-3 rulings in the hardest fought and most impactful cases. So perhaps it's no surprise that the liberal justices are the ones who often paint the court's decisions in grave, even apoplectic terms. The court's 6-3 decision that public school parents must be allowed to pull their children out of lessons involving LGBTQ-themed books produced a fiery dissent from Sotomayor. She predicted a nightmare for school as parents chose to pull their kids out of lessons they disapprove of on topics ranging from evolution to the role of women in society to vaccines. The ensuing chaos and self-censorship by school threatens to end American public education as we know it, she said. Listen, when I was in school, parents had to sign permission slips for us to go on field trips. They had to sign permission slips for us to get sex ed. Why wouldn't it be the same? Parents shouldn't have to opt out of these teachings. They should have to opt in into anything controversial. And that's just the way it is. Sorry. So today's ruling threatens the very essence of public education, Sotomayor wrote. The reverberations of the court's error will be felt, I fear, for generations. Well, maybe because they won't be able to indoctrinate more people. While the liberal justices more often found themselves on the losing side than the conservatives, some members of the court's right flank also found occasion to voice grave concern about select rulings. Consider a decision issued Friday involving an FCC fund that supports broadband access in rural areas. It's not exactly a hot cultural war issue, and a mixed coalition of 3 conservatives and 3 liberal justices joined together to uphold the fund. Yeah, they were called permission slips, and they were required for anything that was outside of the approved curriculum type of thing. But Justice Neil Gorsuch, animated by the case implications for the balance of power between Congress and federal agencies, filed a lengthy dissent that accused the majority of embarking on a judicial misadventure and deploying ludicrously hypothetical reasoning. Well, in 1987, I was in high school. So there you go. So we needed permission slips in the late 80s. The majority, he wrote, defies the Constitution's command that power be divided among the branches. A day earlier, Gorsuch had exchanged sharp words with Jackson, but this time he was in the majority. Jackson, in an opinion joined by 2 other liberals, suggested a conservative majority's decision allowing South Carolina to exclude Planned Parenthood from the Medicaid program there amounted to a continuation of a long campaign by racists and segregationists in the South to resist federal civil rights laws enacted in the wake of the Civil War. Oh my goodness, that is just asinine. Doesn't she realize that those segregationists and racists, one of them was named Margaret Sanger, she was a eugenicist, and she was the founder of Planned Parenthood? Maybe she's making a wrong argument here. Just saying. Just saying. A century and a half later, the project of stymieing one of the country's great civil rights laws continued, Jackson wrote. She thinks killing babies is a great civil rights law? What is wrong with her? Gorsuch, a Trump appointee, dismissed the inflammatory claim out of hand, calling it extravagant. Jackson has also used stark language and dissents from rulings on the court's emergency docket. In April, she predicted devastation from the Trump administration's suspension of education grants and called the court's decision to allow the cuts to proceed in equal parts unprincipled and unfortunate. One of the major surprises Friday was the court's decision to pass up issuing any opinion in the term's big redistricting case. It involved the Louisiana legislature's creation of a second majority black congressional district after courts ordered the legislature to do so to comply with the Voting Rights Act. Although the justices heard the case in March, they ordered that case be re-argued, likely this fall. Justice Clarence Thomas, writing alone, scolded his colleagues for copping out despite a full round of legal briefing and 80 minutes of oral arguments on the issue. The court today punts without explanation, Thomas complained. The way to resolve the Louisiana case should be straightforward, the court's longest-serving justice said. He then stepped up his rhetoric another notch, declaring that the court had not only failed to explain its action, but that it defied any logic whatsoever. The court inexplicably schedules these cases for re-argument. Comics right. The consternation displayed by the justices this week came as one of their former colleagues, retired Justice Anthony Kennedy, issued an impassioned warning that hostile, fractious discourse was tearing at the fabric of American democracy. To be sure, there are no outward signs of acrimony at the High Court has reached the levels it did in 2022 following Politico's publication of the draft of the court's not yet released opinion overturning the federal constitutional right to abortion. Thomas, a George H.W. appointed Bush, said, then at the thrust of the court was gone forever. And after that bombshell ruling was officially published, Justice Elena Kagan accused the court of making political decisions. The Obama appointee said, only time will tell if the justices could again find common ground. While the justices' disagreement in the major cases often seems stark this week, there was There were occasional efforts to bridge the divide. Playing a role he often adopts, Justice Brett Kavanaugh seemed eager to downplay the practical significance of the court's ruling, barring nationwide injunctions in most instances. Kavanaugh said the district court injunctions at issue are rarely the last word in high-profile fights over executive power. Those battles ultimately end up at the Supreme Court, he argued, so whether a district court's injunction is enforced nationwide or not matters less than what the justices decide on a slew of emergency applications landing on their so-called shadow docket. When a stay or injunction application arrives here, the court should not and cannot hide in the tall grass, wrote Kavanaugh, a Trump appointee. During a speaking appearance last month, Chief Justice John Roberts insisted the justices aren't at each other's throats, despite the tone of some of the opinions that come out as the court winds down at work for the term. I'm sure people listening to the news or reading our decisions, particularly decisions that come out in May and June, maybe think, boy, those people really must hate each other. They must be at hammer and tong the whole time. But Chief Justice told an audience in Buffalo. However, Roberts, a George W. Bush appointee, also said the court's summer recess is a whole respite not only from work but from colleagues. That break is critical to maintaining a level of balance. Roberts, who traditionally teaches a legal course overseas during the summer and lounges at his vacation home in Maine, has one more official gig before he heads out. He's scheduled to speak Saturday morning to a judicial conference in North Carolina where he'll have a chance to offer his latest thoughts on whether his colleagues are grading on each other or getting along. So here's this ruling. It says, so here's this thing. It says, Justice Sotomayor says public education is doomed without mandatory gay or trans story hour. Ugh. Sotomayor says public education is doomed without mandatory gay and trans story hour. The end is nigh. That seems to be the message. Let's see. I might have to play a video here, so I put these on. The end is nigh. That seemed to be the message this week from 3 liberal justices at the Supreme Court when faced with the nightmarish prospects of parents being able to remove their young children from mandatory classes on gay, lesbian, and transgender material. The decision in Mahmoud v. Taylor was a roaring victory for parents in public schools. The Montgomery County, Maryland school system fought to require the reading of 13 LGBTQ plus inclusive texts in English and language arts curriculum for kids from pre-K through 12th grade that covers children just 5 to 11 years old. Wow. The children are required to read or listen to stories like Prince in the Night, about 2 male knights who marry each other, and Love, Violet, about 2 young girls who are falling in love. Another Born Ready, the true story of a boy named Penelope, discusses the biological girl who begins a transition to being a boy. Teachers were informed that this was mandatory reading, which must be assigned, and that families would not be allowed to opt out. The guidelines for teachers made clear that students had to be corrected if they expressed errant or opposing views of gender. If a child questions how someone born a boy can become a girl, teachers were encouraged to correct the child and declare that comment is hurtful. This is indoctrination. This is why has to be stopped. Even if a student merely asks, what's a transgender, teachers are expected to say, when we're born, people make a guess about our gender and label us a boy or girl based on our body parts. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. This is asinine that they're teaching this at school. I can't believe this is crazy. Crazy talk. Teachers were specifically told to disrupt thinking or values opposing transgender views. Homeschool your kids. Homeschool your kids. Homeschool your kids. Many families sought to opt out of these lessons. The school allows for such opt-outs for a variety of reasons, but the board ruled out withdrawals for these lessons. Ironically, it noted that so many families were upset and objecting that it would be burdensome to allow so many kids to withdraw. Well, maybe don't teach it. Montgomery County school system was one of the most diverse in the nation. A Christian, Muslim, and other families objected to the mandatory program as undermining their religious and moral values. The majority on the Supreme Court ruled that, as in with other opt-outs, Montgomery County must allow parents to withdraw their children from these lessons. The response from liberal groups was outrage. Liberal sites declared another victory for right-wing culture warriors, even though the public overwhelmingly supported these parents. However, the most overwrought language came not from liberal advocates, but liberal justices on the Supreme Court. Justice Sonia Sotomayor declared there will be chaos for this nation's public schools, and both education and children will suffer if parents are allowed to opt out their children of these lessons. She also worried about the chilling effect of the ruling, which would make schools more hesitant to offer such classes in the future. Good. They shouldn't be teaching this shit anyway. This has nothing to do with it. This is ridiculous. They shouldn't be teaching anything like this to small children. Come on. It was a particularly curious concern since parents would like teachers to focus more on core subjects and show greater restraint in pursuing social agendas. Majority pushed back against the deliberately blinkered view of the three liberal justices on dismissing the objections of so many families to these lessons. Nevertheless, even though such material was only recently added and made mandatory, the liberal justices declared that the damage to the American public school system will be profound and threatens the very essence of public education. I mean, couldn't what does the Department of Education, the federal Department of Education, actually do? Couldn't they come in and say, yeah, you can't teach this crap? I mean, what are they good for if they can't stop it? The truth is that this decision could actually save public education in America. Previously, during oral argument, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson had shocked many when she dismissed the objections of parents, stating that they could simply remove their children from public schools. It was a callous response to many families who do not have the means to pay for private or parochial schools. Yeah, what's funny too is because just a month or so ago, there was a ruling that came down 4-4 about because Amy Coney Barrett had to recuse herself about being able to use school vouchers to pay for private schools if they were parochial schools, if they were religious schools, and go figure, all the liberal justices said no, you can't use that money for those schools. You have to send them to the schools that they can brainwash them. Yet, it was a view previously expressed by many Democratic politicians and school officials. State Rep. Lee Snodgrass, D. Wisconsin, once insisted if parents want to have a say in their child's education, they should homeschool or pay for private school tuition out of their family budget. It's crazy. We pay these salaries. We pay for these schools. The parents should have a say in the schools. It's public schools. It's not like, it's supposed to be public school, not government school. Iowa School Board member Rachel Wall said the purpose of public education is not to teach kids what the parents want, it's to teach them what society needs them to know. The client is not the parent, but the community. These people are all crazy. These people are all basically Nazis. These are Nazis. They are. These are all Nazis. These are people who would have, turned in their neighbors. And, these are Nazis, all of them. The parents still harbor the apparently misguided notion that these remain their children. Today, many are indeed following Jackson's advice and leaving public schools. The opposition of public sector unions and many Democratic politicians to school vouchers is precisely because families are fleeing the failing public school systems. Once they are no longer captive to the system, they opt for private school. They offer a greater focus on basic educational subjects and less emphasis on social activism. Our public school systems are imploding. Some are lowering standards to achieve equity and graduating students without proficiency skills. Families are objecting to the priority given to political and social agendas to make their kids better people when they lack of math, science, and other skills need to compete in an increasingly competitive market. The decision may well save public schools from themselves by encouraging a return to core educational priorities. It may offer some cover for more moderate school officials to push back against such demands for mandatory readings to young children. What the majority calls the deliberate blinkered view of the dissent could just as well describe the delusional position of public school boards and unions. Schools are facing rising debt and severe declines in enrollment. Yet unions in states like Illinois are demanding even more staff increases and larger expenditures. The liberal justices are right about one thing. This is a fight over the essence of public education. However, it is the parents, not the educators or these justices, who are trying to restore public education to meet demands for a diverse nation. This was written by Jonathan Turley. He's a great constitutional scholar. So, Stephen Miller says, no one in American Senate is being ruled by activist judges in New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, etc. They elected one American president to run the executive branch. We do not elect a Marxist judge in a far left city to rule over us. And that's what SCOTUS said today.
Stephen, good evening. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Brett.
You know, the president said this is a big deal. You have said that this is a really big deal as far as the implication on some of these injunctions around the country.
It's monumental, Brett. This 6-3 ruling restores American democracy. So President Trump, over the last 5 months, had more nationwide injunctions issued against him than were issued in the 100 years of the 20th century. Most of these nationwide injunctions have come from a small handful of very hard left district court judges in just 4 or 5 cities like Los Angeles, Boston, San Francisco, Chicago. No one in America consented to be ruled by a district court judge in Chicago or Manhattan or Los Angeles or San Francisco. They elected one American president to run the executive branch. Today, the Supreme Court has said President Trump is the one in charge of the executive branch. The Department of Defense, Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security. That is how our democracy works. Every 4 years, we go to the polls and we elect a president. We do not elect a Marxist judge in a far left city to rule over us. And that's what the Supreme Court said today, Brett.
Yeah, as far as the nation.
That was good, right? Yeah. I knew it was going to be fire when I saw this. That's right. Miller was ready. The Supreme Court's reaffirmation of the executive authority over activist judges is a critical defense against judicial tyranny. S.1090, the Restraining Judicial Insurrectionist Act, directly confronts this systemic abuse by mandating 3-judge panels for cases challenging executive actions, preventing lone partisan judges from hijacking national policy. This aligns with the court's recent ruling that rejects localized judicial activism attempting to override presidential authority. When unelected judges left in leftist strongholds issued nationwide injunctions, they usurp the constitutional role of both the executive and Congress. The solution isn't just legal, it's structural. Bills like S-1090 dismantle the machinery of judicial overreach, ensuring America isn't governed by black robe ideologues, but by leaders directly accountable to voters. Activist courts weaponizing injunctions belong in failed systems, not constitutional republics. See how S-1090 rewrites the balance of power and what's at stake. News at 11. Okay. And we're going to jump to another story from Moose. Rethinking the 14th, a legal and historical defense of Trump's citizenship reform. The citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment contains only 14 words, yet for over a century, its interpretation has been inflated beyond its plain meaning. The clause states, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. On its face, the sentence appears simple, almost tautological. But constitutional interpretation is rarely simple and seldom tautological. The critical hinge is the phrase, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And here, President Trump, through Executive Order 14160, has done what jurists and legislators have long been too timid to attempt, reclaim its original meaning. Critics allege this order is radical, cruel, or un-American. It's None of the above. In fact, it's constitutional, rational, and long overdue. The order does not revoke citizenship. It does not, nor does it do anything retroactively. It merely resets the legal understanding of citizenship moving forward by insisting that a child born on American soil must have at least one parent with a permanent legal tie in the U.S. in order to be granted citizenship. Let's proceed carefully. First, the constitutional text. The phrase, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, was never meant to cover everyone present on American soil. The framers of the 14th Amendment could have said that anyone born in the U.S. is a citizen. They did not. They inserted the jurisdictional qualifier. Why? The answer is both historical and philosophical. Senator Jacob Howard, who introduced the amendment in 1866, explained that the jurisdiction clause excluded not only foreign diplomats and their families, but also Indians not taxed, a term of art referring to tribes still under sovereign governments. This makes sense. Jurisdiction, in a constitutional sense, connotes not merely being subject to local laws, but owing political allegiance. As legal scholar John Eastman has written, jurisdiction implies complete, not partial allegiance. Temporary visitors, illegal entrants, and those who maintain legal ties to a foreign sovereign are not fully subject to American jurisdiction. This understanding also coheres with the precedent most frequently cited to oppose it, in United States v. Wong Kim Ark, 1898. In that case, the Supreme Court held that a child born to Chinese parents who were lawful permanent residents was a U.S. citizen. The court emphasized that the parents were domiciled in the United States. This point is often conveniently overlooked by critics who pretend that Wong Kim Ark settled the issue for all children of non-citizens, regardless of legal status. It did not. It settled the issue for children of lawful residents. Trump's EO, far from contradicting Wong Kim Ark, aligns itself with the very facts that case deemed constitutionally salient: domicile, lawful presence, and allegiance. A child born to tourists, temporary visa holders, or those in the country unlawfully does not meet that threshold. This position is neither novel nor extreme. It was held by the executive branch in the 1880s and the early 20th century. Thomas Bayard, Secretary of State under President Cleveland, denied passports to U.S.-born children of foreign diplomats and temporary foreign nationals, explicitly stating that they were not under U.S. jurisdiction. This was not seen as radical then, nor should it be now. Moreover, the executive order explicitly disclaims retroactivity. This is crucial. Opponents, either in error or in malice, continue to circulate false claims that Trump intends to strip existing citizens of their status. One prominent example is Suleiman Ahmed, who posts on X under the handle Sakila Soman. Ahmed, a British journalist with academic credentials in philosophy and Islamic law, claimed that Trump's EO would strip citizenship from figures like Vivek Ramaswamy. This is nonsense. Though dressed in pseudo-intellectual garb. Ramaswamy was born in Ohio in 1985. EO applies to future births, not past ones. Not only has Trump's legal team made this clear in litigation, but the very notion of retroactive denaturalization is constitutionally dubious and would trigger immediate judicial scrutiny. It would also run afoul of the Fifth Amendment's due process clause. Yeah, so here's this guy making these claims, this goofy idiot. It's such a basic fact eludes a man with an LLB in law is less an indictment of Trump than of British legal education. To say that Vivek would be sent back to India is like saying Benjamin Franklin should be deported to Boston because his parents were not yet Pennsylvanians when he was born. It's nonsense with a rhetorical license. What, then, is the purpose of this policy? To restore coherence to the citizenship and to deter abuse of the current loophole, which has fueled birth tourism and chain migration. As the amici brief submitted by 22 Republican-led states rightly notes, the prevailing interpretation incentivizes incentivizes illegal entry for the express purpose of securing citizenship for offspring. The effect is to allow foreign nationals to circumvent immigration law through the accident of geography. This was never the intent of the 14th Amendment, which was enacted in 1868 with a very specific historical purpose to secure citizenship for freed slaves in the aftermath of the Civil War. Prior to its ratification, many formerly enslaved individuals were denied citizenship by virtue of their race and status, even if born in the United States. The amendment was designed to rectify this injustice by ensuring those born within the country and owing political allegiance to it could not be excluded from the rights and protections of the citizenship. It was never conceived as a global guarantee to anyone who could give birth on American soil, regardless of immigration status or legal ties to the country. The policy is also eminently reasonable. It does not deny birthright citizenship to those born here to lawful permanent residents. It does not strip citizenship from anyone. It merely applies a constitutional filter at the front end, asking, do the parents have a permanent legal and political bond to the U.S.? If not, the child's status is a matter of the parent's home country. This standard exists in many nations, including most of Europe, Canada, and the UK. The standard exists in many nations, including most of Europe. Canada and the UK have each narrowed their birthright citizenship policies in recent decades without descending into fascism, as critics seem to suggest will happen here. Indeed, critics' real fear is not that Trump's EO will fail, but that it will succeed, that it will prompt a long overdue judicial reconsideration of the citizenship clause's meaning, that it will impose intellectual fragility of their cherished assumptions, and that it will resonate with the public tired of legal fictions and open border ideology masked as compassion. The executive order's real achievement is that it reframes the debate from emotive slogans to legal meaning. Are we a country defined by laws or by loopholes? If the former, then jurisdiction must mean more than geography. It must mean allegiance. This is not a radical idea. It is the very principle that makes a sovereign nation possible, and it is time we return to it. SCOTUS hands Trump a landmark victory. Nationwide injunctions are dead. The modern American presidency, like Hercules, has labored under the weight of 1,000 entanglements, many self-imposed, others judicially manufactured. Among the latter, few have been as corrosive to the separation of powers as a now familiar practice of the federal district judges issuing nationwide injunctions, binding the executive from sea to shining sea. That era is thankfully over. So here, just basically, I'm not going to read all this. It's a Supreme Court case, delivered a thunderclap decision that will be studied for generations. Writing for the 6-justice majority, Justice Amy Coney Barrett drove a stake through the heart of this lawless judicial practice. Her opinion, grounded in the Judiciary Act of 1789, and the practice of English chancery courts, affirms what the constitutional framers long understood: judges are not emperors. So, to grasp the importance of the ruling, consider the alternative. Over the past decade, district judges in Hawaii, San Francisco, and elsewhere transformed themselves into de facto super legislators. One judge, one courthouse, one plaintiff, and suddenly the President of the United States found his policies frozen nationwide, not just enjoined for the litigants before the court, but for all Americans, including those who never consented to the litigation. So, hopefully they correct this. We're going to switch to another story now. We're going to go to an immigration story. So here is Mark Rubert. Just a man from Georgia in the Soviet Union, but he has a past. He spent 13 years in prison, including a punishment for armed robbery. Since 2009, he's been on supervised visits, and every year he has been allowed to stay, except for this year. Federal agents are currently holding him in El Paso. He lost his green card after a run-in with the law. He has been living under supervised release for over 15 years. He was allowed to stay because Ukraine wouldn't take him back. So basically, Crimey guy knocks up girl, begs for mercy, film noir. Good answer. Yeah. Let's see. So here's the story. We'll pull this up. So, pregnant wife pleads for husband's release as ICE holds LA pastor weeks before baby's birth. Oh, so he's an LA pastor. He's not a criminal who's been. Basically, if you're on a green card, any type of green card or any type of visa, and you commit a crime, they're going to revoke your status and you're going to have to leave. That's just the bottom line. We don't let people that are criminals become citizens. We don't say, oh, okay, we're going to forgive you. No, you got to go. Bye-bye. Out. So, a pregnant woman is making a heartfelt plea to bring her husband home before the birth of their baby. Gennady Glashnonik, a Christian pastor in Los Angeles, was detained 2 weeks ago by ICE agents in downtown during a routine immigration check-in. Gennady was born in a former Soviet republic and is not a U.S. citizen. He moved to the U.S. in 1995 at the age of 10 and grew up in the Hollywood area with his mom. Gennady is a local pastor and husband and father of two with a third on the way, but he has a past. He spent 13 years in prison, including a punishment for armed robbery. Since 2009, he's been on supervised visits, and every year he has been allowed to stay except for this year. Federal agents are currently holding him in El Paso. So he should have been sent home a long time ago. As soon as he got out of prison, he should have been deported. So, that's the bottom line. He lost his green card after a run-in with the law, and he's been living under supervised release for over 15 years. So he's not legally here. They took his green card away 15 years ago. They just been letting him stay because of whatever reason, and now they're not. Sorry, gotta go. But his wife, Yekaterina, says he's a reformed man, and says he's being detained with no clear explanation or resolution in sight. They just said he has to stay, and they had to detain him. He doesn't have a green card. He has no legal status. They took his green card away. He has no. They've been making him check in every year and checking on him, and just eventually they decided to actually enforce the law and kick him out. I guess, I don't know. She hopes immigration will show mercy on her husband and allow him to go home on monitored visits. She said he's a changed man. My husband and I, we understand that this is just a consequence of his past. When he was making those bad choices in the past, he wasn't who he is today. I'm due with his baby in 2 weeks. I'm just hoping that I won't need to leave the house so that I can bring this baby home, whether he's with me or not. Oh, well. I don't, you know what? Sorry, lady, you should have known this. He's been on borrowed time for 15 years. He should have been deported 15 years ago. Let's see, who was president 15 years ago? Oh, yeah, that would be Obama. So that's why he's got to stay. All right. I don't know how I got this. So now we're going to jump to this. It says, Chief Justice Roberts warns anti-judge rhetoric can lead to violence. And I always like to look at Dodge AI and Doge AI and see what they says. The Chief Justice Roberts is right to condemn threats against judges. Political violence has no place in America. But let's not ignore the root cause of judicial overreach that undermines democratic accountability. When courts block policies like halting the $2 billion in foreign aid against the will of the voters, it fuels public distrust. The Supreme Court's own rulings, like overriding executive authority to redirect taxpayer funds, prioritize globalist agendas over domestic priorities, justices aren't above criticism, but threats are inexcusable. That was over a week ago. She was acquitted. That was last week. I think it was last Thursday or Wednesday. Wednesday? Yeah, last Wednesday she was acquitted. I'm pretty sure. But thanks. Accountability requires transparency. If courts want respect, they should stop legislating from the bench and uphold their constitutional role, not expand it. I agree. Well, let's hear what what Chief Justice Squish has to say. Threatening the judges for doing their job is totally unacceptable, Roberts said at a judicial conference. Charlotte, North Carolina. Chief Justice John Roberts issued another warning Saturday that heated political rhetoric aimed at judges could spur physical threats and violence. If you have somebody who's expressing a high degree of hostility to the court on whatever basis, the danger, of course, is that somebody might pick up on that. And we have had, of course, serious threats of violence and murder of judges just simply for doing their work, Roberts said during an appearance at Judicial Conference. He spoke the day after Supreme Court issued its final opinions in the term, and he did not discuss any of the court's rulings. Since President Donald Trump returned to office in January, he has mounted withering attacks on federal judges who have blocked. Oh, so you're going to talk about this, but you're not going to talk about when Chuck Schumer stood on the steps of the Supreme Court and said, the whirlwind's going to come down on you, Gorsuch and Kavanaugh. You're going to reap the whirlwind. You're not going to talk about that, right? Directly threatening them by name, but you're going to talk about Trump. Okay, I see. This is a very slanted, biased report. He even blasted some judges as communists and even called for their impeachment. I think a couple of them judges were communists. They were admitted communists. So what? However, speaking to an audience of judges and attorneys, Roberts did not mention Trump by name. And while the Chief Justice said he's been prompted to issue public statements against such verbal attacks, he emphasized that he has done so in response to comments from both Republican and Democrat officials. I've been compelled for the past few years to make statements about people on one side of the aisle, their views on judges, and on the other side. It's not politically associated in any way, one side or the other, the Chief Justice said, apparently referring to two instances where he inveighed against Trump's comments and one where he criticized remarks by Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Schumer apologized for his comments. Trump has not, and even doubled down. Oh well. Threats and violence against judges have increased in recent years. In 2020, an assailant targeting U.S. District Judge Esther Salas of New Jersey killed her 20-year-old son and injured her husband. In 2022, a man attempted to assassinate Justice Brett Kavanaugh. Well, why? Because of the Roe v. Wade, because of all the stuff the left was saying. A state judge in Maryland was murdered in his driveway in 2023, and a state judge in Kentucky was killed at his courthouse in 2024. I think that state judge in Kentucky in 2024 was killed by a girl's father who accused the judge of messing around with the girl. I think, and it was the sheriff that did it. Pretty sure. I think the political people on both sides of the aisle need to keep that in mind, Robert said about the possible progression towards violence. If you think the law is being not followed, you can address it legislatively. But threatening the judges for doing their job is totally unacceptable. Now, is he talking about threatening to impeach the judges? Because that's part of the political process, the right to impeach the judges. So threatening to impeach them, I don't think is threatening them physically. So if that's what he's talking about, he needs to wheel it back. Robert spoke for about 24 hours after the High Court released its final decisions in cases argued this term, handing wins to the Trump administration on nationwide injunctions, to states seeking to mandate age verification from porn website, and to religious parents who want to pull their kids out of public school classes that use books with LGBTQ plus themes. The Chief Justice sounded relieved to be through the frenzied stretch of work the court typically completes by late June every year. He acknowledged that the harsh language the justices sometimes exchange in the most contentious cases leads to perceptions of a bitterly divided court. Particularly at the end of term, we are offered opinions, decisions that are a lot of sharp divisions and some sharp adjectives employed, Robert said. Despite the sometimes rancorous words used, he insisted that the justices to a person are working hard to understand our colleagues' thinking on the cases and whether there's an opportunity to achieve consensus. Roberts did say the pileup of cases can be difficult to manage, and he suggested this year was worse than some others. He didn't say why, but the court heard the nationwide injunctions dispute on an emergency basis at the request of the Trump administration and held arguments May 15th, about 2 weeks after arguments typically conclude for the term. We're all lawyers, and like lawyers, you put things off till the last minute. There's 9 of us. People have their own idea of the schedule. It's part of my responsibility to make sure we're on the same page to the extent we can so that we don't have 70 cases decided on the last day. And that's not easy. Things were a little crunched towards the end of the year. We'll try to space it out a little better next year, Roberts added. Roberts described his job primarily as managing people and adding typical Chief Justice's lament, and added that the typical Chief Justice lament that the position actually has little explicit power over the court's 8 other members. He waffled a bit, however, on whether his colleagues uniformly defer to him on management issues. You can't fire people, you can't cut their pay, Roberts observed. My colleagues have uniformly been gracious, I would say, over the last 20 years and given me the benefit of the doubt and understanding. Well, that might not be what I would do, but somebody's got to decide that for all of us, and you know, he's doing the best he can. I am very grateful for the fact that my colleagues generally recognize that sort of somebody has to do it. Robert spent about 45 minutes taking questions from Chief Judge Albert Diaz Jr. of the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. It's one of the 3 federal appeals court Roberts has special responsibility for, with all emergency Supreme Court appeals from those circuits routed to him. During the exchange with Roberts, there was a brief mention of the importance of judicial independence, but no explicit discussion of claims that the Trump administration has defied some court rulings it disagreed with. The administration has denied defying those orders, even as it mounted withering attacks on the judges who issued them. As the discussions concluded, Diaz remarked, "It's obvious a very challenging time for us as Americans." He did not elaborate. I think this Judge Diaz, the Chief Justice, is that what it said? Chief Judge Albert Diaz of the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. I think he's the one who got the lawsuit that Trump is suing the entire Trump administration is suing the entire Maryland, court system, because they issued a standing order about issuing a 2-day stay on all cases or something with immigration. So let's see how he handles that, I guess. This is Shipwreck Crew. He's a great follow. He's a lawyer. He represented some January 6th defendants, and he's a good follow on Twitter, and he has good takes on stuff, I think, on a lot of stuff. But he says here, I resisted the urge at publishing a hot take yesterday after the injunctions decision was first issued by the Supreme Court. This first article, there will be more, lays out the basis for the ruling and how the court arrived at it. It does not tackle the potential alternatives, class action and individual states suing on behalf of their residents. I'll address those issues in some follow. It does take a look at the salvos between Justice Barrett on behalf of the majority and Justice Jackson's dissent. I'm going to spend some more time on that over the weekend and have another article that focuses much more closely on where that has likely arisen and where it might take the court in the future. Link in a panel down below behind a paywall, but free 7-day trials available. Repost appreciated. It was certainly made clear to her by the other justice that the court was not deciding whether the executive orders on birthright citizenship were lawful or unlawful, but she did not care. For her, the unlawfulness is manifest, and the court proceedings are all unnecessary waste of time, starting at the tea leaves of legalese. The Supreme Court limits universal injunctions. Justice Amy Coney Barrett takes a torch to the imperial judiciary and Justice Jackson. Shipwreck Crew. Justice Jackson's view seems to be that the judiciary's primary function in the framework of the Constitution is that of a do-gooder. As long as the district judges are doing good as they see it, there should be no limit on their authority to bring that about. Wipe away the legalese, and the only pertinent issue is courts tell everyone else to follow the law. No limits and no boundaries on the authority to do so. This abandons entirely the concept of the judiciary under the Constitution is one of limited jurisdiction, except as set forth in the Constitution, and the jurisdiction as described by Congress in the legislation that created the courts, like the Judiciary Act of 1789. The Supreme Court limits universal injunctions. Justice Amy Coney Barrett takes a torch to the imperial judiciary and Justice Jackson. The lower court's elevation of themselves as overseer of the president and Congress is laid to rest by the 6-justice majority. By a 6-3 vote, the Supreme Court held in Casa v. Trump that there is no legal foundation for the granting of preliminary equitable relief in the form of universal restraining orders and injunctions of the type that have been regularly sought and imposed in the lawfare being waged by left-wing interest groups against the Trump administration. Changes to how the executive branch operates. The majority opinion was written by Justice Barrett and joined by Chief Justice Roberts, Justice Thomas, Alito, Gorsuch, and Kavanaugh. The basis of the holding is that because of the authority of the federal court only arises out of the Constitution or statutes passed by Congress, there must be a basis in one of those two sources for the equity power of the court to command a party to do something or to not do something while the case is pending, but before a judgment is entered. The concept of equity is based on fairness. What is the fair thing to do about the injuries the plaintiff claims to be suffering if those injuries will continue over the months and years that might pass before the case is concluded? Is it fair to order the defendant to stop whatever conduct is at issue if there is a possibility the defendant might ultimately prevail? The court found that the source of federal court's equity power in the statute passed by Congress shortly after the ratification of the Constitution. It created the framework for what later became the lower federal court system. The Constitution only created the Supreme Court. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. The ACLU already filed to start making illegal aliens a class so they can step through the door, SCOTUS left open. Not illegal aliens. They filed to make a class of unborn illegal aliens and all future to be born. So they might have stepped in a little bit because I don't know if you guys know or not, but the left for the past 50 years have been arguing that unborn babies have no rights at all. Because if they do have rights, then killing them would be a violation of those rights, which would be strictly forbidden because the Constitution mandates that nobody can be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. So by them filing this case to make a class action and saying that unborn babies have standing to sue over citizenship, if any judge accepts that, that judge also has to accept that babies have a right to not be killed. There's going to be a problem. Here's the majority. The Judiciary Act of 1789 endowed federal courts with jurisdiction over all suits in equity. And still today, the statute is what authorized the federal courts to issue equitable remedies. Though flexible, this equitable authority is not freewheeling. We have held that the statutory grant encompasses only those sorts of equitable remedies traditionally accorded by courts of equity at our country's inception. No, it's the same story. Gungan's in. It's the same. I know the story. It's over the this CASA case over the birthright citizenship. They filed a class action law. They tried to make a class of all babies unborn and future to be born. So. Okay. No, this CASA case, it was over birthright citizenship. Okay, and they said you can't prevent the whole country because of these couple people that came and sued, and the people who have standing. Well, who has standing? If they're claiming that the birthright citizenship question only applies to people that aren't born yet. You understand? So who could sue on behalf of people who aren't born yet over a citizenship group? Who has standing? Nobody really. If they're going to claim a state has standing, these states have standing, or these other people have standing, these groups have standing, that would imply that those same other states would have standing to sue over unborn babies to prevent them from being killed. Because it's just common sense. Think about it. If an unborn baby has a right to be a citizen, then that unborn baby cannot be killed by the government, by anyone without due process of law. So this argument that the left is making is an argument that could force abortion to become illegal in the United States. I mean, that's the bottom line. The arguments they're making can cause abortion to become illegal because there's no way to square that circle, what they're arguing. Because suits in equity were handled by the High Court of Chancery in England at the time of the adoption of the Constitution. The Court has long held that equitable powers of federal courts are the same as equitable powers of English courts after which they were modeled. We must therefore ask whether universal injunctions are sufficiently analogous to relief, analogous. Why can't I pronounce that word? Analogous to the relief issued by the High Court of Chancery in England at the time of the adoption of the Constitution and enactment of the Judicial Act, Grupo Mexico 57-382, quoting A. Dobbs Handbook Federal Judiciary. If the Judiciary Act gave the lower federal courts the same powers and equity as those possessed by the High Court of Chancery in England, then for universal injunctions to be within the equitable power of the federal courts, there must be some analogous form of equitable power existing in the High Court of Chancery, which there is not. See, sweet tooth, the problem is that this argument they can't make. It's not they can just legalize it because the Constitution protects all peoples, and if they're people, they have the protection of life, liberty, and property without due process law. They have to protect it, so they can't just legalize it. And they're going there, Sheila Marie. They're going there. They're making the arguments. So we're going to see what happens, but let's see. It's quite possible. What happened? Huh? How did I lose? I lost them. Hold on, I got to find something here. We're jump to this different story. I lost a link. Somehow I got a link closed. I must have clicked something wrong. But Trump administration files a motion with the appellate court for a stay of the order releasing Khalil, stressing lower court lacks jurisdiction over the case in multiple ways. Oh yeah, so that guy Mahmoud Khalil, that was that they ordered to be deported. They took him and then he got released. He was the guy protesting that was leading all the protests at Columbia. Yeah, so so they filed a brief. Right here. So basically, the government's likely to see in America. So the Trump administration is trying to, because he was ordered released, so they want to get him back locked up again. So that's an interesting story. This is another interesting story. China's economy is in a death spiral, and famed investor Kyle Bass says they are not coming back. Real estate collapse, banking crisis, 17% youth unemployment, $500 billion in capital flight, and now deflation. Let's break it down. There's nothing that will bail out China, says Bass. Trade surplus down 35%. Real estate imploding since the Evergrande collapse. Youth, 1 in 6 can't find work. Consumers pulling back hard. Local governments buried in debt. China's 10-year bond yield is at 1.64%, a red flag. The U.S. Treasury 10-year Treasury is at 4.26%. That's a huge gap. Beth, the bond market tells the truth, and it's screaming that China is in crisis. Meanwhile, Xi Jinping data censored, faked, and fantasy. China's exports to the U.S. dropped 35% in May. Trump's tariffs are working. Their trade surplus is shrinking. Their leverage is dying, and now they're panicking. But there's another danger. A weak, collapsing China is more likely to go to war to distract its people. Xi still wants to take Taiwan and break the first island chain. His goal, project power to San Francisco. But America has a trump card, literally. The U.S. controls the global dollar system. The second China moves on Taiwan, we should cut them off from the dollar. That'll stop them cold. Nobody wants to trade in yuan. Bombs versus banks. Best reports use both. Deterrence doesn't mean sending troops into harm's way. It means making Beijing know. No Taiwan invasion or you lose access to the global economy. Trump's Iran strikes, they got China's attention. Giving up on Taiwan equals giving up America's future. Taiwan is the linchpin of Western Pacific. Let China take it, and they'll own the shipping lanes, the chip factories, the high ground. It's not just about Taiwan, it's about everything. The bottom line, China is broke, belligerent, and backed into a corner. Trump's tariffs are working. The dollar is our ultimate weapon. We can stop war without sending troops if we use our economic warfare first. Don't miss out. It's an important deep dive on the forces driving the undoing of China. It's one of the most important things we've ever published. The illusion of Chinese strength. So, yeah, that's a good story about China. Real quick. I don't know if you guys remember the story about that woman, the judge Hannah Dugan, who got arrested for helping the illegals escape and distracting the ICE agents, and then sending the guy out the back door, letting him out and stuff. Then she got arrested for this stuff. Well, she has a history here. Here's her history. According to court records, Tremaine Jones, arrested for ambushing 2 Milwaukee police officers last night, should have been in prison but was given deferred prosecution by Judge Hannah Dugan. Now federally indicted for obstructing ICE, concealing an illegal alien from arrest. We're going to read this. It's a story real quick here, but first I want to acknowledge John Mosley for $9.99. Thank you very much. Was there a question you wanted to ask, John, or was it just a donation to say thank you? Because I appreciate it. Every dollar counts and every dollar helps. I really appreciate it.
What started as a fight and shots being fired turned into what Milwaukee Police Union and neighbors call an ambush of 2 police officers.
I was coming through the alley, and I seen the cops looking in the bushes right here, and then all I seen is shots being fired, and then the cop hit the ground, and then the dude was like, "Oh, we need backup, we need backup."
This neighbor, who didn't want his name or face used, told 12 News Investigates suspect Tremaine Jones was hiding in these bushes in an alley near 24th Place in Garfield when he popped out and shot police.
Police Association called it an ambush. Would you call it that?
Yeah, you can say that, because they didn't know.
And he was hiding in the bush.
That's definitely an ambush. You doing something and don't nobody know about it yet.
It all unfolded around 9:15. Police say they arrested a suspect around 2:15, 5 hours after that shooting. Records 12 News Investigates obtained show police arrested Jones at this house near 37th and Villard, 4 miles north of that shooting scene.
Thank you.
No one answered the door Friday morning at that home. Court records show Jones lived right next to the alley where the shooting happened. He has a previous resisting an officer charge and operating a vehicle without owner's consent, but received a deferred prosecution, which was completed in April.
Yeah. Ex-judge Hannah Dugan, soft on illegal aliens and violent thugs. Judge Hannah Dugan didn't just drop the ball, she gift wrapped it and handed it to a violent offender. Deferred prosecution for somebody who should have been behind bars. Now 2 officers are in the hospital and she's under federal indictment for shielding an illegal alien. This isn't justice, it's judicial malpractice with a body count. Here's the thing. Like I said, they can't be permanently, people shouldn't be permanently barred unless they're violent. If they're violent, then they should be barred. But like, if somebody goes to jail and they're 20 years old, 25 years old, and then they're in their 50s or 60s, should they still be denied the right to protect themselves when they're most vulnerable? I mean, we need to have some kind of standards for evaluating these things. I don't know. The system we currently have where it's just a blanket, like, nope, you're barred for life, is not the way it's supposed to be. So there you go. So that's an update on Hannah Dugan.
As a fight and shots being fired.
Update on Hannah Dugan. She has a history. She not only helps illegals escape, but she helps violent people that shoot cops escape too. Okay, here's a story that everyone's going to like. Everyone ready for this one? The real warning should be do not take the vax. Dun, dun, dun. COVID-19 vaccine labels updated with expanded warnings about risk of heart inflammation. Can't be. Federal regulators on June 25th updated labels for the Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna COVID-19 vaccines to expand warnings regarding heart inflammation. That's what they're calling it now, heart inflammation. The updated labels state that myocarditis, inflammation, and a related condition called pericarditis have occurred following receipt of one of the shots most commonly in males 12 years to 24 years of age. Huh. So people that really didn't need to take it is what they're saying. So people of that age that didn't really need it because they're healthy. Food and Drug Administration sent in letters to the vaccine manufacturers earlier this year that they should update the warnings on the inflammation to reflect available information. Okay. The previous label said that the highest observed risk of myocarditis after Pfizer vaccination was males aged 12 to 17, while the highest observed risk following Moderna vaccination was aged 18 to 24. Richard Forshee, acting director of the FDA's Office of Biostatistics and Pharmacovigilance, pointed to newer research, including a 2024 FDA study that found that some myocarditis patients had suffered a heart scarring months after vaccination. Wow, heart scarring months after vaccination. That's crazy. The vaccine makers could have challenged the directives, but instead opted to revise the labeling to comply with them, according to letters made public on Wednesday. Yeah, they didn't want to challenge anything because they didn't want to. Look at this. FDA directs COVID-19 vaccine manufacturers to expand heart inflammation warning. CDC nearly warned people with post-vaccine myocarditis not to play sports. Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna did not return inquiries. The vaccines from the companies were the first to use messenger ribonucleic acid mRNA vaccine technology and received clearance in the United States. They were administered to hundreds of millions of people during the COVID-19 pandemic, and some people continue to receive the vaccines. Are they crazy? Continuous monitoring and assessment of the safety of all vaccines, including the mRNA COVID-19 vaccines, is an FDA priority, and we remain committed to informing the public when we learn of new information about these vaccines, FDA said in a statement. As part of the approval of these vaccines, manufacturers are also conducting studies assessing the long-term impacts on the hearts of recipients. So they're doing the studies now after they gave them to everybody. That's great. That's great. The new labels state that the estimated incidence of myocarditis and pericarditis within 7 days of a dose of one of the vaccines is 8 cases per million doses in people ages 6 months to 64, and 27 cases per million doses in males ages 12 to 24. And most people who have had myocarditis or pericarditis after receiving an mRNA COVID-19 vaccine, symptoms have gone away in a few days after receiving treatment with medicines used to reduce inflammation, the label states. However, some individuals who suffered inflammation following vaccine had signs of injury to their heart months later, a study using cardiac magnetic resonance imaging found. It's not known if these heart MRI findings might predict long-term heart effects of myocarditis, the label state. Studies are underway to find out if there are long-term heart effects in people who have had myocarditis after receiving an mRNA COVID-19 vaccine. The rate of myocarditis following vaccination with one of the currently available vaccines was down to 2 cases per million doses in people aged 12 to 39, or lower than the background rate compared to the peak of 38 per million doses in 2020 and in 2021. According to the data from the CDC and Prevention Vaccine Safety Data Link presented to the Government Advisory Panel on Wednesday. The FDA considers data from its monitoring system superior because it stratified by gender and in way more narrow age ranges. Dr. Tracy Hogue, an FDA official, told the meeting FDA first added warnings to the labels for the vaccines in June of 2021, several months after officials learned of post-vaccination myocarditis cases. Death certificates and other data have identified some post-vaccine deaths as being caused by heart inflammation after vaccination. The CDC states on its website regarding clinical considerations for the COVID-19 vaccine that myocarditis and COVID-19 vaccination is recommended for everyone ages 6 months and older in the United States for prevention of COVID-19. I thought they took that away. I thought they got rid of that. I thought they got rid of the recommendation. I thought they said they weren't recommending it for anybody under the age of like 30 or something. How was this written? Huh. I don't know when this was written. And then we're gonna do a little. We're gonna do a little fun thing here. I have a little post here. It says, Iran. American children in the 50s were able to make nuclear reactions at home with real radioactive material with the Gilbert U-238 Atomic Energy Lab. Wonder why Iranians struggled to build their own atomic bombs. See what this is. If this is funny. I think it's a little funny break.
If you were to Google the world's most dangerous toy, this is actually what will pop up on your screen. The Atomic Energy Lab Kit by A.C. Gilbert. It's because it comes with 3 sources of radiation and 4 uranium ores that are also radioactive. My name is Vula Saradakis. I'm a curator here at the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago. Now, A.C. Gilbert claimed, and the makers claimed, that there was nothing dangerous about it. It really did emit very, very low amounts of radiation. But I probably would not encourage children to hold these samples next to their body all day long.
We had some cool toys back in the day. They had some really cool chemistry sets too that were actually very dangerous if you played around. They if you look years and go back and look at some of the old chemistry sets that they had, they were pretty crazy too. So, was it? Barry's channel. Who's Barry? All right, we're going to jump now to some New York news. You guys heard about the mayoral race, and the guy who won the primary. But I think if I'm not mistaken, I think that Cuomo and Adams are both running as independents against this guy, and Curtis Sliwa is running as a Republican. So Barry Cunningham, Boca Raton, Florida. Oh, I don't think I know him. I don't think I know him. I've never seen his channel. I don't know what it is. I'll have to look for it. So we have this guy. See, blatant racism. Mamdani says white neighborhoods should pay higher property taxes. The price is white. This is crazy, right? The price is white. Okay. Blatant racism. And then Luke Brodowski says, we got a white people tax now? And this guy says, but Mandani's ideas are not American views. He is done. I wish I could feel the same way, but unfortunately, we have this. It says socialist mayoral contender Zohran Mamdani wants to hype property taxes for richer and whiter neighborhoods. New York Post. The Doge AI says Zoran Mandami's plan to tax whiter neighborhoods is a textbook wealth redistribution that pits New Yorkers against each other. Instead of addressing the root causes of New York City's affordability crisis, like bureaucratic bloat in housing agencies and failed zoning policies, he's pushing divisive class warfare. His $100 billion housing plan would funnel taxpayer dollars into union-built projects while ignoring the corruption and inefficiency that plague existing programs like NYCHA. Billionaires like Bill Ackman are right to fight this. DC already burns cash on mismanaged public housing while families wait years for vouchers. Real solutions require cutting red tape, not punishing success with race-based taxation. New York City needs efficiency, not socialist experiments. Okay. So here's the story. Socialist New York City Mayor contender Zoran Mandami wants to hike property taxes for richer and whiter neighborhoods. So here he is talking. Crowd cheers after his victory. Blah blah blah. We're not going to. Socialist New York City mayoral candidate Zoran Mandami wants to hike property taxes for richer and whiter neighborhoods. An eyebrow-raising proposal that aims to ease the burden on homeowners in the outer boroughs. The Soak the Rich proposal is buried in Mandami's campaign platform that calls to fix the neighborhood's notoriously skewed property tax system in which ritzy brownstones are hit at lower rates than homes and rentals in lower-income neighborhoods. Shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in a richer, whiter neighborhood, the proposal reads. Democrats and many Republicans have long pushed to fix the out-of-whack system that ends up hitting poorer, often larger black and brown neighborhoods with higher property taxes than the neighbors in swanky areas that tend to be more majority Caucasian. But Mandami's specific mention of whiter, wealthier neighborhoods drew outrage from some observers. Many right-wing commentators accused Mandami, who would be the first mayor of South Asian descent, if elected, of targeting white New Yorkers, with one labeling him a racist. City Councilman David Carr, who's part of the bipartisan push to reform the property tax system, said Mandami should tone down the rhetoric. It's going to help tackle a very real imbalance. The objective of our reforms is to make the property tax system fairer and more transparent, and to ensure that the middle and working class homeowners aren't subsidizing lower taxes for wealthy property owners. It's not about blaming people based on race or class or political affiliation. And if Zoran Mandami wants to come on board, then he should drop the divisive rhetoric. Mandami, 33, a two-term Queens assemblyman, pulled up a stunning upset in Tuesday's ranked choice Democratic mayoral primary, trouncing former Governor Andrew Cuomo in first pick votes after running an unabashedly socialist campaign focused on affordability. The city's tangled property tax rules are a result of a 50-year-old court decision, a subsequent state law setting assessment caps to prevent middle-class homeowners from being taxed out of their homes, and complicated set of overlapping rules. The result is a system where small homeowners in Brooklyn and Queens can pay a higher tax rate than owners of luxury co-ops on Fifth Avenue and Manhattan. The pro-reform group Tax Equity Now points out the Tax Equity Now New York filed a still ongoing lawsuit against the city in 2017 that argued the process unfairly taxes renters and homeowners in lower income neighborhoods compared to wealthy areas. Predominantly black neighborhoods such as Canarsie and East New York face higher effective tax rates than others in largely white, a recent study by the Community Service Society found. See, when they say effective tax rate, that makes me question what they're actually talking about here. There's a good reason why homeowners in Cambria Heights, a residential community that is 90% black, there's no good reason why homeowners in Cambria Heights, a residential community that is 90% black, should pay an effective tax rate that is double those paid by homeowners in Park Slope or the East Village, which are 62% and 50% white, respectively. The meat of Mondami's proposal calls to remove artificial caps on assessments. So that's what it is. So there's a cap on what the property can be assessed at. That's what they're talking about. So it has to do with assessments, not the tax rates. The tax rates are the same. There's assessment caps. And so the houses, what they're saying is houses that are going up in value fast, they can't raise the assessment because the state limits it so that people don't get priced out of homes just because their house goes up in value and then they can't pay the taxes. It's like that all over the place. So a house that doesn't go up in value in, say, a poor neighborhood, that houses aren't going up, I don't know. The mayor can fix this by pushing class assessment percentages down for everyone and adjusting rates up, effectively lowering tax payments for homeowners in neighborhoods like Jamaica and Brownsville, while raising the amount paid in the most expensive Brooklyn brownstones, proposal states. Mondami's campaign didn't respond to the post request for comment, but many New Yorkers and affluent neighbors weren't happy about their property tax potentially going up. Ron Santola, a 73-year-old retiree, has rented on the Upper East Side for 30 years, but still opposes redistributing wealth. Here's the thing. I'm wealthy. I don't want my wealth redistributed. Right? I work for my money. Why should I give it away? Another Upper East Sider, Shanice Gilbert, 33, a college assistant, noted not everyone in her highfalutin neighborhood is rich. Not everyone here is wealthy. How is that going to work? It's a mixed environment. It's a very diverse environment. How are you going to do that? Cam McDonald, general counsel for the Empire Center, said as Mayor Mondami could adjust the percentages if he's elected in November. But McDonald argued Mondami's campaign to show their math for how it will affect the city's revenue, of which more than 30% is derived from property taxes. The proposal, he noted, also does nothing to fix the structural issues under state law that have led to the disparities. Other planks of Mondami's proposal, including circuit breakers to make sure low and moderate income homeowners aren't burdened and to stop treating co-ops and condos as if they were rentals, concede that the state legislatures would need to make those changes, not the mayor. Kenny Burgos, CEO of New York Apartment Association, representing rent-stabilized apartment homeowners, has been outspoken critic of Mondami's promise to freeze rents on those dwellings. But he said the issue of property taxes might be an area of common ground for his group of Mondami. A reform of property tax could be absolutely instrumental in saving this house, he said, of rent-stabilized homes. On property taxes, I think he would have some strange bedfellows here. I think there are many outer borough elected officials who have this issue and have found not enough support to actually make meaningful change. One Park Slope woman who lives in a $3 million brownstone told the Post she agrees with Mondami even if her modest $5,000 a year taxes rise. Private homeowners have a real deal, she says. I think people in co-ops and condos get hammered. I'm all for it. People got to share. People are crazy. She doesn't realize that her taxes are going to go up by like it's going to quadruple her property taxes. Dumb people. This is Zohan Mondami's tax whites more is pure racism. The devil is in the details, and so is the racism. Zohan Mondami shows New York where his priorities really are in his position papers when he promises to fix the city's property tax system. The solution, punish whitey. He'd shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in richer, whiter neighborhoods. Campaign public. So how will he do this? Well, once elected, he would push assessment percentages down for everyone, which, like most of what Mondami proposes, is highly unlikely. But never mind that. Next, King Mondami would adjust rates up based on the racial makeup of a neighborhood. The plan would effectively lower tax payments for homeowners in neighborhoods like Jamaica and Brownsville while raising the amount paid in the more expensive Brooklyn brownstones. So what percentage of paleness classifies as neighborhood of white? A plurality? 50%? Guess what? Guess that means Williamsburg, which is 50% white, will have to pay, but not Astoria, where Mondami lives, because it's 48%. Maybe he'll go door to door to root out those nefarious Caucasians and make sure they pay the white tax. Mondami could have proposed property tax fixes that focused exclusively on valuation, but that's not what his campaign is really about. It's about identity politics and hierarchy of oppression. Did the rich white liberals who helped him win Did the rich white liberals who helped him win the Democratic primary know he would turn on them so quickly? Sorry, Zorhan. We need a mayor for all New York. I guess they'll learn eventually. The price is white. Zohan Mandami looks to shift tax burden to richer, whiter neighborhoods. Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights Harmeet Dillon is very interested in one New York City mayoral hopeful's plan to shift the tax burden in the city. Zohan Mandami is every bit the anti-white, anti-capitalist mouthpiece that the fringe left loves to adore. One specific aspect of his platform is coming under heavy fire for threatening to raise taxes on wealthy white neighborhoods while lowering them for everybody else. It's so bad that even the New York Post editorial board wrote a piece ripping it to shreds. The devil's in the details, and so is the racism. Yeah. Not only is this wholly offensive idea that is sure to fuel mass exodus of taxpayers that New York has seen in recent years, but it's also illegal. Racial discrimination is illegal in the United States, period, full stop. The illegal discriminatory scheme described by Mandami would violate federal constitutional and statutory norms and might even violate New York state law, Dillon stated. Executors reacted blatant racism. He hates capitalism just as much as he hates white people. By his logic, that Muslims should play double. I don't want to look at that. So yeah, so Harmeet Dillon is on the case, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, he got 480,000 votes. There's 9 million New Yorkers. He's going to have it might be a problem because, like I said, it looks like what did it looks like the DOJ is looking into it. That's Harmeet Dillon. Yeah. Even read through his Twitter. It's pretty scary. Harmeet Dillon's looking at it, so he's gonna any type of shenanigans is gonna get looked into. So yeah, so but yeah, so if Andrew Cuomo is going to run as an independent in the general election, and so is Eric Adams, the current mayor, he might have a problem winning. I don't see how. I don't see how he can win because Eric Adams is going to pull a lot of the let's say the African American vote. Let's just say it, and Andrew Cuomo is going to pull a lot of your standard blue dog Democrat, non-crazy Democrat votes, and what's Mandami going to get the wildly wacky progressives, and then there's still quite a few Republicans in New York City, whether or not you want to believe it or not. So who knows what's going to happen? He might not win. It might be hard. So, but here, then we're going to do this. But if he does win, New Jersey, GOP's New Jersey governor candidate Jack Ciattarelli tells New Yorkers fearful of Mandami-led New York City to move to the Garden State. Yeah. This Republican New Jersey candidate Jack Ciattarelli is urging New Yorkers to cross the Hudson River and move to the Garden State in wake of the socialist Zohan Mandami's upset win in the Big Apple's Democratic mayoral primary. Tonight is proof that the modern Democratic Party has lost its mind, Ciattarelli said on X shortly after Mandami locked up the Democrat line, making him a clear favorite heading into November's general election. To all residents and business owners in New York City who don't want a socialist, defund police, anti-Semitic mayor representing them, I encourage you to move to New Jersey. When I win the governorship in 4+ months, we're going to transform New Jersey into a beacon of common sense, affordability, and economic opportunity and law and order. Posted Ciattarelli, who's running to replace term-limited Democratic Governor Phil Murphy. The Trump and Gore's political politician continued Wednesday to use Mandami's far-left agenda as a means to score points with Garden State voters, writing on X that if elected governor, he'll be proactive in protecting our state from the lawlessness and chaos that will ensue if Zohan K. Mandami becomes New York City's next mayor. I think this guy just became a citizen like 6 years ago or 7 years ago. It's kind of weird. New Jersey saw its population increase by 2.3% to 9.5 million from April 2020 through last December, according to U.S. Census Bureau, with far more than 75,000 New Yorkers moving to New Jersey post-pandemic. And New York lost a lot of people. And then, of course, with all these attacks coming, then you have to have the mainstream media now coming saying, like, attacks on Muslims flood the mainstream after Mandami win. So they're all claiming, since he won, so now this anybody criticizing him or his socialist or racist stuff, they're going to say is Islamophobic. Yeah. So it says Zohran Mandami's win in New York City's Democratic mayoral primary triggered a wave of Islamophobic attacks, including from a sitting member of Congress that once might have disqualified the perpetrators from public office. Andy Ogles urged the Justice Department to denaturalize and deport Mandami, who was born in Uganda and became a U.S. citizen in 2018. Because he believes he lied to become a citizen. If you lied to become a citizen, they can revoke your citizenship. There's a whole thing reserved for cases involving fraud during the naturalization process. Yeah, and that's what Ogles is claiming, is that this guy committed fraud. So, I'm not going to read the story. So, we're going to go this. So, after Zohran Mandami's apparent victory in New York Democratic primary on Tuesday, former Representative Sheila Jackson Lee liked an Instagram post congratulating him on his win. The only problem, Jackson Lee died last July. Oh, hey. Hey, how you doing, Scott? Happy to see you. I guess I can realize when I streamed for too long because Scott's here because he woke up. Or maybe you're just going to bed. I don't know. I think you're on the other side of the earth, so maybe you're just going to sleep or just getting off work. I don't know. Just joking. So you got all these dead politicians that seem to be liking tweets and replying and Instagram posts. So let's see what it says here. Politico says that dead members of Congress can't stop posting online. The accounts for recently deceased lawmakers have continued to post on social media, highlighting how little official policy there is for how to handle their online presence after they die. Oh, it's dinner time. Well, have some falafel on me. This is Democrat social media accounts of former Rep. Jerry Conley, a Virginia Democrat who died in May, chugged back to life to notify followers that early voting had begun in the race to fill his vacant seat. After Zohran Mandami's apparent victory in the New York Democrat mayoral primary on Tuesday, former Rep. Sheila Jackson Lee liked an Instagram post congratulating him on his win. The only problem, Jackson Lee died last July. Ghost likes to new profile pictures to a posthumous endorsement, accounts for dead lawmakers have seemingly resurrected on social media in an unsettling trend of beyond the grave engagement. Dear white staffers, an anonymous account dedicated to highlighting experience and perspective of non-white congressional staffers, on Wednesday posted a screenshot of a notification that the Lake Texas representative's account had liked a congratulatory post for Mandami, captioning a screen grab with a quizzical emoji. But Jackson Lee isn't the only deceased lawmaker whose presence continues to be felt online. Rep. Sylvester Turner, a Democrat who filled Lee's Texas seat for a brief 2 months before his own passing in March 2025, appeared to change his profile picture on X 3 weeks after he died. The post appeared to shock many ex-users who commented on how uncanny it was to see the deceased lawmaker active on their feeds. Grim, when he wrote one of us. So no one on his team thinks this is weird. Former Rep. Jerry Conley, a Virginia Democrat who died in May, has also continued to make waves from beyond the grave as political social media accounts chugged back to life to notify followers that early voting had begun to race to fill his seat. Before his passing, Conley has endorsed his former chief of staff, James Walkinshaw, to replace him, having announced that he planned to step away from Congress after esophageal cancer returned in April. So it's probably this guy running his account, same guy. People on Conley's mailing list also reportedly considering emails from the late representative's campaign encouraging Virginians to vote for Walkinshaw in Saturday's special election. The newsletter, Chaotic Era highlighted, also directed donations to Walkinshaw's campaign. But after Connolly's posthumous post came under scrutiny this week, it disappeared from the Lake Virginia's page on Thursday. Brian Garcia, communication director for Walkinshaw's campaign, emphasized the campaign does not direct the content posted from Connolly's accounts. Supervisor Walkinshaw is proud to have earned the support of Congressman Connolly before he passed away, and now have the support of the Connolly family. The bio for Connolly's page notes that the lawmaker died in May and says that the posts on the page are made with Connolly's family's consent. Turner's account also appears to be run by his family, with the account recently posting a video featuring a daughter promoting a Houston parade he championed. But the case of posthumous tweeting fingers isn't a new phenomenon. An account for the political activist, brief 2012 GOP presidential primary leader and staunch Trump supporter Herman Cain, resurfaced 2 weeks after he died in July 2020 from a weeks-long battle with COVID-19. The account posted attacks at then presidential candidate Joe Biden and pro-Trump content, as well as conspiracy theories about the virus that had taken Cain's own life. I wonder what those conspiracy theories were. See, they like to say this, but they're not going to say. Were those conspiracy theories that came out of a Wuhan lab, which has now been proven? There's conspiracy theories that it was man-made, which has now been proven. There's conspiracy theories where that the vaccine caused myocarditis, which has been proven. I mean, what are these conspiracy theories about the virus? The post initially appeared under Cain's original account, bearing his name and profile picture, but his daughter shortly thereafter explained in a blog post that members of his family had taken over social media. They would continue posting a new name, Cain Gang. The account remained active to March 2021 when it released its final post saying it's time. So how to handle social media presence of politicians when they die is a fairly new phenomenon. If a member of the House dies, for example, their office often remains open to full constituent services and sometimes continue posting social media, albeit not typically under a lawmaker's name. And there's even less clarity around lawmakers' social media accounts that they use for campaigning as opposed to official work. Maybe they need to come up with a law. We're almost done, guys. We got a couple more. Just want to put this out there. So, NEC Mayor, remember when Rohan Mandami says globalized intifada? This is what he really means. It did not begin with bullets, it began with banners. The murder of 2 Israeli diplomats outside Lillian and Albert Small Cavendish Museum in Washington, D.C. was not the work of a lone madman. So this is what they mean by globalized intifada. What they mean. What they mean. This is what they mean. They mean it was the globalized intifada means unworn from society, swept up personal illusion. It was the bloody, pitiless consequence of a campaign that has spanned campuses, cities, and institutions since October 7th, 2023. The phrase that binds the slogans to the slaughter is the same: globalize the intifada. What do you think it meant? Let's be unflinchingly clear. The term intifada is not a gentle metaphor. It is a poetic plea. It's not a poetic plea for justice. It refers to violent Palestinian uprising against Israel, both characterized by suicide bombings, stabbings, shootings, and systemic targeting of civilians. To call for globalization of the intifada is to demand the exportation of this carnage, its transformation into a roaming doctrine of hate and murder. Since the Palestinian October 7th attack on Israel, American college campuses have hosted over 3,700 protest days across 525 universities and schools in 317 U.S. cities and towns. Encampments arose on more than 130 campuses. By May 6, 2024, over 3,600 arrests have been made. Columbia University encampment alone inspired 2,200 protest days after April 17th. These were not spontaneous student uprisings. They were part of a choreographed, well-financed campaign. They need to look into who was paying for all this. But yeah, the slogan that adorned the placards and protest chants, globalize the intifada, was not treated as a warning by the administration nor the media. Most universities, it was treated as speech, as fashion, as rage of youth. It was a fatal miscalculation. The victims, Yaron Lachinsky and Sarah Lynn Milgrim, were not combatants, they were diplomats, emissaries of peace and engagement. Lachinsky, a Christian Israeli, and Milgrim, a Jewish American, had just attended American Jewish Committee reception. Yeah, so this is about the I think I read this before. The guy shot a free Palestine. We're almost done here. This is a timeline of Bill Gates' relationship with China from 35 years ago to present. So it shows all the stuff Bill Gates did. You know, first trips to Beijing, all this stuff, and he meets with Xi Jinping, first one on floor, all this stuff going on. And then the reason this is important is because Bill Gates is set to become a giant floating USAID onto himself with his $200 billion in disbursements to NGOs over the next 20 years announced last month. Couple that with Gates' relationship with China, you get a very nasty opponent for America First interests.
Bill Gates announced that he will be spending $200 billion over the next 20 years on Gates Foundation grants. So the Gates Foundation is sort of becoming this big floating USAID. I mean, $200 billion is just a huge amount to think about.
Bill Gates is really at the head of the snake with the stuff, huh?
He wrote a whole book about misinformation as an attack on democracy. I mean, he's using the same verbiage that the CIA and the State Department and USAID do about democracy, and public health institutions are vital to the health of our democracy, just as they're vital to public health. But yeah, Gates is all over this for a number of reasons. Obviously, the public health stuff that he's financially overinvested in, but then also Microsoft is absolutely huge in international markets. Them and Apple, they're the global standard. And not only that, they're one of the most overexposed companies to China. Microsoft is deep in China. And Trump's trade war with China hurts Microsoft. Trump's hawkish views on China hurt Microsoft. Trump's diplomatic altercations with China hurts the standing of Microsoft with the CCP.
Wow. So it says, Gates has met every Chinese head of state from Jiang Zemin to Xi Jinping, giving him channels that even sitting U.S. officials sometimes lack. Shadow diplomacy at its highest level.
Michael Benz, what is shadow diplomacy?
Shadow diplomacy, which I've been discussing in the examples of the NGO world, the think tank world, and the university world, with this current conflict right now between the Trump administration and Harvard University. Shadow diplomacy refers to informal networks within the diplomacy world to serve as back channels to achieve the diplomatic outcome that is either too risky, too controversial, for whatever reason you don't want to actually convey or not allowed to formally convey certain messages or secretly negotiate certain things or say certain things in the context of those negotiations. The State Department, the intelligence community, aspects of the defense sector frequently tap third parties in the university world, such as Harvard or Yale or Stanford, as well as think tanks like the Brookings Institution or the Carnegie Endowment, as well as NGOs like large nonprofits such as the Open Society Foundation of George Soros or the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, to secure commitments from foreign countries and serve as a back channel to achieve the outcome that the State Department.
I think we should outlaw all that stuff. All, you know, Open Society Foundation, all these things to be outlawed. It's yeah, so Bill Gates is I don't know, man. He should be looked into. Was he part of the whole thing with the COVID stuff? I don't know, you know. And speaking of China, whoa, here we go. Speaking of China, you got China's nuclear arsenal expansion reshaping the global strategic balance. China is on the brink of setting off a massive nuclear arms race. It's also proving the case for the most rapid and robust possible deployment of Trump's Golden Dome missile shield. Link in the comments. What do you know? China, yeah. Here we go. Boom, boom. I have long asserted the utter uselessness and counterproductivity of arms control with two principal exceptions. The first is the fruit of the Reagan Zero Option, the 1987 Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty, which for several decades banned an entire class of nuclear weapons. The second is also Reagan's brainchild, the Strategic Arms Reduction Treaties, or START. The new START is the current treaty in force. Why is it so special? The START treaties did something truly innovative, remarkably, really, and hardly anybody understands this. New START caps the number of deployable nuclear. New START caps the number of deployed strategic nuclear warheads at 1,550, and the combined total of deployed and non-deployed launchers, ICBM, SLBMs, and strategic bombers at 800. That sounds like a lot of nukes. It's certainly a lot compared to Brit 225, France 290, India 180, Pakistan 180, Israel 90. But during the Cold War, each side had 30 to 40,000 strategic warheads. There were implications to that, as there are for the new numbers. The current limits reduce strategic weapons beneath the number of must-kill targets. During the Cold War, there was always the danger of a first strike because there was always the possibility that one side might catch the other napping and wipe them out before they could respond. But under the current limits, there is 100% certainty that your enemy is going to hit you back hard. Odds of a nuclear war are thus dramatically reduced. So what's the catch? China is not and has never been subject to any of these treaties. And now it's expanding arsenal from just 200 warheads towards US and Russia levels, if not beyond. This completely changes the global strategic calculus. It is likely to set off a massive nuclear arms race. And of course, it means Trump. Golden Dome is every bit as urgent and necessary as he says. The following article addresses the rapid expansion of the Chinese nuclear force. Americans must understand this threat, especially in light of the increasingly brittle nature of the Chinese state. Recent U.S. intelligence assessments reveal China's nuclear arsenal has now surpassed 600 warheads and is projected to exceed 1,000 by 2030, fundamentally challenging America's nuclear dominance and decades of strategic planning. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I tried to do this. I couldn't get it to work before. So that's that article. And then there's one last article. Oh, what the hell? The Matt Gaetz ethics report. No wonder he was kicked to the curb. No pants Gates. Now, I'm going to read this article, but these are all allegations that I don't think were ever proved. And it says, did you really just pull up a 7-month-old attack piece on Matt Gaetz by CNN and drool it out of your account on Saturday? The timing seems curious, Mark. You surprised me. You know, Matt Gaetz flipped the script on Middle East diplomacy. If both Iran and Israel have secret nuclear programs with no IAEA oversight, why not have them both give them up? A dual disarmament deal brokered by Trump, sealed with the Nobel Peace Prize. So let's see what this is. So it says it was updated Monday, December 23rd, 2024 at so this story that Mark Levin was trying to the story here that this guy put out for whatever reason just today at 7 o'clock, yesterday at 7 o'clock in the morning, is months old. Why? Because he's mad at him because Gates said he wanted Israel to give up nuclear weapons along with Iran, which is a crazy thing to say anyway, but you don't have to put this stupid story out like this. Put this out. You know, this is nuts that you would put this out. So that's it for me. Let me go back here and look at things real quick. Hold on one second. I'll pull up. Got a couple things I want to talk about. Closing some tabs here to make it easier. Okay. I didn't realize that story was old until I read that other thing. I thought it was a new story. I can't believe that I was tricked like that. Actually, I think that was every story. I think that was every story I had. Good. Oh, here's the bill. There we go. There's it. Pull this up. There's that. One last story here. We'll cover this here. Turns out when the FBI stops focusing its attention on investigating its political enemies, it can actually solve real crimes. Since Kash Patel and Dan Bongino took the helm at the FBI, they have arrested 14,000 violent criminals, a 62% increase from the previous year. This includes 825 violent child predators and 140 human traffickers. FBI's focus shift from J6 to violent crime is working. Crime. FBI back to nabbing violent criminals after era of politicization. So here we go. This will be the last story of the night, guys. FBI back to nabbing violent criminals after Biden era politicization. The FBI arrested 62% more violent criminals in the first 4 months of 2025 compared to the same period of 2024, following President Trump's return to office. Deputy Director Dan Bongino said Thursday that Trump's FBI has arrested 14,000 violent suspects, including cartel leaders, child predators, anti-deportation rioters. Bongino announced in a Thursday X post. The former conservative media host celebrated the numbers as an indicative of a return to proper FBI priorities after Biden administration frequently launched politically charged criminal probes. Update. As the director and I close out the first few months in our roles, I want to provide an update on our efforts to both reform the FBI and hunt down bad actors. Some of these action items you may have already read, some you may have not. We are mission focused on crushing violent crime and making our neighborhoods notably safer. This is not a victory lap. We are doubling down hard, Bongino said. Bongino highlighted early data showing the possibility of a record low murder rate in the U.S. in 2025. Among the bad actors the Bureau caught were more than 825 alleged child predators and 140 human traffickers, Bongino said. Trump's FBI has also highlighted an emerging threat to children from a Satanist child predator network known as 764, with more than 250 investigations open as of May. I'm going to have to look into that. I don't even know what that is. If you're preying on children, we're coming for you, Bongino said. It's only a matter of time. Does anybody know about this 764 Satanist child predator thing? They're going to do the whole Satanist thing. Deputy Director said the Bureau is also pouring through data to catch rioters who stoked violent chaos in Los Angeles and other cities starting on June 6th in response to immigration and custom enforcement ICE raids. More than 700 rioters have been arrested due to cooperation between the FBI and federal and state agencies. Bongino said about the riots. The FBI's National Press Office did not respond to the Daily Caller News Foundation request for comment. Bongino and FBI Director Kash Patel took the reins of the FBI with the mission to end weaponization of the federal law enforcement under President Joe Biden. Biden's FBI and Department of Justice formed plans to investigate radical traditionalist Catholics, arrested pro-life protesters while failing to catch pro-abortion firebombers, prosecuted a doctor who leaked records on a hospital's sex change procedures, and jailed a Trump supporter for posting memes joking about the 2016 presidential election, among other cases that sparked outrage. Did they release Douglas Mackey? Meanwhile, the FBI and DOJ allowed the statute of limitations for tax crimes to expire for first son Hunter Biden and obstructed criminal investigations into him. Federal officials revealed in a series of disclosures to Congress Hunter Biden was eventually convicted of tax and gun charges, but not without his father's administration offering him a failed plea deal that would have immunized him from some future charges. Yes, I agree. Sunshine. I want the Epstein files and all the bad actors in government's gotten to. They're just doing their jobs. Following the January 6th unguided tour of the U.S. Capitol by Trump supporters, the FBI changed its own definitions of anti-government and anti-authority violent extremists to include political and or social agendas, and overwhelmingly targeted Trump supporters in a domestic terrorism probes. Newsweek reported in October 2023. Multiple FBI agents testified to Congress about political corruption they allegedly witnessed at the agency. One named Steve Friend resigned, saying the FBI took him off child exploitation cases to investigate January 6 protesters and used unnecessary SWAT team raids against them. We've made numerous personnel and structural changes to the leadership of the FBI to ensure that the mistakes of the past are not repeated. Those changes continue, Bongino said Thursday. And as a reminder, things are happening that we cannot publicly discuss. It does not mean they are not happening. All content created by the Daily News Foundation is an independent and nonpartisan news. Doesn't have any affiliation. Well, let's get them, boys. Let's book them, Dano. So I want to thank everybody who came tonight, all the people. I know at one point we had almost 90 people watching, concurrent viewers. We got close to 100. I don't think we topped 100. But I want to thank everybody who came. I want to thank everybody that liked and subscribed. I want to thank all the people who donated, Super Chat or whatever, new members. And I want to tell you all that there will be a show tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday night, 11 p.m. Eastern Time. My normal Sunday night show. Hopefully, I'll get some sleep now, and I'll be able to get up and find some more news stories since I covered so much today. But thank you all. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Leave a comment. Let me know what you think. If I did something you didn't like, or if I could do something better, just let me know, and I'll always try to make the show better for you. Thanks, and have a great night. Don't forget to come back and let Jim tell you the news.
Thank you.